Chapter 1. The other world was at peace. It was not as if there was a kind of nor there was an extraordinary and mysterious scene at that time. But if you insist wanting to know if there was something different from usual, the most I could think of is that I saw male and female students wearing the uniform of my alma mater. 2 males and 2 females. They looked like they belonged to the same club. They were chatting cheerfully in front of me. Their air that belongs to that of those who are elite was blinding for me. Especially the 2 high school girls who are probably the most beautiful in their respective classes. It made me envy the 2 high school boys walking along them. It's just exactly 1:1. So they might be couples. Damn Riaja's one. Go away and explode already. That's right. Such was the common scene of On My Way Home. That is, until a mysterious magic circle appeared behind them after they stopped on a crossing. Before I even reacted to think of what's happening, the scene in front of me changed as the static noise of an old TV echoed. The ground that was paved with asphalt turning into that of stone, and the brightness of the afternoon sun that could only be described as annoying turned into a dim light of a lamp. I mean, what just happened? Welcome, Hiro-sama. Without having the leisure to even realize my confusion, without having the time to understand what happened, I turned around to the source of the beautiful voice that tickled my ears like a bell. What I saw was a beauty with long golden hair and eyes as blue as the sky, wearing a taintless white dress, together with the group of 4, or rather, now, group of 3 high school students that I saw earlier. No doubt, one of them is missing. Please forgive us for the sudden Seeing us, the golden-haired beauty's captivating smile suddenly froze. She stopped her words halfway, and what followed was silence. Not to mention me and the 3 high school students who can't keep up with the situation. Even that beauty that was about to say something stopped. Along with those people clad in robes you would usually see in a middle-aged themed movie was petrified. The silence dominated the scene. You, my lady? Do my eyes see the truth seeing 4 of them? What a wonderful coincidence, Luna. My eyes see 4 of them as well. One of the robed people mustered up her courage and called out to the beauty. In return, the beauty replied with confused words. Unfortunately, my thoughts and consciousness were unable to follow the extraordinary event that hit me with a Dempsey roll. If I was a desktop computer, what shows on the screen must be an hourglass icon waiting for me to respond. I should have bought an L instead of, wait, what am I saying? I moved my eyes to the 3 high school students who were in the same circumstances as me. It would seem that they were also in the same condition, glancing towards me with a confused expression. WWW, what are we going to do? It's that, right? It's like the other 3 got caught up with the summoning. That's what's going on, right? That is probably so. What are we going to do, my lady? What or whatever. It's not like we can say we failed, or something. We must first explain to everyone what is happening. But we must find out who is the hero within them first. My lady, please forgive me for being rude, but I think that is already inappropriate for your age. Why are you suddenly calmly pointing that out? I wonder what this is. This disappointing conversation. It's as if my sense of urgency towards the unknown is being worn away. The 2 high school girls were stunned with their mouth open as well, and you, high school boy, why in the world are you doing a guts pose? Guts pose in this situation? Wait a second. Hero? Summoning? Got caught into? That sounds like terms I'm used to hearing. Think carefully, me. That sounds familiar. Asterisk cough, asterisk once again, welcome. Sorry. I'm thinking right now. Can you keep quiet? Yes. I'm very sorry. I heard a voice that would interrupt my thinking, so I asked that voice to shut up so I could think. That's right. I remember. It's so similar to the light novel I read recently. Although I won't be boasting, I am what you can call an otaku or someone who has such a hobby. I love games, like light novels, but never watches anime. So that makes me a half-assed otaku. But anyways, this situation is exactly like the plot of what happened in that light novel. The story starts with the main character being summoned from a different world with a hero summoning, then proceeds to fight the Demon King. Come to think of it, I have seen many similar novels like that. But although you can generally call it Isekaied, there are many kinds of developments. There are those where heroes really fight against the Demon King, those that the royal family who summoned them was actually the villain, those who got caught into the summoning but branded as trash because of the lack of superpowers, or those acting sheepishly but actually has the most demonic cheat. Excuse me, if it's like that, what's needed first is information then? Even though they say fact is stranger than fiction, it is probably wrong to assume at this stage that it is a different world. But I could clearly say that this is an extraordinary event, so I should really find out what's currently happening. Wait, I think I'm forgetting something. And there I finally saw the golden-haired beauty looking at me with eyes filled with confusion and worry, allowing my consciousness rapidly return to reality. And together with my return to the reality, I remembered that I dove deep into my thoughts after interrupting this woman in front of me. I could feel as if my blood is draining out of my face. If possible, I would like to continue now. Is that okay? I am sorry. I just have this habit of forgetting the surrounding when I get deep into my thoughts, and I quickly bowed my head with apology, hearing her words which were mixed with reluctance. Damn, I did it again. This hateful habit of mine. I don't know where I got it, but I would start forgetting about the surroundings when I got focused on something. You can positively say that I'm focused, but you can also negatively say that I have narrow eyesight. Anyways, I did it again. I even feel like the 2 high school girls looking at me while rolling their eyes, and the people surrounding the beauty looking at me with a wry smile. the high school boy, is for some reason muttering things while looking down. I suddenly felt like I could become good friends with this guy. No, you cannot be blamed for being confused by the sudden even. Once again, everyone from the other world. Welcome to Symphonia Kingdom. After giving a warm smile towards me after I apologized, the beauty greeted us gracefully with the manner of plucking the hem of her skirt. And it is, as expected should I say, a kingdom in another world. From the elegance I could feel from her, and from what I guess about her being called my lady, is she a noble? Maybe a princess too. My name is Lilia Albert. First of all, please forgive us for the sudden call of summoning. I believe that you are confused because of the sudden event. We understand that we should explain to you what is happening first. However, I am very ashamed to ask this for our side's convenience. But before we start explaining, can I ask what everyone's name is? Yes. My name is Mayama Kaito. I answered the beauty Lilia first, as the eldest in our group. In the novels I've read, there are those who would shout incoherently or find trouble with those who welcome them. But experiencing it myself, I could say that I am so confused and puzzled that I answered calmly instead. I'm Kusunoki Aoi, Yuzuki Hina, Mitsunaga Seiji. The 3 high school students followed after me. I mean, that high school boy, what a cool name. You should be the hero already. Everlasting Light and Justice? Isn't it already decided that you'd be a hero with that name? Though you look more like an indoor type. Mayama-sama, Kusunoki-sama, Yuzuki-sama, and Mitsunaga-sama, right? Nice to meet you all. Please forgive my rudeness and wait for a while. While saying that, Lilia-san glanced at a different robed person, and that robed person took out something that looks like a crystal ball. I couldn't help but tense up because I could feel that they're about to do something, but Lilia-san said, "We do not wish to harm you," in a hurry to explain. So I just behaved in my place thinking it's not a good plan to move. It's definitely not because I'm a coward or lack the courage to raise an objection. Definitely not. It looks like it is Mitsunaga Dano who was summoned as the hero. It would seem that the others got caught with him. It was like that after all. It looks like the hero is Mitsunaga Seiji-kun. Although my guess hit the spot, what is going to happen? Really? In this situation where we don't know which is the left to the right, Mitsunaga-kun is really amazing doing a guts pose after being proclaimed as the hero. You are the number one. Please do your best and take care of all the troubles. Well then, the hero's explanation would be done there? Yes, let us proceed as such. Lilia-sama, we will trouble you explaining the situation to the 3 guests who were caught up. After hearing that conversation, Lilia-san told us that we are going to be separated with Mitsunaga-kun because the contents of the explanations would be different between us and the hero. Going this far, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san objected me? My head's full of different things, so I didn't have the time for that. Honestly, I can't call myself as the kindest guy there is, and it's not like I have the capacity in my heart to worry about other people during an emergency situation like this. The greatest problem I'm worried about right now is Lilia-san, who is trying to calm Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san. My head is full of questions. What kind of person she is, and what she is planning for us. According to the impression she had given us so far, she does not seem like a bad person, having such humility. But they have yet to give us an explanation about the reason to summon a hero, and I do not even know what authority she possesses. It might be wrong depending on the information from the light novels I've read, but there is a cliché in these kinds of stories where the royals and nobles would use the hero as a slave, or they would treat those who weren't a hero badly. In fact, the hero, Mitsunaga-kun, would receive a different kind of explanation from us, and I can't be blamed for thinking that they have ill intentions against us. But, sadly, everything, including the basis to support that guess and the hint to overcome this situation, is being held by her, so there is no other choice but to follow her arrangements. I can understand that you would feel anxious. However, I shall take an oath with my name that we do not have ill intentions against you. It is very selfish of us to treat you like this, but please forgive us, Lilia-san said and deeply bowed her head. Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, who still doesn't look convinced, stopped their words of objection, and Mitsunaga-kun silently nodded as well. Of course, I nodded too. The other 3 probably understands as well that it's most likely that resistance is futile. Taking a quick glance at their side, I quickly counted that there are more than twice people than us, and most of all, believing in her words that this is another world. There is probably no doubt that there exists a power such as magic. Of course, Mitsunaga-kun, who's a hero, might have a special kind of powers, but I don't believe that a caught-up person like me have powers like that. With all that in mind, the only choice that would save myself is to listen to them. Guided by Lilia-san, we left the dark underground room and arrived at a large hall with gorgeous interior decorations. It looks like the explanation for the hero, Mitsunaga-kun, will be done here, making him stay behind here together with religious-looking white-robed people. I was guided to a different room with the 2 high school girls. The room was about half as big compared to the large hall before, sufficiently wide and decorated in a middle-aged theme. There is a long table and chairs, though there wasn't an air of a different world on it, so I really can't feel like I'm in another world. Please take a seat. Luna, give our 3 guests something to drink. Understood. Lilia-san sat across us and gave an order to Luna-san, who took off her robe, who knows, when revealing a maid uniform underneath it. I couldn't see well in the dark room earlier, and she was also wearing the hood of her robe, so I didn't notice that Luna-san's well-trimmed, shoulder-long hair was light blue in color. There it exists, the so-called air of a different world. After seeing Luna-san bow and leave the room, We timidly took a seat. First, I sat facing Lilia-san, a chair to the right from the chair directly facing her, and Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san sat 2 chairs away from me. Firstly, please let us apologize once again for suddenly calling you to a different world, as well as taking so long to explain the situation to you due to our side circumstances. Please don't mind us. What is going to happen to us from now on? It was Kusunoki-san who asked the thing that I'm the most curious of. Her expression that suits the words Yamato Nadeshiko one together with her long, shiny black hair and slender figure looks a little calmer compared to me. I'm sure that she's a strong woman in her core. Yes, that comparison doesn't have anything to do with me being a coward or anything. First, as a major premise, I shall take an oath that in the name of my House of Duke Albert, that we shall not do harm to the 4 of you, including Mitsunaga-sama. House of Duke Albert? Oh, please excuse me. I should have explained my status first. Once again, my name is Lilia Albert. I am a noble of Symphonia Kingdom, holding the noble title of a duke. My lady Lilia is His Majesty the King's half-blooded sister, having a noble title as well as possessing the 4th in succession rights to the throne. That is why the words that my lady swore in the name of her household can be taken as the kingdom's consensus. Duke? Succession to the throne? Although I've expected this, she was an absurdly noble person. By the way, she is currently 22 this year, and in this Symphonia Kingdom where one would usually marry in the age of 15 to 19, she is a rare case of being single as a noble duke. Luna? Why are you spouting out such information? Those things, they're absolutely not needed, right? Please forgive me, my lady. I just thought that it is already shameful for you to be called my lady recently. I think that we need to have a proper talk later, Luna. What is this? Why do I feel pity? Although she looks like a very noble beauty and her manners and the tone of her voice were kind, it's like, well, Luna-san is also pretty ruthless. I am going to continue to answer Kusunoki-sama's question earlier. I believe that the thing that you are most worried about is whether you can return to your previous world, but please be assured of that point. We can return? The one who asked back with a slightly frightened voice is Yuzuki-san, who has a short brown hair and looks as cute as a small critter. Seeing Kusunoki-san gently hold the frightened Yuzuki-san's hand, adding Yuzuki-san's small stature to that, one could easily see that they're in a senpai-kohai relationship. But Yuzuki-san's chest is more, stop. What am I thinking? Yes, it's just, Lilia-san, who heard Yuzuki-san's words, showed an expression of having difficulties on how to say it. Is it really like that? There's a demon lord-like being, and we can't go back until we defeat it. If that's the case, then trusting Lilia-san will be difficult. It will take a year before the summoning magic circle can be reused. A year? This is a little different from what I expected. The 2 girls were probably surprised about it being as long as a year, but I was surprised in a different sense. That's right. The clear condition feels a little loose. Normally, in this kind of development, shouldn't we be unable to go back until the demon lord's defeated? Oh yeah, maybe that's the case with Mitsunaga-kun. That might be the reason why he's receiving an explanation by himself. And although I called it loose, to be missing for a whole year, one won't be easily convinced considering the influence it would have when we go back. No way, the competition's so near too. Hina-chan, that's not the problem. Is Yuzuki-san a natural airhead? I'm rather impressed that she's able to worry about her competition in this situation. Please do not worry. According to the goddess, the flow of time in this world and your world is different. So when you return to your world, you will be returned to the moment before you were summoned here. Your bodies that have grown in this period of 1 year would be returned to its condition before you were summoned. So there will be no problem. Just when a very worrying thing was quickly resolved, a new unknown term called goddess appeared. In short, it will take a year before we can go back to our world. But there's no need to worry about the lapse of time. And even if we got as fat as a pig in this world, the goddess or something would turn it back to what it was. Of course, we will secure your food, clothing, and shelter while you stay here. Although we cannot entertain you with something as much as a luxurious and flamboyant stay, I can guarantee you a life without inconvenience. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Should I describe it as being dumbfounded? Very advantageous information was continuously given to us, so much that both Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san looked confused, to a level that they unconsciously said thanks. However, it's not the time to let my guard down. That's right. Mitsunaga-kun's case is yet to be solved. If the hero was summoned to fight against the demon lord, then that means that this world is just that dangerous. Can I ask a question? Of course, yes. Mayama-sama, about Mitsunaga-kun, who's having a different explanation in a different room. He was called hero. That means there's a demon lord-like existence, and he'd fight against it? Is there no mistake in this question? I braced myself and asked. Most probably, this will be the turning point. Everything will depend on Lilia-san, if she would answer honestly or change the question. The direction of the course of my action will change depending on her answer. Now, what shall be the answer? Compared to me who asked with my chest thumping, both Lilia-san and Luna-san, they cluelessly tilted their heads. Demon Lord, is it? It was defeated by the first hero 1,000 years ago. Then, are the human race and the demon race in a hostile relationship? Not at all. The human race and the magical races are in a very good relationship. Our exchange and trade with them are thriving as well. What about wars? As far as I know, it has not occurred for 800 years. Is there an overflow of monsters? Although monsters exist, it is the Adventurers Guild and Order of Knights' job to subjugate them. Everyone here in Mitsunaga-sama does not need to fight them. Huh. What's with this conversation? Hey, please wait. Please let me think for a second. Okay. There's no demon lord? A good relationship with the demon race? There's no war since 800 years ago? There are monsters, but that doesn't have a thing to do with us? Then, what's the hero summoning for? 8,000 years ago, more specifically, 1,009 years ago, the demon lord was defeated, and the first hero became a mediator between the magical races and the human race. Honoring that achievement and wishing for peace in the future, every 10 years, a hero will be invited from the world where the first hero came from, and a huge festival shall be held. A festival? Yes. That's why, for Mitsunaga-sama, to become the main actor in the Hero Festival, exactly 1 year from now on, he will be given explanations about the things needed for the ceremony, including visiting other countries. Of course, we do respect his own will, so he will be allowed to withdraw from it. He can withdraw, huh? Yes, there are many times in the past where there is a substitute for the hero role in the Hero Festival. If he accepts, he will be treated as a state guest, receiving a very high treatment in the 1 year until the Hero Festival. If he decides to withdraw, we will still guarantee his living, allowing him to go sightseeing for a year and go back in a year later. In short, about us, from now on, yes. Though I believe that you will be confused about some things, I wish to ask you to fully enjoy the different culture of this world, help you go sightseeing and meet new people, and after experiencing the festival that is held only once every 10 years, safely return you to your previous world. Dear mother, father, I was caught up in a hero summoning, but that world was at peace. Creator's thoughts. Ramius, this not my novel. You can visit here https://www.novel-updates.com/series/I-was-caught-up-and-dash-at-dash-hero-summoning-dash, and -hero-summoning-dash-but-that-world-is-at-peace. Chapter 2. There was a proper death flag. Although I didn't notice it, Luna-san has already served me a cup of black tea. It was placed in front of me, so I decided to quench my thirst. Honestly, I don't know how good or bad black tea tastes, but my encounter with the extraordinary made me thirsty, and I feel like it tastes delicious. What a delicious herb tea. It is my honor to be praised by you, Kusunoki-sama. It looks like it wasn't black tea but herb tea. I mean, how'd I know about that fancy stuff? Well then, let me continue explaining. As I have told you earlier, every 10 years, we would invite a hero from your world. That's why, we understand the difference between your world and our world. So I am going to explain that in order. I see. If it's true that they would invite someone from our world once every 10 years, and 1,000 years had already passed, in simple math, they would have already invited 100 people from our world. It means Lilia-san and the others must also know what to explain. But our case was an irregular, so our case might be a little different from what they were taught when explaining the situation to the hero. First, about the period of 1 year. This world's calendar has the fire month, water month, tree month, earth month, wind month, and what follows is the light month. And after the light month is once again the fire month to the wind month. But instead of the light month, the next month will be the celestial month. There are 30 days within 1 month, with 360 days in a year. By the way, the 30th day of the celestial month will be the night of the new year. According to what she said, a year is 360 days, with 30 days each in the fire month, water month, tree month, earth month, wind month, light month, fire month, water month, tree month, earth month, wind month, and celestial month. I guess it's fine feeling it just like how I did in my previous world. That is why it will be during the next 30th day of the celestial month that we can return you to your previous world. Next, about time. I have heard that it is completely the same, with 24 hours in a day. Do you have any question? No, it's fine. Well then, next is about our currency. The unit for this world's currency are or rira, with 6 kinds of coins respectively: the hard coin, iron coin, copper coin, silver coin, gold coin, and white gold coin. 1 hard coin is 1 R, 1 iron coin is 10 R, 1 copper coin is 100 R, 1 silver coin is 1000 R, 1 gold coin is 10,000 R, and 1 white gold coin is 1,000,000 R. A common household's general monthly income is about 2,000 R to 4,000 R. It means 1 R in this world is roughly $1, and smaller units don't exist. One probably earns 2 to 3 silver coins a month, and it might be enough living with 4 gold coins a year. Maybe? It's alright. My head can still follow. Firstly, everyone here will be given 50 silver coins, 50,000 R each, so please freely use them during your sightseeing. Gold coins and white gold coins cannot be used at cheap stores such as food stalls, so it will be given as silver coins. Boo-hoo. As Lilia-san said with a smile, Luna-san placed bags filled with the silver coins in front of us. 50,000 R, in short 50 grand, 5 million in yen. Yeah, as expected of a duke, huh? This is too. We understand that you think that it is too small. Adding to the fact that you were suddenly called into a different world, We also understand very well that this much is not enough for apologizing for what we have done to you. No, it's the opposite. This is too much. Though it's true that it's enough money to live without inconveniences for a year, this huge amount of money given to a student? I'll be only confused if you give me that. No, wait a second. If you include the living expenses, since I don't know the standard of living in this world, it might be just enough to live in the same way in our previous world. That's right. Even though she told us our food, clothing, and shelter will be guaranteed. It's not like we're going to live in the house of the Duke, at most. They're probably going to prepare us a room in an inn or something. Of course, your food, clothing, and shelter will be prepared separately, and you do not have obligations to pay tax as well. Please use that money during your sightseeing and for your hobbies. The living expenses not included? Then, this is too much after all? If it's like that, then isn't this too much? Good job, Kusunoki-san. Yes, that's right, that's what I wanted to say. Kusunoki-sama, your concern is unneeded. For me who had made you caught up in all of this, I can only apologize to you in such a way. Please do not think twice on using all of it. If it is not enough, we shall prepare more for you. By the way, the money prepared is my lady's private money, so you do not need to hold back. She is the head of a lonesome household of a duke. Not having an expensive hobby, not to mention a husband, not even a candidate for such position does not exist. The wealth that she had saved is quite considerable. Luna. Oh, Luna. Why are you intentionally gouging my heart? You are my maid, right? Yes. I am Luna Maria, a maid who had sworn her absolute loyalty to my lady, Lilia. I swear that I am always my lady's ally. Lilia-sans, having quite a hard time. Huh. No. Really? Also, Luna-san's official name seems to be Luna Maria-san. I should take note of that. Well then, my lady. Though I understand your feeling about your worries in exceeding the best age to marry, I believe that it's about time. I did not mention that at all, right? You just intentionally added it. No, leaving that aside. It is true that we cannot continue talking here for an extended period of time. Everyone, I would like to ask for your patience to receive the explanation about the common sense of this world later when we move to my house. Is that all right? Isn't this place Lily, Duke Albert's house? Mayama-sama, it is fine to call me by my first name Lilia. Also, you do not need to call me by my title, and you can speak in the way you are comfortable with. Yeah, okay. I'm going to call you as Lilia-san then. Also, you can call me by my name, my first name Kaito too. No need for honorifics. I understood. Well then, I shall call you Kaito-san from now on. About your question earlier. Yes, this is the temple where the hero summoning is initiated, and it is not my private house, so let us continue our conversation after moving. The way Lilia-san gently smiled was really pretty. Her smile was so beautiful that I could not help but be enchanted by it. Beautiful, kind, has a high status, rich, but single. The world really works strangely. And after Lilia-san went to check the progress with Mitsunaga-ku inside, the three of us, plus Luna Maria-san, were left behind in the room. Everyone, would you like another cup of tea? Thank you very much. Luna Maria-san? Yes. What is it, Yuzuki-sama? This might be a rude question, but, Lilia-san, she's super beautiful, her style's amazing. On top of that, she looks so kind. But, why? Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Hina-chan, you. No, right. Senpai is also curious about it, right? It looks like, thanks to Lilia-san, Yuzuki-san got plenty enough of breathing room. So she asked Luna Maria the thing that I was also curious of. The reason why Kusunoki-san isn't wholeheartedly stopping her is probably because she's also curious about it. And towards our question, Luna Maria-san made a wry smile while pouring us another cup of black tea. Actually, His Majesty the King, in other words, my lady's elder brother, His Majesty really loves his sister, my lady Lilia, very much. Yes, His Majesty really is. There is also rumors saying if a man approaches my lady Lilia, he will disappear in the next day. Yes, it is very troubling. Thanks to that, all of the servants in the house of Duke Albert are females, and it is treated as men prohibited area. Wait a second. What is this maid saying? In short, the current king is a severe case of a siscon? Lilia-san's house is virtually forbidden for men? And the answer derived from above is? Mayama-sama, congratulations. This is a great achievement since the house of Albert was founded. Well, my lady's generation is the first generation though. Luna Maria, Mayama-san. Was it? It was nice meeting you, albeit for a short time. Even after we return to Japan, we shall never forget about Mayama-senpai. Hina, dear mother, father, the other world was at peace. But the death flag properly exists. Creator's thoughts. Ramius. Don't read in my post because this is not my book. I repost this just for my own reading. Chapter 3. The Duke-sama was a good person. Inside the slightly shaking carriage, I could not even think of coming up with a comment for my first experience riding a carriage. All I could do was to worry. By the way, we are currently moving towards Lilia-san's house, and the members who received an explanation from her earlier are all in the carriage. It looks like Mitsunaga-kun agreed to participate in the Hero Festival and would go to the palace as a state guest. After he lightly greeted Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san with goodbyes, he went off on a very extravagant carriage. I only wish that he took me with him. Kaito-san? Are you alright? If you do not feel good, we could take a break? Lilia, no, I am fine. My lady. I believe that Mayama-sama is still confused. This maid, so shamelessly. She knows why, but she won't say it. I see. He cannot be blamed. Although these might not be the words of that suits the one created the cause, and could not even apologize properly, please do not worry too much. Please tell me if there is anything I could help you. Of course, that goes the same with Aoi-san and Hina-san. Yes, thank you very much. Lilia-san's kindness is piercing through my heart. What I'm feeling in a nutshell, why did it become like this? Lilia-san's house is full of women. I'm feeling so away. Not to mention my previous world. I'm going to be alone even after being summoned here. This environment is too much. Is this the punishment for doubting the kind Lilia-san? If only that other high school student that I saw before came as well. I mean, don't tell me that I robbed him of his position. I'll apologize. So can you exchange places with me now? In the end, worrying about it had no way of changing the reality, and after 30 minutes in the carriage, we arrived at the destination, Lilia-san's house. Its size is clearly not something that a common person would live in, vividly showing how high her status is. There are female knights wearing armors in front of the widely open gate, and it even looks like art. We passed through the beautifully maintained courtyard, reaching the entrance of the structure that is worthy of calling a mansion, and followed Lilia-san in getting off the carriage. In my commoner's distinctive imagination, I thought that there would be servants welcoming her back aligned by the sides, but I did not see such a scene while we normally advanced through the corridors. Just like Lunamaria-san had said, there really seemed to be only women in this mansion, and all of the people we passed by were clearly women. I feel completely out of place. I mean, they're looking at me with cold gazes so much that it almost physically hurts. My lady, Luna, it is already lunch. Everyone must be tired now. Let us eat lunch first. It should be ready? Yes, I believe it will be immediately served. Well then, I'll leave that to you. Lilia-san said so, and guided us to another wide room that could be used by tens of people. It was exactly before lunch when we were summoned, and I didn't take lectures for the afternoon, so I'm quite hungry. Since Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san were on their way back home at that time, they probably only have half a day for their lessons, so I think they haven't taken their lunch. When we were about to take our seats, servants wearing maid clothes almost naturally pulled the chairs for us. For some reason, I felt like my chair was pulled in a not-so-kind way, but I think it's just me. Lilia-san. I'm not good with table manners. It is all right. It is not like we are at a formal banquet, so please eat as comfortably as you wish. Lilia-san showed a gentle smile towards Yuzuki-san, who voiced that out anxiously. Honestly, I'm clueless about table manners too. All that I know is using the fork and knife starting from the outside. That's the degree of my knowledge, and in fact, I never tried to eat like that. After a while, female servers that I think I saw similarly on TV appeared, carrying a tray with a silver dome cover. And at the timing when it was about to be served in front of us, a voice called out, "Exchange my meal with Kaito-sans, with that man over there." Am I lady? Did you not hear me? And no, but that voice was not the kind one that I heard earlier, but a graceful voice that somewhat felt sharp. Hearing Lilia-san's words, the female server showed a hesitant expression. I shall say this so you would not misunderstand. I am not asking you. I am ordering you. Do you understand what that means? Why yes. As my lady wishes. Receiving a colder and sharper voice than earlier, the female server's face paled and quickly abided to Lilia-san's order and exchanged the food. And after the food were all served, Lilia-san's kind smile returned and called out to us once again. Please, enjoy your meal. I hope it would fit your taste. Yes. Itadakamasu. Let's eat. I have an image of being served a full course when you talk about food for nobles, but what came out was bread, soup, salad, and the main dish that sounds very fancy, though I didn't understand what it meant. It's like a foreign-style set meal, and it was very delicious. There are many otherworldly cuisines that is described as not delicious in Isekaied light novels, with the most popular being hard bread and too much salt soups, and I was also expecting that, but the food I'm eating right now is delicious. The bread is soft enough, the soup tastes like consommé, and the least I could say is it is far more delicious compared to the convenience store bento that I've eaten. Oh there. Suddenly I instinctively looked at Lilia-san's direction. Lilia-san took a spoonful, but after eating that, she sighed. Luna, before the lunch ends. As you wish. After she gave Lunamaria-san a command with a quiet voice, she noticed my gaze and returned me a gentle smile. How is the food? It's very delicious. I am relieved that it suits your taste. Lunamaria-san, who received some orders, silently told me while she passed by, while I blushed seeing the smile that seemed like a blooming flower. Mayama-sama, although I have said things that surprised you earlier, well, please be at ease. It is all right. Although my lady is clumsy sometimes, she is very wise. After smiling after she finished speaking, Lunamaria-san left the room. I wonder what that was about. Did it have something to do with exchanging the food earlier? After lunch ended and the aftermeal tea is served, for some reason, Lilia-san asked me, "Is it all right to borrow some of your time?" and brought me to another room. And my comment once again, why did it become like this? Right now, there are women standing in a straight line in front of me. There are those wearing maid clothes, there are those who are wearing armor, and those who are wearing their respective working clothes. The eyes of those tens of women were all pointing towards me, so I can't even describe how uncomfortable it is. It would seem that most have gathered. Lilia-san stood in front of me, who was completely clueless on what's going on, and silently, but sharply, she stared at those women. First of all, I am sorry for the suddenly calling all of you. It is because it would only be better to say this at the beginning. So I asked all of you to gather, while leaving some, but enough people to do your work. I can swear that she did not use a loud voice. But Lilia-san's voice echoed throughout the silence. Looking at her beautiful and elegant face from the side, I could even feel the elegance coming from her disposition. Well, about the main problem, concerning Mayama Kaito-sama. It is true that he is male, but he is also a very important guest that I have invited. Towards such gender that I rarely invite, it is only natural for you to be confused about how to treat them. It must have been very hard to all of you. After listening that far, I finally understand what Lilia-san is trying to say. I also understood the reason why Lunamaria-san described Lilia-san wise. However, I must say this clearly to you. Even if he is male, treating him with injustice for such reason, I shall never allow it. After hearing these words, if things of such kind were to be intentionally done to him, it is equal to pointing your sword at me. Her words were filled with a strong will that would not allow any objections. It was as if a sword came swinging down within the silence. Ah, how shameful of me. How shameful it is to think that I have once thought that she is a bad person. Do you understand? It does not matter whether there is damage done or none. Even if it is on the range that you yourselves think that there is no problem, if I think that it is, I shall show no mercy. That's all. Return to your respective jobs. After Lilia-san finished speaking, the gathered women went back to their work, and only Lilia-san and I were left behind the room. With this, I believe that it should make it more comfortable for you. Thank you very much. No, it should be me who should apologize. Although it was not intentionally, our house started to have airs that make it seem to ban males, and there might also be some among us that might hate you just for the fact that you are a male. I could only say sorry to Kaito-san, who might have felt uncomfortable. No, I wonder if it's because I don't have male friends? It might be because I lack the charm as a lady. Lilia-san's dignified and noble expression disappeared, and showed a bitter yet mischievous smile. I now know that thinking of nobles in an isekai are all evil is just my prejudice. I rather felt that it should be me who should apologize. I think that Lilia-san is a very kind and charming though. Fufu, thank you very much. Well, Always-san and Hina-san must be waiting. Let's return. Honestly, I'm not that rich in interpersonal experiences to say clever and sensible lines, but simple words of praise naturally fell out of my mouth. Following Lilia-san, who showed a slightly surprised smile then giggled cheerfully, I also left the room. Come to think of it, it might be this instant that made me look forward to the next year that I would spend in this world. By the way, was there a problem in my lunch earlier? Yes. It is very shameful, but when I kindly asked the cook, it looks like they used lesser quality ingredients, with only Kaito-san's portion. I see. But I think I wouldn't have known the difference even if I ate that. I also couldn't tell the difference. From the server's reaction, I believe that it was like that. But even after eating it, it tasted good. I do not seem to have the talent to be a food critic. Ahaha, it must be fortunate to have such a wonderful cook. Fufufu, yes. Unfortunately, my tongue could not catch up with the cook's cooking skill. Dear mother, father, there's only women in the surroundings near me in this world. It's so hard being a loner. But the Duke-sama that is taking care of me, she was a very good person. Chapter 4. The Demon King was just a small fry. A relatively small but well-kept and clean room. Could this be the reception room? Thereupon, the explanation to us, which had been interrupted by our movement and mealtime, resumed. Now then, about this world. The topic has been raised a bit earlier, so I'll explain it to you with the story of the first Hirosama. When Lilia-san said this, Lunamaria-san put what looked like a map on the table. First of all, the shape of the continent gives the impression of an enlarged map of Europe, and on the lower left part of the continent, around what would have been Spain, is marked in black and white with a red circle around the center of the continent a little away from it. The one enclosed in red is the Symphonia Kingdom where we are now. To the north is the Arclesia Kingdom, and to the south across the sea is the Hydra Kingdom. These are the three main countries that we call the three major powers, and, until about 1,000 years ago, they were everything we knew about the world. Are you saying that it's different now? Yes, that's right, Aoi-san. This world map is mainly inhabited by humans, elves, and dwarves. It's the realm where many humanoid races live and is collectively known as the human realm. In addition to this, there's the demon realm, where the demon race lives, and the god realm, where the god race lives. After saying so, 2 new maps are placed on the desk. One of them is more than twice the size of the map I was just looking at, and looks similar in shape to the Australian continent. The other is a small map of the continent in the shape of a ring, or perhaps it would be closer to a donut. The large map is the demon realm, and the small map is the god realm. I guess it would be easier to understand if you imagine the shape of a sandwich, piled up on top of another. The 3 worlds of the god realm, the human realm, and the demon realm are separated by an invisible dimensional wall, and yet, they exist side by side. And that's what this world, Trinia, in the true sense of the word, is all about. It's turning out to be terribly magnificent story, huh? Fufufu. Yeah. For those of you who came from another world, it may seem that there are 3 different worlds, but for us, these 3 worlds are located in different parts of the world, and we can enter and return freely at the gates. It's a bit of a different perception from places like where Hiro-sama and everyone lived, where you can't interfere with other worlds with anything other than a summoning circle. I see. A different world would have a different set of common sense. Compared to us who felt that these dimensional walls are mysterious and strange, it is said that the people who have been living in this world don't think that it's that much different from the oceans and mountains. Yes, I think we just have to be aware that this is the way it is. As for the government system of the human realm, I've heard from the past heroes that it's close to the world you've been in, but what do you think? Can you think about a country around back in your world that works the same way? I think this would be a system where there's a king and nobles with domains of their own. Yes, there's no mistake recognizing it like that. Yuzuki-san replied to Lilia-san's words with a bit of confidence. That's how I envisioned this world too, but I guess I'm not wrong. The only thing I'm curious about now is that Lilia-san has gone out of her way to say the government system of the human realm. Does that mean that the god realm and the demon realm are different? Thereupon, Lilia-san nodded her head towards us, letting us know that Yuzuki is on the same page as her. Now then, let's talk about how the three worlds formed a friendly relationship later. Let's talk about the god realm and the demon realm first. The god realm is a world where the creation god stands at its apex, or to put it in another way, it's a world with only one nation, and the god race only recognizes the creation god's will as an absolute thing without exception. The creation god doesn't appear in the public outside of the once every 10 years hero festival, so I don't think we'll be seeing him for the moment. In the first place, the creation god doesn't interfere with the world but watches over the future of the world. According to the legends, other than the time of the Great War against the demon realm, he has never even wielded his absolute power. Lunamaria-san added to Lilia's explanation. In other words, the god realm can be said to be in the pinnacle of a vertically structured society, and the creation god, who is at the top, basically keeps the stance of watching over the others, if it's exactly just as I imagined. Next is the demon realm, isn't it? It's the vastest of the three realms and home to the most diverse species. Although they are generally called demons, there are countless variations in their appearance. The heroes often thought that they're equal to monsters, but in the demon realm, the monsters are defined as beings with less than a certain level of intelligence. To be honest, I also had the same image regarding demons and monsters, but I guess they have a clear standard for themselves? I guess it would be hard for me to tell until I see them in person. The demon realm is a meritocracy that's easy to understand. You could say that the person having the greatest power stands at the top. This is just one of those things that you should understand. But just because they're in a meritocracy, it doesn't mean that the demons are violent beings. In fact, most demons are rational, don't use violence without reason nor look down on the weak. It's just that it's a realm that emphasizes individual ability, not their bloodline. Rather, they are much more temperate than the human race. Both my lady and I have been to the demon realm and toured around a few times. The people there have been very kind to me. Yes, I'd like to have some time to visit there again. There is no country in the demon realm, but it's divided into 6 territories. And the 6 demons who reign at the top of each territory, commonly known as the 6 kings. Underworld King Sama, War King Sama, Death King Sama, World King Sama, Dragon King Sama, and Phantasmal King Sama. Each of them is a demon that has lived for thousands of years, and their power is said to be capable of destroying the world. The most outrageous 6 kings. Just hearing what they're called is enough for me to bring back the black history of my youth. But it seems that they are beings that must not be crossed in this world. However, there's one thing that bothered me about the explanation she just gave. Both Lilia and Lunamaria-san said that demons are basically benevolent beings. But hadn't the humans fought against the demons in the past? Can I ask you a question? Yes, go ahead. You mentioned earlier that most demons are quite gentle, but 1,000 years ago, those 6 kings? Is it okay to say that there was a demon king among them that attacked the human realm? I don't know how to say this. It seems that the demon king, who swung his fury around the human realm back then, was actually just a mere rogue in the demon world. In response to my question, Lilia-san wryly smiled as if she's also at a loss for words. It was pretty much lined up with the image I had in mind, but I never expected that the demon king was actually just a small fry. That's too earth-shattering. As I mentioned earlier, the demons are basically gentle. The demon realm itself is vast, their food is abundant, and the 6 kings standing at the top are on good terms with each other and often mingled with each other. It was said that the only time they fought in time immemorial, even though there was a skirmish in the demon realm, was against the god realm, which has only happened once. In the first place, until the demon king and the first Hiro-sama appeared, for demons, they only knew that humans exist, but they've never seen it. They apparently recognize the humans as beings that they have no particular reason to fight with. Well, no matter which world it is, there are those people who don't see the good in living in peace, living with ambitions held in their hearts. Lunamaria-san added with a sigh. Even after 1,000 years, the first hero is still respected, but I felt like the image for that demon king has been getting lower and lower. Yes, it was that demon king who gathered all the bloodthirsty demons and tried to overthrow the 6 kings in those days to rise to the top of the demon realm. In the human realm, they would be something like bandits. Well, you could also say they were like rebels. However, because the number of demons is so large, the Demon King's army seems to have become a large army of over 1 million demons as a result. Even so, I heard that it was just a small-scaled army in terms of the entire demon realm. The more the denominator increases, the more sympathizers appeared. To be honest, I can't imagine an army of millions appearing right away, but I heard that it was how the Demon King apparently appeared. In that case, why didn't it try to overthrow the Six Kings and came to the human realm instead? I heard that the Demon King's army had challenged Underworld King Sama to a battle in order to gain control of the demon realm. You mentioned that there was a war that happened in the demon realm earlier. And so, what happened? I think it was because I was interested in their attack on the human realm, but because we were concerned about something, Yuzuki-san and I asked for her to continue on that topic a bit more. It was a battle of 1,000,000 against 1, and Underworld King has beaten them down in a matter of minutes. That is. How should I say this? I can't help but feel pity him for what happened. The fact that they were overwhelmingly crushed even made Kusunoki-san inadvertently feel pity for the Demon King. Either the Demon King's army is too weak, or it's just that Underworld King is too strong. Just like Kusunoki-san said, I'm somehow starting to feel sorry for the Demon King. I mean, in just a few minutes of engagement, most of them were probably wiped out in just 1 or 2 strikes. However, Underworld King Sama is a very kind man. He didn't kill anyone, but he just warned, it's good that all of you are pretty lively, but you shouldn't bother people around you. And let the Demon King's army go. Not only did he went easy on them, but he's also even treating them just like troublesome neighborhood brats. That's enough already. The Demon King's image inside of me has already crashed down, you know? And after that incident, the Demon King realized that he was no match for the Six Kings. So, he decided to invade the human realm, which the Six Kings had decreed not interfere with back then. He ran away. That Demon King ran away from the demon realm? I don't really have any particular attachment to him, but you're not very good at this, Demon King? I felt like he suddenly turned into a kid who was scolded and ran away from home. Honestly, how am I supposed to react to this? Dear mother, father, they were saying that demons are rational and gentle, and the Demon King was just a small fry. Chapter 5. The hero was really a great hero. As we were stunned by the Demon King's inexplicable emergence into the human realm, Lilia-san turned towards the lower left corner of the human realm's map. Pointing at the black mark, her expression slightly changed to something serious as she continued speaking. For the human realm at that time, the demon race that suddenly appeared was a tremendous menace, not to mention the demon realm with the absolute existences, the Six Kings. The Demon King's army quickly overthrew the surrounding countries and named himself the Demon King when he declared war on the people. And thus, the long war between our people and the Demon King's army began. Incidentally, Hades-sama deeply apologized at the Treaty of Friendship for the incident at that time. He should have taken care of them properly, he said. Even though he received Hades-sama's generosity, he acted out of control and even made Hades-sama bow for him. That Demon King's outrageous behavior is still unforgivable even after 1,000 years. Lunamaria-san? Lunamaria-san added more details to Lilia-san's words, but it looks like the calmness she had before was thrown out of the window. She had a look of utter disgust on her face that I unintentionally freaked out a bit. In the first place, the noble Hades-sama shouldn't have apologized for trashy insects like them. However, that's to be expected of Hades-sama. He has the grace to bow down to people of rank lesser than him and the integrity to admit wrongdoings. And that's why he's really the King of Kings. Luna, hiya. I beg your pardon. Lilia-san admonishes Luna Maria, who began to speak as if some sort of switch in her had been turned on. Looking at us surprised, she explained with a sigh. Luna has apparently met Hades-sama once before, and she's been fanatical about him ever since. Please take note of this. It may take several hours to calm her down if someone thoughtlessly mentioned Hades-sama to Luna. If I could, I would have served Hades-sama instead rather than this spinster. Luna, I'll make sure you're going to get 2 or 3 slaps later. Don't talk about Hades-sama to Lunamaria-san. Okay, got it. Lunamaria-san's eyes certainly looked dangerous just now. It was like something completely flipped her switch. It was like the word fanatic was really fitting for her. Lilia-san must have really been having a hard time dealing with her. Let's get back to our conversation. The Demon King's army invaded the human realm. This actually made the Six Kings scratch their heads and worry. I didn't immediately understand the meaning behind Lilia-san's words, because from what I heard earlier, the Six Kings should have the power to easily defeat the Demon King's army. And to say that it's making them scratch their heads and worry, wait, that may certainly be a bit tricky. Why was the hero needed to be called when the Six Kings could deal with them? As I mentioned earlier, the Demon King's army wasn't very famous nor feared in the demon realm in the beginning. Hence, it was already too late when the information that the Demon King's army had invaded the human realm had reached the Six Kings' ears. And by that time, it was no longer possible for the Six Kings to thoughtlessly eliminate the Demon King's army. I see. They were concerned about intervening with the humans, huh? What do you mean by that, senpai? It seems that Kusunoki-san understood what Lilia-san was talking about, but Yuzuki-san and I still don't understand it well. Once the Six Kings have dealt with the Demon King's army, that should have been the end of it. But from the way Lilia-san was talking about it, it seems that they can't do anything about it for some reason. Hearing Yuzuki-san's question, Kusunoki opened her mouth as she turned towards Yuzuki. Back then, the demon realm wasn't interfering with the matters around the human realm. In other words, they didn't have any channels through which they could negotiate with the human realm and tell the humans that they aren't hostile. I see what you mean. It seems that Mayama-san has also noticed. It's probably just as you're thinking. They may know of our existence, but most of the demon has never seen a human before. On the other hand, it's also the same for the human race. And for the human race at that time, the demon race was recognized as the Demon King's army. Yes, I finally understood the part that I've been concerned about. Even though the six kings had the power to defeat the Demon King, they didn't have the means to negotiate after defeating the Demon King to show that they weren't hostile to the human race. If the six kings just annihilated the Demon King's army in the blink of an eye, what would the human race think when they saw it? The answer would simply be a far more powerful demon race than the Demon King is attacking. Threat far surpassing the Demon King has arrived. The people would wield their swords to their deaths. If that happens, the story will no longer end with just the Demon King invading the human realm. It would turn into an all-out war between the demon realm and the human realm. On the contrary, if the six kings, the beings who stood in the apex of the demon realm, were involved in the invasion towards the human realm, the god realm, which had been waiting in standby, would also begin to move. And in the worst-case scenario, a great war might have broken out involving the three worlds. That's why the six kings couldn't lay a hand on the Demon King. Along the way, Kusunoki-san took over the explanation from Lilia-san, who had been speaking with a heavy tone. It's okay if it's just the human realm. At worst, if the six kings could only make a ruthless decision, it might have been possible for them to conquer the human realm by force to keep the fire of war from spreading to the demon realm. However, if the god realm moves, it wouldn't just end there. Once, in ancient times, the demon realm and the god realm fought in a war. If that legend is true, it means that the power of the demon realm and the god realm can compete against each other to some extent. If that were to happen, the demon realm would surely be in danger of war, and the six kings wanted to avoid that. A great war involving the three worlds. It was necessary to avoid that. In the weakest human realm, the being who had enough power to defeat the Demon King, the being who can carry the hope of humanity, the hero who can sit at the negotiation table with the demon realm. And that was the first hero? That's right. There are various theories about the summoning of the first hero. There's the theory that the creation god, fearing the coming of a major war, gave the humans a summoning circle in the form of an oracle. There's even one which said that the six kings secretly requested cooperation from the god realm and requested them to do so. In the beginning, there have been unknown magic circles passed from one generation to another. There is no clear record of this because the human realm was in turmoil at that time, but the summoning of the hero took place in the Symphonia Kingdom. This is where the first hero appeared. I wonder what the first hero looked like. I'm certain that they're from the same world as us, but I don't know if they're male or female, or if they're even Japanese. I've heard that the journey of the first hero-sama was very harsh. As he traveled through the human realm that was in a maelstrom of chaos, the first hero-sama saved a lot of lives, gathered companions to fight along with, and at the end of the incessant war, defeated the Demon King. That may sound like a classic story of the journey of the hero, but I think it was actually very hard. Like us now, they would have struggled to keep up with the situation in the beginning, and they wouldn't have been able to teach the difference between them and Earth as easily as they do now. If I was sent to a truly unknown place alone, and while fumbling around for information, I would have to fight against a mighty enemy for the people of this world. I think it's absolutely impossible for me. From there, it was said that the six kings acted very fast. They immediately explained the situation to the first hero, and all six of the kings drove out the remnants of the Demon King's army in the blink of an eye. With the help of the first hero, they apologized to the people and showed that they have no intention of going to war. And thus, the invasion of the Demon King didn't turn into a war. But it's not like there were no grudges left, right? Yes, it's just as Aoi-san said. At that time, the human realm and the demon realm were linked by a so-called truce, a non-aggression pact. Even though the humans defeated the demon race, it seems that the damage received by the human realm was big. It should have been pretty obvious. Even though they had defeated the Demon King, it doesn't mean everything will be back to normal. Rather, the human race's impression of the demon race was still bad. However, the first hero just didn't stop there. When the six kings told him about the situation, the first hero-sama said that the biggest cause was the non-intervention of the three worlds regarding the aforementioned Demon King, and the first hero-sama thought of a way to make sure that it didn't happen again. First of all, the first hero persuaded the six kings to cooperate with the human realm, which was to cooperate with the ruined human realm with their abundance of foods and supplies in the demon realm, and they also went to the god realm to negotiate with the gods. It naturally wasn't easy. Some problems occurred here, and they're due to the differences in our races. However, the first hero-sama never gave up. The first hero-sama traveled to various places and spun words to the point of breaking his throat. Even though I was from a completely different world, we had understood each other. I've come to love this world with all my heart. The first hero-sama appealed more desperately than anyone else. I wonder how strong the first hero really was. I'm sure he didn't get much support at first, but he kept negotiating without giving up. It must have been a much more painful and arduous road than his fight with the Demon King. Gradually, the number of supporters of the first hero-sama increased. Gates were being built in each place, and the opportunities for those from the three worlds to come and go were increasing. The dream of peace that the first Hiro-sama spoke of was transformed into the future that many people wanted. And after 9 years passed, in the place where the first Hiro-sama defeated the Demon King, in the place where another battle of the first Hiro-sama began, the kings of the human realm, the 6 kings of the demon realm, and the creation god of the god realm, the most important people of the 3 worlds gathered, and a treaty of friendship between the 3 worlds was signed in the presence of the first hero. Amazing! As Yuzuki muttered to herself, it was truly a majestic event straight out of a fairy tale. However, this isn't just a fairy tale for this world, but a true event that happened in history. That's why the name of the first hero has been sung in praises even now. And thus, the battle of the first hero ended. In the land where the treaty of friendship was concluded, the 3 worlds worked together to create one city. The name of the city was Hikari, named after the first Hiro-sama. This is the city where the main event of the Hero Festival is to be held. Hikari? If that's the name of the first hero, then the first hero was a woman? And from then on, the festival would be held once every 10 years to commemorate the years of the first Hiro-sama's journey, which was called the Hero Festival. It's a long story, isn't it? Do you have any questions? What happened to the first hero after that? Quietly exhaling, Lilia-san concluded her story. After a brief moment of silence, I reservedly raised my hand and spoke my question. Hearing the story now, I understood well why the first hero is being extolled. The first hero is the symbol of peace in this world and is without a doubt a hero. She faced the challenges and undauntedly accomplished them. But what did the first hero do after her accomplishments? I directly asked that. I don't know the details. After the Treaty of Friendship was signed, the first Hiro-sama suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the public. It is said that a stone monument engraved with the sword used by the first hero and a summoning circle was found on a hill near the place where the Treaty of Friendship was negotiated. Left on the back of the stone monument was the handwriting of the first hero. Saying this, Lilia-san read out the words that the first hero had engraved on the stone monument, as if she had memorized them by heart. My battle as a hero is over. I'm so glad I came to this world. There were people here who encouraged me. Some people cheered me on. I had everyone supporting me behind my back. And that's why I was able to do my best. I was able to make it not just because I was called a hero. The 3 worlds are connected because each one of you who lives in this world has bravely taken a step forward. I'm not the only hero here. Everyone who lives in this world is a great hero, so I'm sure everyone will be okay for the rest of your lives. I love this world, and I will hope it will always be a peaceful world full of smiles. Kuju Hikari. T/N. Hero could also be read as brave person. The first Hiro-sama's sword and the stone monument are covered with a very strong state preservation magic. It's still in the same condition as it was back then. I wonder if the first hero has returned to her previous world. I don't know. There's a theory that the first hero returned to the previous world, and there's also a theory that she remained in this world. However, there's information that only came to light recently. It's said that only Hades-sama might know the truth. The first hero who accomplished a really great feat and disappeared without a trace. It's really a legend that looks like a fairy tale. However, I'm not sure about the state preservation magic, but from the way Lilia-san talked about it, it seems that some additional information has been found. It is said that about 200 years ago, a hidden passage was found at the back of a cave where the first Hiro-sama is said to have stopped by. The area doesn't have a very powerful state preservation magic casted in it, and the writings are weathered and unreadable, but a part of it has been written in otherworldly letters and has been deciphered by a hero we had invited to the Hero Festival back then. Saying that, Lilia-san placed a sheet of paper on the table. It seems to be a copy of a letter, but some of the writings have faded out. However, I could see words of thanks and farewell to Hades, written in Japanese. Hades-sama has refused to answer the question about what happened to the first Hiro-sama, saying that he cannot talk about it because he promised. Being the first one to agree with the thoughts of the first Hiro-sama, there's some information that Hades-sama helped the first Hiro-sama when she went to various places. It was even said that it was Hades-sama who casted the state preservation magic when the first Hiro-sama left the sword and that stone monument behind. I see. In the end, a lot of the aftermath of the first hero is still shrouded in mystery, but I understand why the hero is honored so much in this world. The difference in the way she dealt with the Demon King was enough to convince me that she must have been a person with a stout heart. Dear mother, father, there are still many things I don't know about the other world. However, the hero was really a great hero. Chapter 6. I met a mysterious demon. After we finished speaking about the small fry Demon King and the first hero, we were briefed about the Symphonia Kingdom and the surrounding cities in general. It's not good to cram too much information into your head, and I'm sure that you all want to clear your minds for a moment. I'll leave the explanation here for now. That's right. I guess it's about time for me to prepare your rooms. Luna, please accept my apologies, my lady. It's just that I completely forgot about it. About Mayama-sama's clothing. After they explained various things, Lunamaria-san looks as if she suddenly remembered something just as we were about to take a break. And the next words she uttered with a troubled expression on her face. I immediately understood the situation. Basically, only women live in Lilia-san's mansion. That also means there are no men's clothes in this place. Luna, can you make it in time? Yes, but I wouldn't know anything about his underwear either. Kaito-san, my apologies. It was my blunder. We don't have any men's clothing in our house, and we don't have a change of clothes ready. It's not like I have to change my clothes every single day. No, fortunately, it's still evening. It should be better if you buy some. After all, it's difficult for us to decide on your nightwear by ourselves. That's why. I'm sure that you must be tired for the day, but I was wondering if you and Luna could go into the city together and pick out some clothes? Yeah, yes. I honestly think that it would be fine if I were to not change my clothes for the day, but since she had declared that she would guarantee food, clothing, and shelter to us, this might be something non-negotiable for Lilia-san. My lady, how much budget are we to use? In the meantime, I want you to go out and buy 5 sets, including spares, for 100,000 R. I respectfully obey. Wait a minute. Isn't 100,000 are about 10 million Japanese yen? That amount of money would be enough to buy lots of things, not just clothes. Noble Samus think that 1 million for a piece of clothing is an obvious thing? In front of the stunned me, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san quickly prepared the money. I almost forgot. Kaito-san, Aoi-san, and Hina-san. If you have any tools called electrical appliances, we will be taking care of them for you. It's a bundle of otherworldly technologies after all, so we'll have to ask the goddess of law to take care of it. Electrical appliances? I guess my smartphone counts as one. I don't really know what this smartphone is, but there was a time when the machine that a previous Hiro-sama carried was targeted before. Now, they were to be kept by the goddess for a year. I see. Mechanical appliances would be an unknown piece of technology for this world. If so, there may be people who would want to acquire these, and holding onto this for some time would be obvious. Well, I don't think I would be able to charge my smartphone in this place anyway, and I don't think it would be easy to take photos with it. In the clean box that Lunamaria-san prepared for us individually, all of us placed our smartphones and other digital items, like watches. I wasn't really sure what to do with my watch, but they lent me something that looked like a pocket watch instead. I can already tell that based on its appearance, that this is a very expensive pocket watch. I honestly think it's scarier to have one like this. About 10 minutes being shaken by the carriage, we finally got off the carriage. Walking through the city that has the image of medieval Europe, we arrived at a clothing store and bought 5 outfits, underwear, and nightwear. I guess you could say that it's to be expected from a shop selling items to the Duchess's family. Every clothing frighteningly feels good to touch, and it wouldn't be an understatement calling these luxury items. I thought I managed to find and buy some conservative clothes, but the overall cost still ended up being 25,000 R. That's 2.5 million yen. 2.5 million yen. Can you believe it? We only bought some clothes. You know, I would have fine with much cheaper clothes. After all, Mayama-san is my lady, the Duchess's guest. If you were to dress too cheaply, my lady's dignity may be doubted. Is that how it is? Being a noble means that you have to show others that you're acting like one. Even the store we chose to enter deals with relatively simpler clothes. Those are simple. Walking through the crowded streets at dusk with Luna Maria, I talked about various things with her. There were some very glittery clothes sold on that shop, but even those appears to be modest for nobles. Even so, there sure are lots of people around. We chose the wrong time of the day to shop, especially since tomorrow is the new year. I see. I felt that it was just before the summer holidays, but it's the end of the year in this world. I don't know what New Year is like in this world, but they mentioned that this is the royal capital, and that must be why this place is lively. While I was thinking about this, I came across a square with a large fountain and stopped to look at something that looked like a horse-drawn carriage floating in the air. Whoa, could that possibly be magic? When I heard the term, state preservation magic, earlier, I had my hopes up, but this really is a different world. I was a little impressed by the way magic seems to be built into their everyday lives. Lunamaria-san, that floating thing. It has only been a few seconds before my eyes were drawn to the floating carriage, but Lunamaria-san is nowhere near in sight when I turned around. I hurriedly looked left and right, but there were so many people that I couldn't find Luna Maria. I felt like my blood was drained out of me. This is that, right? No matter how I look at it, this really is that, right? I got lost. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I lost sight of Luna Maria-san. Moreover, there are too many people to look from, and I had to ride a carriage on the way here. I also don't know how to get home. What am I gonna do? Shouldn't I just keep calm and stay where I am at times like this? No, but if by staying here, I'd end up getting swept away by the crowds. That's right. In front of that big mountain, confused by the fact that I got lost in a strange place, I walked in front of the fountain that would serve as a landmark. Now I've done it. Even though I don't know the place, immediately turning into a lost child isn't funny at all. I'm sure Lunamaria-san is probably aware of it by now and is looking for me, but will she be able to find me in this large crowd of people? I'm getting extremely anxious. Really, what should I do? What's wrong? You look like you're in trouble. As I hold my head in front of the fountain, I can hear a clear voice even though I'm supposed to be in the midst of the bustling crowd. Reflexively turning in the direction of the voice, I stiffened up. No, I guess it might be better to say that she's eye-catching. It was a child who looked less than 140 centimeters tall, but you could say that the atmosphere she had is different from a normal child. Silver semi-short hair that looks like it shines, golden eyes so beautiful that it makes jewels look dull, and a beautiful face that makes it difficult to determine whether she's a girl or a boy. The child dressed in clothing that looks like an oversized black coat, Or perhaps it may be a robe because of its long sleeves. I was unconsciously gazing at her as she shone like an art form in the setting sun. Are you alright? You're a person from another world, aren't you? Are you lost perhaps? If you're fine with me, you can consult me. T/N. She refers to herself with Boku, and I'm honestly not sure about her gender at the moment. I'm going to be assuming she's female in the meantime. Wah. The child spoke to me in a gentle voice with a lovely smile on her face, as if she's a blooming flower, but a person from another world? How did she know that? Your magical power is like that of the hero, and those clothes you're wearing doesn't look like you'd see it very often. So that's what I thought. I can understand when she mentioned what I'm wearing, but that magical power, she must be referring to that energy needed to use my magic, huh? I wonder if it's something people can see? Rather than seeing it, I think it would be better to describe it as feeling it. I see. I'm not saying my thoughts out loud, right? Is she an esper? Ha ha ha. Your thoughts were easily showing in your face, you know? Sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of you. Rather, I like those types of children. Seeing her facial expression changed, I was a little relieved seeing the child laughing with an adorable look on her face. However, even though her expression and appearance looks young, her voice and the atmosphere around her strangely feels mature for a child. Well, be that as it may, despite my appearance, I've lived several hundred years more than you. So you can rely on me if you're troubled, you know? Several hundred? I see. Is this your first time seeing a demon? My name is Kuro. Whether you want to call me Chrome, Ina, or Kuro, feel free to call me whatever you want. T/N, Kuromu Ina Kuro. I want to call her Chrome Ina, but I guess I'll follow the manga on this one. Demon? Did she just say she's a demon? She looks like a human though. Should I show you my horn? Or something like that? Alright, then how about this? Why the heck is your horn in your nose? Fu. I still know lots of things about the other world. Isn't there that story about his horns getting longer when they lie? It's something like that. No, that story's about someone's nose getting longer. Arya? I don't know how she did that, but she was so confident in her lengthened horn that I reflexively throw at Tsukomi. Thereupon, the demon calling herself Kuromwena wryly smiled as she put away her horn. She then continued speaking with that smile still on her face. It seems that Kuro has some half-baked knowledge about the other world. Just some stuff she had heard from other heroes, and she may not look like it, but she has lived for a long time. So she may have heard some stories from the past heroes. With an innocent smile on her face, she pushed a baby Castella into my mouth. The familiar, gentle sweetness spread in my mouth and somehow calmed me down. Seeing me like that, Kuro brightly smiled as we continued speaking while she ate her baby Castellas. So, what's the matter, Kaito-kun? You've been looking around since earlier. I got separated from my companion, and I didn't know how to get home. That's right. Kuro, do you know where the Duchess Albert's residence is? I'm sorry, I don't live in this country, so I don't know where that is. I see. Yeah, but it will be alright. I can help you find the person you're separated from. Sending a cheerful smile at me who felt a bit down, Kuro puts her hand on her coat again and takes out a necklace with a black jewel in it. Here, I'll give you this. Take it and try to think of the person you were separated from. Okay. Placing the necklace on the palm of my hand, just as I was told, when I thought of Lunamaria-san, a line that looked like a black line formed and extended from the jewel. If you follow that, you should be able to see him. That necklace has search magic in it. Thank you. But this? Is it okay for me to take it? You're still young. You don't have to be that reserved. We should help each other in times of need. Young, huh? Just based on appearance, you look younger than me though, Kuro. That might be so now that you mentioned it. Healed by Kuro smiled as she talked to me. I repeatedly said my thanks. This really was a great help. Thanks to this, I think I can somehow go home. After saying my thanks to Kuro again, who have laughed and said that I didn't need to worry about it, I was about to say goodbye when a question came to my mind. Speaking of which, Kuro, are you a boy or a girl? Me? It can change either way. I'm a girl now though. Is it normal for demons to be able to freely change their gender? Nope. There are differences among the demons. Some are male and female just like the humans do. Some that don't reproduce and don't have the concept of gender itself. And some that can change to whatever they want just like me. How mysterious. As I thought, not everything in my common sense works in this world. That's right. Lunamaria-san is probably looking for me too. I have to quickly meet up with her. Anyway, thank you very much. Don't worry about it, let's talk again when we get the chance. Yeah, see you next time, Kaito-kun. Thanking Kuro again as she waved her hand with an innocent smile on her face, I followed the black light extending from the necklace as I left the square. Dear mother, father, I got lost in the other world and was helped out by someone. She's childish yet mature, ignorant yet knowledgeable. She may look like she has no clue what's going on, but she gives me a sense of security in my heart. And I have met such a mysterious demon. As the sun gradually sets in the fountain square, after seeing the young man off until he was out of sight, a quiet voice could be heard from behind the small demon. I'm here to pick you up, Chrome-sama. Are the preparations ready? Yes. Symphonia Kingdom's king awaits. Roger. Well then, let's go. The demon quietly started walking after hearing the words of the knight in jet black armor who appeared out of nowhere. It seems you're in a good mood, aren't you? Yuinin. I've met a very interesting Japanese earlier. I've heard that the person who holds the role of the hero is in the castle though. Doesn't that mean he was mistakenly summoned? That may also be the reason why they asked me to come all the way out here, asking me to show my face if I have the time. I see. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy that I have encountered him. A small shadow walking with an innocent smile with a knight in tow. The sight of her deliciously eating baby castellas made her look like a child, but in her golden eyes that were quietly gazing into the future, there was a certain majesty held within them. Chapter 7. Baby Castella fell from the sky, safely meeting up with Lunamaria-san again. By the time we returned to Lilia-san's mansion, I think you could say it's around dinner time already. It was completely my carelessness that I got lost, but Lilia-san seemed very concerned that I was lost in the city and asked me a lot of questions about whether I was all right. I described what happened along that incident, where I was saved thanks to the kindness of the demon girl. However, it seems that Lilia-san is a bit too much of a worrywart. She wanted to look after the necklace that Kuro gave me, saying that she wants to check if there was some kind of strange magic cast on it. I don't really have any reason to say no, so I gave it to her. In the dinner afterward, I was a little afraid of what the Duchess dinner would be like. I don't know if Lilia-san is being attentive, but it wasn't in the form of a full-course dinner. I was able to have a delicious meal served in the form of a meal served in restaurants. After that, we are briefly shown around the mansion, given a room that is too large for one person to use, and given an explanation of bath times. It should have been obvious to say that there are no other men in this mansion at the moment other than me. Inevitably, the bathing times need to be shifted, and they would need to firmly specify the time where I would use the bath. In novels, this where that common trope of lucky pervert event occurs. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't seem to have that so-called protagonist correction. I took a bath alone in a bathroom that was way larger than normal and returned to my room after bathing without any incident happening. Yuwu-san. Maybe it's because of the silence of the night, or perhaps it's because this is the first night that we've been here in the other world. My sense has become keener due to my vigilance. I could hear the sobbing even through the heavy doors that seemed to be soundproof. Suddenly, I found myself unconsciously halting in my steps. If I remember it correctly, isn't this the room that was assigned to Yuzuki-san? Is she crying? Well, it's not that strange though. Suddenly being transported to a different world and told that you wouldn't be able to leave for a year. Once your confusion has been settled with, it's natural to feel anxious and lonely. But even when I said that, it doesn't mean I can do something about it. I'm just another person from the same world to her, and I've never really talked to her before. The only thing I can do is pretend I didn't hear her and walk away. Taking a deep breath, I walk away again as if nothing happened. After walking 10 steps forward, I couldn't hear her voice any longer and the silence returns. However, it somehow looks like bad luck has been following me. This time, I could see Kusunoki-san walking in front of me. Somehow, when the medieval women's nightwear was mentioned, I had a narrow view of them and think that they were something like negligées. But the one Kusunoki-san is wearing is an ordinary white nightgown that kind of looks like something a little old. I don't mean to be repetitive, but I may be acquainted with Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, but that doesn't mean we're close. They are just strangers who happen to be in the same situation as I am. We exchanged a simple greeting without saying anything in particular, just passing each other. Mayama-san, Yuinin? That's why I was a little surprised that I was suddenly called out. Turning around to look at where the voice came from, Kusunoki-san was still looking at the end of the corridor. I could see her beautiful black hair, and her back that looked slimmer than when she was wearing her school uniform. Mayama-san, you're very calm, aren't you? Do I look that way? Did you believe what Lilia-san and the others said? Not responding to my reply, Kusunoki-san continued speaking. It was too dim for me to see clearly even though there's some light shining into the corridor, but her small shoulders seemed to be shaking. However, she's asking me if I believed Lilia-san's story or not. Is she talking about her assurance that we're safe, or about when she said she would be taking care of us? In that case, my reply would be, no, I don't know. At least, I still don't know. She's been good to me, so I would think that she's a kind person, but if you're asking if I trust her or not, I can't just say yes to that. I can't just fully trust someone I've only known for less than half a day, but I don't think there's anyone else I can rely on right now. You may be right. That's right. It's not like I'm saying that Lilia-san or Lunamaria-san are bad people, or that they're lying to us. I'm well aware that I'm being taken care of, and I appreciate it. However, if I'm being asked if I trust them, I can only answer that I don't know. I mean, we haven't really spoken with anyone other than Lilia-san and the others in this other world yet. At the end of the day, we're in a situation where there's nothing for me to judge. I don't think I'm optimistic enough to be unconditionally relieved just by being under their care. A silence that feels awkward. What in the world does Kusunoki-san want to say anyway? Why did you so readily agree to go shopping with Lunamaria-san? Isn't it because it was necessary for us to shop? I'm scared. I can't help but be scared of the kindness offered to me in an unfamiliar place by someone I've never spoken to before, asking nothing in return. That there's nothing more expensive than something free? I think it's right to be vigilant though. Then, why do you seem to be okay with it? Even though I have some people I know here like Hina-chan and Mitsunaga-kun, I'm so anxious that I feel like I'm going to start crying if I'm not being careful. I don't mean to say that Lilia-san and the others are planning to harm us, but you got lost in the city, didn't you? You're suddenly alone in a different world, aren't you? How can you remain so calm? No, it's not like I'm not worried about it. Haven't you ever thought that you could have gotten injured or died? Fomu, it appears that Kusunoki-san isn't happy that I didn't seem to be particularly concerned about our situation, even having experienced being suddenly lost on the first day. No, it wasn't that I'm calm about it. I wonder if that's what it looks like to others. In fact, I'm well aware that I'm basically a weak-willed person. When we got separated from each other, I became really flustered and anxious, but it's already been resolved, so I don't think it's worth dragging it out. But now that I've said it again, it's true that in some cases, I could have been injured or worse, die. Well, it's all over now anyway. Besides, even if I had gotten injured or died, well, that would be because I was unlucky. Unlucky? Thereupon, Kusunoki-san finally looked back at me. Her shaking eyes seemed to be tinged with a hint of fear. Even if it wasn't in another world, when it's your time, you'll die. No matter how much you protect yourself or take care of your health, whether you're a good person or a bad person, if you're unlucky, you will die early. It's not like I'm saying that I want to die. I'm afraid of dying and I don't want to die, but, well, I guess I can't help it when that time comes, can I? Sorry. The way I said it might have not been right. I don't mean to impose my ideas on you or anything, but I'm just trying not to think too much about stuff that has already happened. No, it was my fault since I had asked such a strange question. It's no good. I guess I've been living alone for so long that my communipower is too low. I can't skillfully follow up what she's saying. This is bad. Even so, we'll be in the same situation for the upcoming year, and I don't really want any strange conflict happening between us. Can I ask you another question? Mayama-san's 1 year in this world. How would you like to spend that time? In front of an oversized desk in the office, the master of this residence, Lilia had her arms crossed as she has a frown on her face. I was worried about the possibility itself happening, but this happened too early, didn't it? My apologies. It was my blunder. No, it wasn't Luna's fault. To be honest, I didn't expect that you and Shadow would lose sight of Kaito-san at the same time. No, that's not something that could happen if you both were just being negligent. We haven't received the detailed results of the investigations yet, but it's safe to assume that recognition inhibition magic was placed on Kaito-san. They were talking about that incident where she has lost sight of Mayama Kaito on the streets this evening. The person himself doesn't seem to mind about that incident. No, he had only recognized it as him getting lost in the crowd, but it was a grave incident for the two of them. Agriculture, industry, food culture. Up until now, the things that Hiro Samus, the Otherworlders have brought us have caused various revolutions. There are some people whose interests have connections with the otherworldly knowledge, but the protection for Hiro-sama is extremely strict. It's difficult to use him for personal gain. However, this time, Otherworlders other than the hero have appeared. That's why my lady took custody of the three of them as soon as possible. Yes, if information about them gets out, some people may even use drastic measures. However, I never expected that they would suddenly use magic on the first day. We have to assume that there's an insect among those who witnessed the summoning. The people who Lilia commanded to accompany Kaito when they went out wasn't just Luna Maria. There were also several guards who were skilled in stealth following them as well. The knowledge from another world. They were sent to make sure those who want it don't act strangely. However, it was unexpected that all of them lost sight of Kaito at the same time. Should we tell those three? There's no way I can say that to them. They should still be anxious after being summoned to a different world. How can I tell them that they might be targeted? I think we're going to have to settle this case ourselves. I want you to immediately secure enough recognition inhibition magic tools for the shadows and contact older brother, His Majesty, the King. I respectfully obey. However, I don't get it. For someone who's gone to such great lengths to use recognition inhibition magic that would leave traces of its usage, yet hasn't taken any action. It may have been that they couldn't take any action. What about that demon that Kaito-san said he encountered? As we had expected, he wasn't able to catch the demon's name. It must have been the information concealment magic that the upper-level demons often used. If you think about the fact that this demon had forcibly cancelled the recognition inhibition magic that was supposed to be applied to Mayama-sama, it's easy to predict that he must be a high-ranking demon. Moreover, this too, while speaking in a serious tone, Luna Maria placed the Kaito's necklace that she had kept custody on the table. What are the inspection results? The purity of the magic crystal is estimated to be at least 90%, and the magic technique imbued on it. Unfortunately, our dukedom's mage couldn't decipher it, but it's said to be at least level 10. It's already on the level of a national treasure, Although we still don't know the purpose of this demon, I honestly don't want to imagine a clash with a demon of this level. Yes, if you're not at least of the court mage class, you can't even be considered its opponent. Anyway, let's be vigilant for now. What about the mansion? We've deployed a detection barrier as well as several detection magic techniques. The shadows have also been deployed in case of an emergency, ordering them not to let even a single rat pass. We have to settle this problem immediately. In the silence of the night, I went out to the veranda, or more like, the balcony of my room to gaze at the stars and the moon in the night sky. The sky in the other world appears to be the same as what we see on Earth. The stars and the constellations may be different, but I wouldn't know. With my hair ruffled by the occasional breeze, I think back to Kusunoki's question earlier. How would you like to spend that time? What do I want to do? What do I want to be in the future? or what my future's objective is. I've always had the hardest time being asked that kind of question. I've heard of the saying that you know yourself best, but I don't know myself the best. Even after thinking about it again, I still don't understand. Do I have any expectations for being summoned to this other world? Or is it that I'm just discouraged? Both feel like the right answer, but both answers also feel wrong at the same time. I chose the high school I went to because it was close to home. It's not like I didn't want to pursue any particular career. I just didn't want to be a working man right away. So, I went to college. I vaguely thought that I would somehow become a salaryman after moderately enjoying my student life. I love playing games, especially RPGs. Even if I don't think for myself, there are enemies to defeat and equipment to aim at. And when I'm prepared, I could moderately get a sense of accomplishment after I clear the game. I also like to read light novels, especially those Royal Road stories who gives me peace of mind. And as I empathize with the protagonist, when the protagonist thinks through about the hardships he's confronting, I would feel like I've accomplished through the difficulties myself. T/N. Royal Road stories are those stories where there's an easy or direct way to achieve the desired ending. In the face of difficulties, I think it's great to achieve your goals despite your struggles. I think it's admirable to have a goal or a dream and work towards it. In that case, am I in the wrong for not having it? I wonder if I'm just running away from reality. Do I really have to do that? I don't know, and I still don't have the answer to this. I think I can change myself if I work hard, but I don't think it has to be now. Some of us want to change, while others want to stay the same and live comfortably. This has been the case since I was summoned to this world. While I was relieved that the world was at peace and that the hero wasn't a nuisance, I was also disappointed that I wasn't the hero of the story. I think I'm filled with contradictions, not making any effort of changing the habit of wanting to change, no courage to try to change yourself. I just stare at the empty sky with my mouth wide open, hoping that even a batamochi will conveniently fall from somewhere. T/N. Adzuki Bean Machi. It's a really ridiculous story. And now, as I gaze at the night sky with my mouth open wide, even after knowing that batamochis won't fall from the sky. And then, what about a baby castella? Gabawa. Into my mouth that was opened wide while I'm in a daze, a pile of baby castellas was suddenly thrown, looking like fireworks that were about to burst out. Good children must never imitate this at home, or even if you're not at home. I never thought that I'd experience my first life-threatening crisis in another world would be caused by baby castellas. I never expected something like this would happen, you know? Dear mother, father. There are no batamochis falling down from the sky. However, baby castellas fell from the sky. Chapter 8. The story began. I was just thinking about the things that have just happened and the things that were about to happen. I see. All right. Well, how about I listen to you while we go have an atsukimi? Why? As soon as Kuro's coat touched the floor of the balcony, it undulated and a black mat suddenly unfurled out on the floor. No. Looking closely, that's not just a mat, but a tatami mat. And it doesn't end there. The black shadow under her coat stretched out in a stand where you placed the tsukimi dangos. I think it was called sampo. It detached from her shadow and placed itself on top of the tatami. What the heck is that coat? Does anything come out of that? That's a terribly convenient coat you have. Now, sit. The moon is beautiful tonight, and we can take our time talking about it. Yeah. I sit down on the tatami mats, prompted by the outrageous development and her lovely smile. Then, Kuro points at the sampo and shook it lightly, and then, a tsukimi dango appeared there. Why the heck aren't they dangos, but baby castellas? Yeah? Atsukimi is that festival where we eat sweets while looking at the moon, right? I feel like there's nothing wrong with that interpretation itself, even though there's a fatal mistake about it. That's right. In front of me was a pile of the pastries that had imprinted an unfading trauma on my mind just the other day. Baby castellas. Why the heck would you know about the tatami and sampo, but you would replace the most essential dangos with baby castellas? What's with your half-baked information? Fufufu. I can't have you underestimating me. These baby castellas were made especially for atsukimi. Try it, and you'll see the difference right away. Here, take some. Hey, all right already. I'll go eat some. While some of my trauma was stimulated from looking at the baby castella came closer to my mouth, I gave up thinking and brought the baby castella into my mouth. This is the baby castella I put in my mouth looked like ordinary castella on the outside, but inside was a chewy dough with a solid elasticity and slight sweetness that tastes familiar for my Japanese tongue. The taste of anko. T/N. Red bean paste. I see. So to speak, there's a dango wrapped inside this baby castella. Within this small piece of baby castella is an encapsulated dumpling that could be called an extraordinary piece of craftsmanship. Then, regular tsukimi dango would have been enough. Why did you have to coat it in baby castella? What's with your obsession with baby castellas? All I feel from seeing them is fear, you know? Or rather, if you're so obsessed with it, why the heck did you even remember its name wrong? You're really well, aren't you? However, won't you get tired if you talk like that in one breath? Here, I've got you something to drink. It's a legitimate otherworld beverage now, you know? Thank you. Bo, taking the cup offered by Kuro, who was staring at me as I shouted with a smile on her face. I took the drink she offered to moisten my dry throat from all these tsukomis and gulped it down, which I immediately spurted out. Are you all right? It's dangerous to drink it all at once. You have to carefully drink it. Gohan. Jurum. Why? Coffee. Yeah? In the other world, you drink this when you eat sweets, right? All those previous heroes who have given Kuro half-baked knowledge about the other world. Come out here so I can punch you in the face. I thought it was a funny thing to call it Tsukimi even though the new year is about to come, but it seems that in this world, the moon in the skies is largest and most visible at Japan's equivalent for Ninmatsu, which is the best time for them to see the moon. T/N. Tsukimi happens in mid-autumn, which happens in October 1st for 2020. Ninmatsu is New Year's holiday happening from the end of the year to the beginning of the new year, from December 28th to January 3rd. Most of all, looking at us sitting on a tatami mat, drinking a cup of coffee in one hand while I ate some baby castella, I can only think that everything's wrong, regardless of whether it's in a different world or not. Fun. How should I say this? You people of the human race still wants to worry about strange things as usual. Is that how it felt like from the point of view of a demon? It was far different from the boisterous atmosphere we had been in earlier. While watching the moon with Kuro as she's clad in a calm atmosphere, as if she's well acquainted with the long history, I spontaneously confided about what I had been thinking earlier. Not knowing what I want to do, the anticipation and anxiety from the changes that came upon our arrival to the different world. Even though I wasn't able to skillfully answer Kusunoki-san's question, for some reason, it spontaneously came out of my mouth when I'm talking with Kuro. It may be because of the unique atmosphere she has, but Kuro's voice somehow gives me a gentle sense of relief. And after listening to my story, Kuro quietly spun her words as she tilted her teacup. I don't think that people who have objectives and dreams are better than people who don't. It's not that it's wrong to not have it, it's also not wrong to want it. It's just that it would be a waste to not reach out for it. Don't you think? It would be a waste? UNN. Kaito-kun. From my point of view, a human's life is just as short as an instant. It's only for less than 100 years. What I meant is that you only have that much time in your life. However, if you worry about every single minor detail, you'll end up living your whole life just worrying about it. In that case, I think it's just much more beneficial to just put it all behind and have some fun. Have some fun, huh? I don't exactly know how to have some fun. I know that I wanted to acquire something, but I don't know what exactly I want. An old acquaintance of mine had said something similar to what you just said. He said he's feeling empty. Empty? Yes. There are apparently so many hopes and desires piling up around him, and before he knew it, he's only walking down the path that someone has shown him. He said that he's become someone empty. It's not that he hates it, and he just wants to live up to the expectations imposed on him. But sometimes, he wonders where his true feelings could be. We certainly resemble quite a bit. UNN. I wonder if that's why. The reason why I like Kaito-kun a lot just when I saw you. Turning to Kuro in surprise from her gentle words, her golden eyes which seems to see through everything in the world was looking straight at me. It wasn't something uncomfortable as being stared at by someone. It rather looked like the gentle, affectionate look of a mother. You're just like a newborn baby bird who still doesn't know anything. A baby bird? Yes, a baby bird who wants to acquire feathers, but doesn't know how to grow them. A baby bird who wants to fly, but doesn't know how to. I think being troubled is the same as being hopeful. From deep inside you, there's a glittering wish that you have not yet found yourself. Even though you still haven't figured it out by now, it's neither a shame nor is it a bad thing. It's like she's singing a lullaby. Her gentle voice resonates deep in my heart. It's like she's wrapping me with her reminders that it's okay, that I don't have to worry about it. That's why. Let's go treasure hunting. What, Era? That's weird. Wasn't this the beginning of a deeply moving storyline? Why did you suddenly start going off on a tangent again? Are you that free? Hey, are you that free? I like Kaito-kun, so it should be fine. I don't really know what you meant by that, but why are you holding me from behind with both of your hands? Why is your coat suddenly shaped like gigantic wings? I've got a really bad feeling about this, but what are you doing? Or rather, stay away from me. It's all right. It's all right. We're just going to take a little stroll up in the sky. I don't feel like there's anything all right about that explanation. Gaia, with natural movements, she tightly held onto my body from behind. My voice didn't reach her ears as Kuro's coat, which had changed into gigantic wings, moved, and immediately afterward, I felt the scenery blown downwards in one breath. I instinctively closed my eyes, but I don't feel the resistance of the strong wind. Rather, it feels like it's gently caressing my cheeks. Look, Kaito-kun, see for yourself. Lured by her beautiful voice, my eyes slowly opened, but I couldn't utter any more words. I can see the big moon in the sky and the light of life, looking like stars shining on the ground. A magnificent and beautiful sight. I can't think of anything to describe it, other than calling it a sight to behold. Kaito-kun, we're in a big world. Even though I've lived a long time, there are lots of things I don't know and understand. Things you don't know, sights you've never seen. Even if you spend your entire life, that still wouldn't be enough to know about everything. You've finally come to this world, so why don't we search for it? And here, for what seems to be your valuable treasure deep within your heart. What you wanted to do, you don't have to find that answer. When it's time for you to leave, even if you don't know what you want to do, you would instead be able to acquire the answer to what you've done and what you've discovered. That's why it's okay for you to be empty for now. With those words, Kuro let go of the hand that was holding me. I'm falling? Is what I thought for a moment, but my body wasn't rapidly falling. but I found myself slowly descending towards the vast earth. Descending from a considerable altitude, I turned my gaze to the stars shining on the ground. A little ahead of me, I could see Kuro smiling gently with her arms spread out in front of her. With the light of the glittering stars on the ground from behind and her shiny silver hair fluttering in the wind, she's so beautiful that I can't take my eyes off her as she looked at me with her golden eyes that seemed to be gently sucking me in. Wanting wings, but you don't know how to grow them. Wanting to fly, but you don't know how to. Yes, you're still an innocent and adorable baby bird who has yet to know anything. I thought we were a distance away from each other, and yet, her voice isn't drowned out by the sound of the wind, but it reached straight to my ears. In that case, I will teach you. Things you don't know, sights you've never seen, this world itself. Dear mother, father, I was dragged in the summoning of heroes and came to a different world. In this gentle world, I bless your visit. But that different world is at peace. Nothing has changed for me, and I haven't had the courage to change. In that case, from now on, let's start looking for it here in a different world. The thing you couldn't find by yourself. However, I had a strange encounter, got swung about with her nonsense, and got my common sense shattered without even knowing why. From now on, let's start from this moment onwards. Let's do something different. However, looking back upon it, this encounter with this irrational demon was the biggest moment of change for me. Where you are the protagonist of this story. Yes, in this very nonsensical, yet gentle and warm different world, the story began. Chapter 9. She was a fighter. Light peered in through the window as I opened my eyelids, which are still a little heavy. I absent-mindedly stared into this unfamiliar room until my awakened mind finally recalled the events yesterday. That's right, I'm in a different world. Looking back on it again, it has been a hectic day. I got caught up in the summoning of the hero, studied the history of the other world, went to the moon with a demon I don't understand, kidnapped by that demon I don't understand towards an empty journey and fell asleep before I knew it. Putting aside the beginning, aren't most of the hectic parts of my day caused by that baby Castellar incarnate? Or rather, I don't remember coming back to my room. I wonder how long I've been asleep in my bed. I'll be back, alright? Let's check out what I know again. This is the mansion of Duchess Lilia Alberto, who is currently looking after us and the residents of her people. In short, that demon is a stranger to this residence. I feel that it's really important that I repeat this again. She's a stranger for this residence. That little demon girl is really doing what she wants. However, should I tell Lilia-san and the others that a demon trespasser was here yesterday? Although I'm still out of touch with the common sense of this world, I can easily imagine that it would be a pretty big problem if the Duchess residents were being trespassed upon. If I were to believe what she said, Kuro illegally intruded this place because she wanted to see me. I also haven't been harmed by her. I was just slightly traumatized by baby Castellas. In that case, even if it were extremely troubling, but my intuition tells me, perhaps, even if I were to report it, and this place increases its vigilance, Kuro will still appear with that smile she had last night. In that case, as expected, should I wait and see for the moment? At any rate, it doesn't seem like Kuro is a bad girl, and I'm also indebted to her for saving me when I got lost. But there's a chance that they will ask about the ruckus last night first thing in the morning. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a knock on the door, telling me that breakfast was ready. For the time being, I decided to put aside thinking about Kuro for the future as I left the room, heading for the dining room. Our breakfast was a simple Western-style one, but it was served with pure white-colored bread. They explained to me that in this world, it's customary to eat white bread at the first meal of the new year. I don't know how they made it this white, but it tasted just like a plain butter roll. Did all of you sleep well yesterday? Yes. I was also very tired yesterday that I fell asleep right away. Hearing Lilia-san suddenly asking about such things, the image of myself screaming loudly in my head returned back into my mind and I couldn't respond quickly enough. Kaito-san? I was watching the moon in the veranda for a little while before sleeping. Yes, it was a beautiful moonlit night yesterday, wasn't it? I was also relaxing within the night breeze. It was a really great, peaceful night, befitting the 30th of the celestial moon. Why, you're right. A peaceful night? That's weird. Is Lilia-san's room that far away that she can't hear me screaming? I feel like we're not on the same page. Before that problem can be firmly formed in my mind, Kusunoki-san spoke. Speaking of which, it's the new year today in this world, isn't it? Do people do anything special for the occasion? Let me think. Basically, most of humanity was spending their time at home for 3 days after the arrival of the new year. After that, there will be a New Year's celebration. There are also some regional variations, but, it seems that there's a custom in this world, just like Japan's Sangenichi, during which most of the establishments were closed. Then, from what Lilia-san told me, I learned that there would be an event that's like Shinenkai where they would receive the blessings of the gods. The blessing of the gods is a Hatsumode-like event where people would wish for their health and improvement from the gods visiting their temples, and there are various forms depending on the region and the type of gods living there. T/N. Sangenichi is just like he explained. Shinenkai is New Year gathering, Japanese tradition of welcoming the arrival of the new year, usually by drinking alcohol. Hatsumode is the first shrine visit of the year, usually occurring within the first 3 days of January. This event should be something normal to see from anime. For example, here in the royal capital where there's a temple governing health and order, it's common to receive blessings for health and peace during the new year. But in areas where there are temples governing harvest, they may receive the blessing for an abundant harvest. Even though I said that, only royalty and nobles can meet the gods and goddesses and receive their blessings in person. So it would basically be like asking for the blessing from the priests. It's said that most of the people will be bestowed with the blessing, although it's also influenced by how strong their religious beliefs are. However, this is just a custom of the human race, and it doesn't apply for the gods and demons. The gods would usually spend the day praying to the creation god, not even eating any meals. On the first day of the new year, the demons are said to take only one of the predetermined foods as a form of thanks to the six kings. Incidentally, everyone may already know about it, but Luna follows the customs of the demons. Yeah? Luna-san, are you a demon? To Hina-san's question, you could say that's true, but you could also say it isn't. To put it simply, I'm a human-demon hybrid. We are surprised by what Lilia-san suddenly said, but the person herself, Lunamaria-san, answered as if it were a matter of course. It seems that in this world where demons and humans are friendly with each other, hybrids aren't uncommon and weren't that unusual. If you want me to specify it, I have a quarter of the blood of humans and elves, and half of the blood of demons. That's why there are some traces of my elven bloodline on my ears. Hoa. Saying this, Lunamaria-san moves her hair so that we can see her ears. Lunamaria-san's ears are indeed a little pointed, but they aren't as long as the ears of the elves I had in mind. I see. You could say that this is something unique to this world where the exchange between races is flourishing. In fact, Lunamaria-san looks like a bundle of otherworldly factors. I've heard that people in other worlds are relatively sensitive to the image of mixed races, but about a third of the people working in this mansion are mixed races, and they're very common in this world. I guess she could tell that we were surprised, and so Lilia-san explained with a smile, telling us that it's nothing unusual. It's true that even in fantasy novels, there are many instances of mixed-race persecution, so I may have had a prejudiced image about them. I'll try to correct this thought so that I wouldn't be rude to them. Incidentally, Lilia-san is a pure-blooded human, but she made a wry smile about the fact that she doesn't know about her ancestors. Well, the reason why Luna spends the new year following the customs of the demon realm is simple. Luna, do you have something you wanted to say today? All these foods I offer for the name of the revered underworld King Sama. By the way, these foods were originally supposed to be offered under the name of anyone among the six kings. Incidentally, there are 67 different kinds of offerings designated for underworld King Sama's name this year. That's enough. Luna, you don't have to explain that part. Lilia-san tells her with a tired look on her face while the fanatic enthusiastically replies. Rather, that's so many different varieties of food offerings. Right. There are so many different kinds of demons, aren't there? I'm sure there are some things that they couldn't eat because of their body type. So maybe they're considering that? Though I was a bit creeped out from Lunamaria-san, who had memorized the different kinds of foods that were offered to the underworld king. When we finished breakfast and listened to the story of this world again in the same room as yesterday, Lilia-san spoke as if she suddenly remembered something. I forgot to mention, later, all of you will receive a direct blessing from the goddess, just like the nobles and royalty. That's apparently because the heroes are susceptible to endemic diseases, so you're supposed to receive the blessing of good health in there. I don't know if there's a concept of immunity in this world, but we're indeed living in different environments and climates, so the blessing of good health is important just by hearing its name. As a matter of fact, I don't want to be the person who came to another world just to die from an epidemic. Wouldn't it be better if my lady receives the blessing of love or marriage for once? Luna, you clearly know what you're talking about, right? Speaking of which, you're already done it too. Gafua, I wonder what happened just now. While Lunamaria-san is speaking, Lilia-san stood up and I felt like she sent a fist with an earth-shattering speed towards Lunamaria-san's solar plexus. To be honest, it looked like Lilia-san's hand disappeared and Lunamaria-san only got down on her knees holding her stomach. But did you say something? As expected of, my lady, your skill doesn't seem to have weakened. As Lilia-san spoke with a frightening smile on her face, Lunamaria-san doesn't seem to have learned her lesson at all. The three of us whispered among each others before thinking that the two of them are really good friends. Did you see that? No, I didn't see it at all. Could it be that Lilia-san is actually a very strong person? Whispering among ourselves about that thing we saw a few moments ago, which we didn't exactly see. Geez, you really are. Hiya. No, it's not like that, everyone. That just now was, air. Looking at her fists so sharp that it's hard to believe she's a lady of a duchy, we inadvertently pulled away for a bit. Lilia-san frantically turned towards us and started explaining. I had some experience working with the Night Order back then. I've also acquired martial arts experience enough to know how to use it. Before she received her peerage, my lady was the division commander of the 2nd Division of the Kingdom's Night Order. Like I said, why are you adding unnecessary information? I thought she was a prim and proper, privileged duchess, but she was unexpectedly a martial artist. Then, as if in retaliation for being beaten, it seemed like Lunamaria-san found something to tease Lilia-san with and added that information with a mean smile on her face. If I remember correctly, Lilia-san is part of the royal family, right? So, you're a fighter, huh? Kaito-san? No. My mother told me that I should learn in both the literary and military arts, so I've only been a member for a little while. Does that mean you became a division commander in just a short time? That's really awesome, isn't it? Even Aoi-san too? No, you see, It's because of my strange lineage that I have been promoted very quickly. Incidentally, her skills in battle made her known as the White Rose Valkyrie. To describe that title of her more concretely, she's able to single-handedly wipe out a bandit group alone with just her horse, and even a flock of monsters would become a bloodbath in front of her. The speed of her promotion is very exceptional. Luna, Lilia-san could possibly be a terribly frightening person. Hina-san? You're mistaken. It's just that the people around me were finding it amusing and making that story bigger than it should have been. Please don't look at me with fear like that. As opposed to the really flustered Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san is clearly amused and added more information. However, since she isn't clearly denying and she's really flustered like that, what she said may not be just an exaggeration and she's telling a true story. Incidentally, the first time I met my lady was at the annual competition where the members of the kingdom's Knight Order compete in skill. Luna, please don't talk about it. I was still playing as a make-believe adventurer back then, and I happened to stop by the royal capital to watch the tournament. It was amazing to see the fleeting appearance of a girl who was only 14 years old at the time, prevailing through the competition with her beautiful swordplay. Stop. Stew up. That's something you don't talk about with others. Somehow, it seems that Lilia-san has a very dark history, as she clung on to Lunamaria-san while begging her to stop, as if the master and subordinate have been reversed. I'm honestly feeling sorry for her, but I can't speak for her because I'm more curious about the contents of her story than anything else. I'm sorry, Lilia-san. However, her opponent is already a veteran among the knights. After my lady's sword was broken by a blow from clashing against a warrior in the 5th round, the spectators, including myself, thought it was my lady's defeat. That's not it. That was just the excitement of a first-time participant. However, thereupon, my lady immediately threw away her sword, and the training sword that was swung down from above her head were crushed between her 2 fists draped in her magic power. Without a pause, she dived into her armored opponent's bosom and immediately unleashed her attacks. She doesn't seem to be a human girl. It's as if she suddenly turned into an ogre as she unleashed an onslaught of fists that destroyed her enemy's armor, achieving victory. Please, stop it already. Seriously. Seeing my lady raising her fist with a radiant smile, I want to serve her, is what I thought. Lunamaria-san, who was telling the story with a radiant expression on her face, looks as if she had turned really youthful. Lilia-san covered her face and crashed down on the desk, her ears turning red. Lunamaria-san, you're really relentless, aren't you? It may be rude of me to just listen to that heroic tale without even helping her, but the beautiful woman was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red and I unintentionally thought it was really Mo. You're mistaken. That was just a spur of the moment. Incidentally, that moment also shattered the intentions of her prospective fiancé that her parents chose for her at that time, and it was decided that conversations about her engagements were never to be discussed again. I'm lost for words. Please stop it already, Lunamaria-san. Lilia-san doesn't have much HP left. She's already half crying. In that silent room, I could only hear Lilia-san's voice mumbling, "That's not it?" But Lunamaria-san looked at me for some reason and pointed towards Lilia-san, who was lying down on her desk. What? Are you trying to tell me to make a follow-up for what you did? How unreasonable can you be? Why are Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san looking at me too? I told you it's impossible. That's something way too unreasonable to ask in this situation. But, however, nevertheless, there's no doubt that this is completely that useless maid's fault. But I'm also feeling slightly guilty for not stopping the conversation in the middle. And being a weak-willed dunce who can't defy the pressure of their silence and the majority vote, I don't have any choice. T/N. Kaito was originally calling her a Damato, Dame plus Mido. Lilia-san? Kaito-san. It's not like that. I'm not a violent woman who doesn't shed blood nor tears, nor is it that the white rose's thorn is as sharp as a dragon's fang. It's not like that. It looks like she must have been teased a lot in the past, that she's already traumatized. Her eyes that were relying on me look really cute. This isn't the time for that. Follow up. I understand. It's alright, we're just a little surprised. We didn't think that Lilia-san is the kind of person who would indiscriminately use violence. Sniff. Really? Of course. I mean, we're talking about a story that happened when you're just 14, right? It's your first time in a tournament at such an age, so it's only natural that you would be desperately fighting. It just happened to be a combination of coincidences, and that you ended up winning. Incidentally, she was able to acquire runner-up as the final outcome of the tournament. Could you stop adding extra information and shut up for a moment, you useless maid? Anyway, it's only been a day since we've met, but I know that Lilia-san is kind, and I may not know what happened back then, but I'm not afraid of Lilia-san just because of the events in the past. Kaito-san, did I manage to follow up well? Oi, what's with that thumbs up, useless maid? I was annoyed to see Lunamaria-san looking at me as if to say that I had done a good job after she had forced me to clean up her mess, so I decided to change the direction of our conversation for a bit. Putting that aside, Lilia-san, is it even your fault? You see, everyone has 1 or 2 failures in the past that they don't want anyone to know about. It certainly is a terrible thing to talk about such things so joyfully to others, isn't it? I don't think it's something you can just apologize for and get away with. You, Mayama-sama? Mayama-sama? In that case, if there are scoundrels like that, it's you who should be judging them instead. Lilia-san may be a kind person, but I think it's better to be quick to smash her with judgment in these situations. That's indeed the case. In a voice as gentle as possible, and yet, Lilia-san affirmed that it's not her fault at all. Lilia-san's tears stopped and conversely, Lunamaria-san's face turned pale. However, she's only just receiving her just desserts in the first place. I'm sorry. It seems that I had a little bit too much breakfast. So I'll go take a stroll for a while and we'll talk after that. Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, why don't we take a look around the house? You're right. I agree. Even though Lilia-san is somehow trying not to make us anxious, but most of it is just because we're afraid for what's about to happen. That's why Lilia-san is doing everything she can so that she won't be angry in front of us. Cutting off the conversation early and purposely calling out Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, we headed for the door. At the edge of my vision, I could see Lilia-san standing up from her seat and Lunamaria-san's face turning white to blue. I will be guiding you. We'll be remembering the way so we don't need a guide. Luna, hi. My lady. I think I heard a frightening voice echoing from the pits of hells, but I walked out of the room without looking back. A short time later, I heard a shout that sounded like someone had been attacked by a predator, though I don't really know whose voice that is. It was probably just my imagination. Dear mother, father, Lilia-san is a very kind and lovely person. However, she was a fighter. It's not a flag or anything like that. I simply don't like being frightened. Chapter 10. Saying different things. As we evacuated while Lilia-san is talking, physically, with Lunamaria-san, only us three people of the same homeworld unintentionally walked around the mansion. Come to think of it, I hadn't really talked to Kusunoki-san or Yuzuki-san. Kusunoki-san and I talked for a bit last night, but our conversation didn't really mesh well. I guess I should apologize for that first. Kusunoki-san. Yesterday, I'm sorry. I wanted to apologize for the way I had unintentionally made her feel uneasy, but for some reason, she apologized first. It was Mayama-san who had a hard time because I suddenly asked a strange question last night. No, I should be the one apologizing instead. I don't know why I said that. I may look calm for Kusunoki-san and the others even though I'm pretty confused myself. I wasn't able to explain what I thought that well. No, I don't think what you said is unreasonable. Like, I'm being left behind here. Aoi-senpai, Mayama-senpai, when did you talk with each other? The atmosphere that had become a little stiff because of last night's conversation somehow seemed to ease up a little after we apologized to each other. Yuzuki-san, who doesn't know about the situation, asked us with a curious look on her face. But there was another thing that was bothering me. Or rather, I've been wondering about it since yesterday. We just ran into each other in the hallway last night and talked for a bit. Rather than that, I've been wondering, why are you calling me senpai, Yunoki-san? I mean, Mayama-senpai is an alumni from our high school, right? Yuzuki-chan, is that true? Yes. I was honestly surprised by Yuzuki-san's words, which he told me like it was obvious. I'm indeed a graduate from the same high school they're going to, but I graduated 3 years ago, and I didn't think that 2 of the current students would know about it. It's certainly true that I went to the same high school as the 2 of you, but I graduated 3 years ago. Well, I wasn't really sure at first, but I thought it was because you matched the characteristics I'd heard about from my brother. Your brother? Another strange word suddenly came out. I'm not proud of it, but I should have been a student without any particular characteristics back in high school. I didn't take part in any club activities, my grades were going back and forth, there weren't any big episodes that happened in my life, and I'm sad to say it myself, but I was lonely and didn't have a lot of friends. In fact, I'm still desperately searching my memory, trying to remember the person who could possibly be Yuzuki-san's brother, but I honestly can't think of anyone. Yes, I heard that someone had a big scar from the right ear to his neck, so I thought that it's you. That certainly is a recognizable trait, but I still don't have any idea who could Yuzuki-san's brother be. It's true that I had an accident a long time ago that left a huge scar from my right ear to my neck. It may be understandable for her to recognize based on outer appearance, but to have listened about it enough for her to remember it, Yuzuki's brother may have been talking about me quite often. For someone like me who felt that dividing the class into groups is nothing but bullying, I honestly don't have any idea who that is. He used to complain that you're always falling asleep in class and that no matter how many times he warned you, you never stopped. I see. President, huh? When I was in my second year of high school, I was hooked on MMO, internet games, so to speak, and I was living a life where my nights and days were almost reversed. I was playing games all night while I slept at school. Looking back on it now, I may have been extremely unserious back then, in the time when I was treating lightly of the world, the so-called rebellious period. The teacher also gave up and didn't say anything to me when I went to bed, no matter how many times they warned me. However, there are serious people in the world. Only the class president has been warning me every single day. I was only feeling irritated at that time, but now that I've mentally calmed down, I began to feel sorry for him. Looking back, the class president's surname certainly is Yuzuki. I was only calling him chairman and I'd never really had much conversation with him outside of that, so I'd completely forgotten. Mayama-san, what are you going to school for? No, well, I have lots of things back then. Yuzuki-san, Please tell him my apologies when we come back to our world a year later. Roger, Kusunoki-san, who probably has a serious character, was staring at me while Yuzuki-san bitterly smiled and returned an exaggerated salute. I'm afraid I won't be able to take the position of the dependable senpai, but thanks to my conversation with the two of them, I felt that the distance between us has shortened for a little bit. When we returned to that room earlier after briefly strolling around the mansion, Lilia-san greeted us with a gentle smile on her face. It's a smile that really shows her elegance and the sweetness of a noble. Let's just pretend we didn't see something lying around in the corner of the room like a worn-out rack. As soon as the three of us were seated, Lilia-san nodded once and spoke. Today, as I'm sure everyone's probably wondering about, it's about magic. As expected, I could feel my tension rising at those words. I mean, even though I only spent half a day in this mansion, I saw magic-like techniques everywhere, and I actually used some of them. The jewels in the bathroom that began showering with a touch, and the lights floating in the hallways. The worn-out rack, Lunamaria-san's explained that all we have to do is touch it, but I'm pretty sure those things were related to magic. Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san seem like they're also interested in the typical quality of the otherworld, magic, as they looked at Lilia-san with an expectant look in their eyes. I think the first thing everyone is concerned about is whether everyone can use magic as well or not. When it comes to the magic power that was the source of magic, otherworlders also have it without exception. Therefore, everyone should be able to use magic. However, being able to wield magic depends on a person's talent. I can't say for sure that one can use it at a glance. As soon as she said that, Lunamaria-san, who has been revived before I knew it, placed a book in front of us one by one. I just saw a glimpse filled with grudge just now. Well, what happened to her certainly is my fault. I've heard that the heroes that were usually summoned were able to understand the language of our world. It seems that all of you were able to understand what we're saying, so I'm sure there should be any problem, but let's check it out just in case. This is a staple among staples, but this is very important for us to verify. I had a bad grade in English, and without the language comprehension ability, the whole year might quickly pass by just memorizing the letters of this world. As I thought about this, I looked at the book in my hand and understood that it was called Introduction to Magic. Oh, I can read it properly. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Now then, as for the actual magic exercise, to be honest, it's quite difficult to do so. And although it varies greatly from person to person, it does require a certain amount of time to learn. There aren't many people who can use magic to the extent that they can make a living in the profession of being a mage. I immediately understood the meaning of Lilia-san's explanation and Lunamaria-san's additional words. I'm flipping through the book while listening to what she's saying, but it would certainly be difficult if it's according to the theory written here. This is going to be difficult. I give up too. Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san seemed to feel the same way and looked at the introductory book with a difficult expression on their faces. This would certainly be difficult to do for today or tomorrow. Heck, I think it's even impossible to do. Fufufu, it took me 3 months to be able to cast a simple spell as well. My lady is considered fast among your group. The average would have been about a year. That's going to be difficult. To be honest, I'm quite shocked. It's not that I want to use magic to fight monsters, but I've always wanted to use it. However, that's only that case of casting your own magic. After the Treaty of Friendship, the most innovative technology that was passed down from the magical world was the technology for storing magic formulas into the so-called magic tools. There's a gemstone that can store magic and magic formulas called magic crystals, and by storing magic formulas there beforehand, anyone can use the magic stored in it just by touching it. By any chance, is that blue jewel in the bathroom something like that? Yes, that's right. They're that thing in your world, right? I think it was called battery? In the same way, if magic power is stored in the magic crystal beforehand, the user can use the stored magic with only a small amount of magic power for activation. Nowadays, the use of these magic crystals has become mainstream, and the technicians who can make these tools are even called mages. Just additional information, one would need to get permission to use powerful offensive magic tools, and it should be obvious that it's forbidden to use them in the city. Well, there's a restriction for the purchase of such items in the first place. FOMO, in short, maybe it's better to think of the magic tools as something like a flashlight or a lighter from our world. In fact, we could use it in the bathroom or in our room just by touching it, and we don't need to study any difficult theories. Therefore, you could even go as far as to say that, unless you want to be a mage, you don't need to study magic. As I said earlier, the speed with which one learns magic varies greatly from person to person. It would be convenient if you're able to activate it yourself, and it might be good to study it for some time. While saying this, some kind of magic circle floated on Lilia-san's hand, and a gentle breeze blew in the room. There are 8 types of magic: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, dark, and non-attribute magic. Each attribute of magic has their own strengths and weaknesses. Incidentally, my strongest attribute is wind, while Luna's strongest attribute is water. It's kind of impressive to see it in person. While Yuzuki-san looked impressed at the magic that Lilia-san demonstrated to us for a bit, what came to my mind is something that looked like the magic that Kuro had used. I'm sure that all-purpose coat she used is probably related to magic, but what kind of attributes does it have? As expected, when it comes to demons, it would probably be dark attribute, right? Her coat was black, but were the tatami mats that she rolled out green? I'll ask her next time. I'll be giving all of you those books, and you can read it when you have the time. Then, after some pause, We were dismissed after an hour of theoretical explanations about magic. The second day in the other world passed without incident, and at night, I was reading the introductory book on magic given to me in my room, but I can honestly say that it only looked gibberish for me. Each of the magic attributes has their own theory, and the basis of their techniques are complex and difficult to understand. It is said that if people in this world want to learn magic, they would go to a magic school to learn it. In fact, Lilia-san said she learned it in the Night Corps, and Lunamaria-san said she learned it at a magic school. That's how difficult it is to learn on your own. And it seems that the presence of an expert instructor is important. Lilia-san said she would arrange for an instructor if we were interested, but I felt awkward for receiving that much assistance from her, so I refused. And in a way, I'd say it's exactly as I imagined. Magic is something that the demons are far more skilled at than humans. I've heard that most demons can use some kind of magic depending on their strength, but most of the demons seem to be to intuitively use magic. I've heard that a demon has to be at a level of at least a high-ranking demon who has a very high level of knowledge to be able to instruct others, and that's why demon instructors are almost non-existent. A demon of that level can activate magic even without any chanting or a magic circle. Wait a sec, haven't I seen someone do something like that? I mean, didn't Kuro do that? In that case, I can ask Kuro. No, I don't even know when she'll show up, and I felt like I'm being summoned. Just as I was thinking about her, a young demon girl gallantly appeared and trespassed into my room. With her black coat fluttering behind her back, I could see her white legs through the gaps in her coat. Her coat was so big that I couldn't see it until now, but she was wearing half pants underneath. No, that's not it. Huia, why did you appear just when I'm thinking of you? As I thought, you're an Esper, right? It's another good night, isn't it? Yeah, not that. Since when are you here? Now, don't mind the trivial details. Here, baby Castella. I put jam in it today. Isn't that a mini jam bread, not a baby Castella anymore? What's the point of making it in the shape of a baby Castella? Putting the baby Castella in my mouth, she offered to me as if it's natural. Kuro spontaneously sat down on a chair she took out of nowhere and placed a cup of coffee on the table. Kuro has the same innocent smile she had yesterday, but I'm not sure if I'm so used to it that I don't even have the energy to Tsukomi and just drank the coffee she offered. Then, I suddenly remembered something. Aera? Come to think of it, I thought demons don't eat anything other than what's designated for them today. That's right. But it's all right since these are designated for me. Is that so? Remembering what I'd heard this morning about how the demons spend their new year, I asked her, but it seems that the baby Castella and coffee were designated for her. Who the heck among the 6 kings would designate baby Castella and coffee? No. Maybe it's popular in the demon realm, the combination of these two. Thereupon, Kuro notices the book I have in hand and exaggeratedly tilted her head as she spoke. Aeon? What's that book about? It's an introduction to magic. You're trying to learn magic, huh? Is that why you wanted to meet me? Well, something like that. I've been reading a bit, but there seem to be 8 different types of magic, and I don't know which one to start with. 8 types? Even though there are only 2 types of magic? I was going to tell her how I'm troubled with the different kind of theories, each of the different attributes of magic, but I stiffened at the words that Kuro replied as if it was very obvious. Only 2 types? It's supposed to be 7 with fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light and dark, plus the 8th type being non-attributed. There are only 2 types. UNN, that's right. There are only 2 types of magic. Non-transmutation magic, which uses magic power as it is, and transmutation magic, which changes the magic power into something else like fire or water. Kuro, there's something I'd like to ask. How long does it usually take for a person to be able to invoke simple magic? It will vary depending on your qualities, but it can be as early as a day or as long as a month. Dear mother, father, I have begun to learn about magic. But the demon race and the human race, they were saying different things. Chapter 11. I am not a Lilicon. In regards to the magic representing the different world, what Lilia-san said and what Kuro just said doesn't mesh with each other. Lilia-san said that magic was difficult to learn and would take as long as a month to learn, if you're a fast learner. On the other hand, Kuro said it could be learned in just a few days. It didn't seem like either of them was lying, but Kaito-kun, do you mind if I look through that book for a minute? Yeah. I'm not sure if Kuro had similar doubts, but she wanted to see the introductory book I had. I didn't have any particular reason to refuse, so I handed her the book, and Kuro flipped through it. I see this is how we used to teach the humans magic. With this method, it would definitely take some time to learn magic. Does that mean that the method that the humans are using to study magic is wrong? No, I think it's very well done. It's just this is the method to raise someone into a magician who can make magic tools, or something like that. It's like, you also have to study the theories accompanied by magic, so I think you'd surely take a long time to learn with that. Wait. I don't understand what you mean by that. Kuro seems to be convinced of something, but I honestly didn't understand. Thereupon, Kuro closes the book and gives me a charming smile before explaining. If all you have to do is invoke magic, all you have to is understand the feeling of moving magic power. For example, whoa, the book is floating. I just used magic to make it float. But for this level of magic, regardless of whether you're a human or a demon, if you can make your magic power move, you can do it just by imagining it. But if you want to make a magic tool that can do the same thing, it would get a little more complicated. Fomu. A magic tool is a magic formula that's written on the magic crystal. So if you try to do the same thing, you need to know the method to specify a target, the method to levitate the target, the method to adjust the height, and the method to switch between activation and deactivation. I guess it will look something like this. With Kuro's explanation, many lines of glowing letters appeared in the air and formed into a magic circle. Seeing that happen, it somehow looks magical. That's the difference between using magic based on intuition and using magic based on theories. Look, even Kaito-kun thinks that moving your hands is easy, right? However, don't you think it would be hard to write down those principles into a theory? I see. It's certainly as you say. For us demons, being able to use basic magic is normal, and someone would only feel like studying it when you want to become a magic tool creator or use more complicated and powerful magic. I'm guessing that for the human race, they felt that a child who could use magic should be equal to someone who can make magic tools. And that's why they're making you study the theories accompanied by magic. That seriousness really is like the human race. I see. Kuro's explanation is easy to understand. I think it's also clear that humans have a complicated way of thinking. In that case, I guess it's not a question of which is the right answer, as it's a cultural difference. As Lilia-san said earlier, for the human race, being able to use magic would be a professional in their profession for a human. But for the demons, it's already a give that they can use magic, and only those researcher types who study it in depth feel like professionals. Well, studying this isn't a waste of time. You will need a solid theoretical knowledge if you want to use higher level magic. You're also part of the human race, the people who are good at making detailed theories, and by memorizing this, I think you'll be able to make magic tools. However, there's a part of me that can't wait to try my hand at magic. Then, do you want me to teach you? I know that the theory is important, but I'm in a different world and I have a strong desire to use magic. Unless I'm thinking of making a magic tool, when I heard that I would be able to use simple magic in just a short time, I can't help but be inclined towards it. As I was thinking about this, Kuro suggested with a smile on his face, "You can just study the theoretical stuff from stuff like that book, while I teach you about the intuitive stuff. Even though I may not seem like it, I think I can use magic quite well. Is that all right?" To be honest, that's a very appreciated offer, but there's a part of me that feels fearful at the same time. Kuro is probably no. I'm pretty sure that Kuro is someone who knows a great deal about magic, or at least, she's one of the most outstanding among the people I know in this other world. Taking various things out of her coat, she could create something like that magic tool that searches for people you're thinking about, even soaring in the sky. She seems like she's at a level where there's nothing she can't do. It's all right, I like you, Kaito-kun, and if there's something I can teach you, I'll teach you. T/N. The like used here is the like for pleased, Kanitaru, not Suki. Thank you. A smile that's filled with straightforward goodwill, without hiding anything. I don't know what it is about me that made her like me so much, but she's treating me really well. Of course, I felt like I'm being pushed around most of the time, but there's a part of me that feels at ease while talking with Kuro. Well, how should I say this? I'm also a guy. Although her actual age is much older than her looks, I still get embarrassed when a lovely beauty directs such straightforward goodwill to me. But at the same time, I began to question myself. Am I actually a lolicon? Then, a strange fear emerged. And no, that's not it. I'm not a lolicon, you know? I'm just confused because I've always been alone and never experienced having someone emotionally attached like this to me before. Kuro, unaware of my emotional turmoil, begins to instruct me with the usual smile on her face. Now then, the first step would be the basics of the basics. It's how to handle magic power. Do you know what magic power feels like, Kaito-kun? No, I don't know. Well, you've lived in a world that has never had anything to do with magic before, so it's not strange. Then here, with her exclamation, Kuro spun her finger in front of me. My body suddenly got enveloped in a faint light, and I felt a gentle warmth around my body. I wrapped Kaito-kun's body with the magic power that I made visible, but how does it feel? It feels like soaking in lukewarm water. It feels warm. That feeling is important. That's the basic state of using magic. Today, let's just feel around it a little and try to remember exactly what magic power feels like. Dear mother, father, I have a magic teacher in a different world. However, I'm not a lolicon. Let's go back in time for a bit, to a certain building in the demon realm. While Kuromwena leisurely watching the demons celebrating the new year, a demon wearing a ceremonial mask made of bones and feathers approached her. Kuromu-sama, you have received an invitation from the Symphonia Kingdom. Invitation? For what? Throwing a baby castella into her mouth, Kuromwena looked back with a heartfelt curiosity. It seems to be an invitation for a party celebrating the new year. Perhaps, it also serves as an introduction to the person who holds the role hero this year. New year? Why did they just send it to me this year? When was the last time I went out again? No, I don't think that's it. It's probably because Kuromu-sama visited the king not long ago. Kuromwena is a demon, and so, she basically spends her new year in the same format as the demon realm. As a result, she has never participated in any of the parties that the humans hold on the 4th day of the new year in various countries, and even the human realm understands that they have never sent an invitation. However, this year, they have unusually sent an invitation, and the masked demon said that the reason was probably due to her visit to the castle the other day at the request of the king of Symphonia. I only went there because I happened to be in the neighborhood. Ah, by the way, you want to buy some jam, didn't you? Did you get a good one? You went in? It's very sweet and goes well with baby Costellas. Ho ho, that's good to hear. Hearing the happiness from Kuro words, the masked demon repeatedly nodded as if he was pleased himself. And so, how should we reply? I'm not interested. So tell them we're not coming. Ha ha ha, I should have known. Thereupon, sending just a glance at the extravagant invitation stamped with the seal of the king of Symphonia that they sent once again, Kuro simply stated that she isn't interested. It seems that the masked demon knew that this would be her reply, that he just nodded without any questions asked. However, just in case, couldn't you see the person acting the role of the hero this year? I don't think I'd be interested in the one acting the role of the hero this year. I've also found my favorite child. Oya, my. It seems that Kuromu-sama is extremely lucky to have found this person. Yeah, that's right. It has truly been a long time. I felt that spark just at first sight. I feel like it's fate. The expression of disinterest on her face just now has changed. Kuromu now have a big smile on her face, as if he likes the person in front of him so much. The masked demon happily looked at Kuromu, who's clearly in a good mood. Well then, I'll reply that Kuromu-sama isn't attending. Yeah, I'm just really engrossed with this child right now, so I'm not interested in anything else. As Kuromu-sama wishes. Also, can you write a letter to Shiro? To Shallow Vernal, Sama, is it? I respectfully obey. What would you like me to write? T/N. Saroi Banaru, Shirovuanaru. Hearing the name that Kuromu had mentioned, the masked demon looked a little surprised. There was only one person that Kuromu would call by that nickname. She's such an existence that she especially calls with a nickname, but for the masked demon, she's at least an existence higher than the clouds. Just keep it simple. If it's Shiro, I think she'd understand, even if you just say, please give Kaito-kun your blessings. I respectfully obey. The masked demon nodded his head, but he's inwardly surprised at the contents of what Kuromu just said. At the same time, Kuromu, who was lying on a luxurious sofa, vigorously sprung up. I feel like Kaito-kun is calling me. I'm going out for a bit. Yeah? Yes. Have a good day. Quickly saying her goodbyes, Kuromu was engulfed in a deep black glow and disappeared, leaving the masked demon who's somewhat confused in that place. A little while later, a knight wearing jet black armor approaches the masked demon. Oya? Where's Kuromu-sama? Oh, noon. Dano? I was told that she felt Kaito-kun calling her. T/N. Knowing Kaito-kun? The otherworlder who has become Kuromu-sama's favorite. Hearing the words of the dumbfounded masked demon, the knight in jet black armor called Noon nodded in agreement. Good gracious, she really seems to like him. She's even requesting for Shallow Vernal Sama's blessings. Shallow Vernal Sama's blessings? That's another terrific person for her to ask for requests. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from Kuromu-sama. It would also become extremely difficult for the otherworlder. Well, as soon as Kuromu-sama likes you, have also decided your fate of being pushed around by her. That's also what happened to me. After all, unbeknownst to the person himself, his outer moat is already being tremendously filled up, while the masked demon and Noon could let out a sigh of sympathy for the favored human. He will be pushed around by their lord, who has been wearing the words unrestrained freedom, and they could only imagine what his future may be. Chapter 12. I received an invitation from an outrageous place. A few days have passed since I was summoned to another world. I gradually got used to living in Lilia-san's mansion, and it's not just me, but that also includes Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san. I'm starting to see a smile on their faces as well. Of course, there are still many things I don't understand about this world, but thanks to Lilia-san's goodwill, I think I've had enough time to organize my head over the last few days. Well, as for Kuro, who's showing up every night, she's still a mystery to me, but she doesn't seem like she intends to do me any harm. In fact, I can even say that I felt more comfortable talking with her compared to Lilia-san. Well, it's common for the humans to spend 3 days at home in the new year to begin with, and since I didn't go out, except for this irrational little demon girl, there doesn't seem to be any incident that happened. So it was very peaceful. Well, though I say that, there's a saying in my beloved hometown that tells about the calm before the storm. An invitation? It was early in the afternoon, on the 4th day we're in here. While we were chatting leisurely over tea and cookies, Lunamaria-san appeared with a grandeur envelope and told us that this is an invitation to a party to be held tomorrow. Yes, it's for the night party to be held on the 4th day of the new year at the Royal Palace. Since this is the year of the Hero Festival, it will also be a magnificent event where they will introduce the person who holds the role of the hero. Normally, these invitations should have arrived sooner, but we arranged for everyone's invitation as well this time, so it took a little longer. Yeah? Us too? Hearing the words that Lilia-san said with the calm smile she usually had, Kusunoki-san looked surprised as she asked back. Well, I understand how she felt. It's impossible not to be surprised when you suddenly hear about an evening party at the Royal Palace. Yes, since Mitsunaga-sama will be visiting a number of countries after this, I thought he might want Aoi-san and Hina-san to go in particular. I see. Seiji plays the role of the hero after all, so he'll be introduced to the various cities of each country. I wonder if he'll be alright. According to what they told me, the sophomore Kusunoki-san, and the freshman Yuzuki-san and Mitsunaga-kun are clubmates. As I thought, club activities really are the shortcut to being a normie. I should have done club activities in high school instead of just playing internet games. No, I didn't join any circle in college in the end. So maybe it doesn't really have any connection whether I played internet games at that time or not. Well, setting aside the story of my lonely life, this would certainly be a good time to have a leisurely conversation with Mitsunaga-kun, who will be traveling from one place to another. The two of them were worried about him, and the trusty Lilia-san followed up on that as well. As I was thinking about that, Lilia-san took out a letter from a large envelope that seemed to be of very good quality and looked it over. She still had the smile on her face, but I could see a vein pop out of her forehead. Luna, are these all the letters from the royal palace? Why, yes. I think my eyes may have gone bad. Would you mind reading it for a bit? I wonder what's going on. Lilia-san is smiling, but her eyes aren't smiling at all. Or rather, she looks terribly scary. Well then, please excuse me. I'll spare everyone the early parts of the letter as it's just a regular opening sentence. In addition, invitations for he who plays the role of the hero, Mitsunaga Seiji-sama's fellow countrymen, Kusunoki Aoi-sama and Yuzuki Hina-sama, are enclosed together with this invitation. Era? That's weird. Because if I heard correctly, I don't think I heard my name included in the sentence that Lunamaria-san just read out loud. Luna, I'm sure I've contacted the royal palace to prepare an invitation for 3 people, haven't I? Why? Yes, there's no mistaking it. What do you think of this? His Majesty, the king's bad habit appeared again. Is it possible to rearrange it now? I think it would be difficult. Hearing Lilia-san's words in an indifferent voice that sounds as if she's suppressing her emotions, Lunamaria-san replied as cold sweat dripped down behind her back. If I'm not mistaken, His Majesty, the king is Lilia-san's older brother and is a person Lunamaria-san said to have a severe case of being a siscon, I think. That king's bad habit. I see. After some very heavy silence, Lilia-san stands up from her seat and after a few seconds, she comes back with a sword in one hand and bows deeply to me. I'm sorry, Kaito-san. It seems that due to an error on our part, we weren't able to prepare an invitation for Kaito-san. No, that's totally fine. I'm not really that acquainted with Mitsunaga-kun before, and I don't have anything, in particular, to talk about. I'm really sorry. I'll have to keep you waiting at home here in the mansion, but instead of that, I'll be back with a stupid king's head as a souvenir. My lady, your eyes are glaring, you know? That stupid older brother really is trying to reach the end of my patience. My lady, please calm down. In case you forgot, that is still the king. He may be stupid when it comes to my lady, but aside from that, he's one of the competent ones. Let go of me, Luna. As his relative, I'll be the one who'll make sure that that idiot's misbehavior will be punished accordingly. That's fine, but please put away the sword for now. I guess that's what happened. Lilia-san was supposed to have arranged for the 3 of us to go to the evening party, but the Siscon king, who doesn't like men approaching Lilia-san in the first place, only prepared invitations for Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, but not for me. In the first place, he probably doesn't like the fact that I, being a man, am living in Lilia-san's mansion. That's probably the part that Lilia-san didn't let her mess with, and Lilia-san, who has been bothered by that Siscon's behavior for a long time now, finally lost it. Yep, she's super scary. I've never seen Lilia-san so angry before, or rather, what the heck have you done in the past, Your Majesty, the king? After that, the composition of Lilia-san, who was about to pull out her sword, and Lunamaria-san, who was desperately calming her down, continued for a while, and it wasn't until about half an hour later that Lilia-san calmed down. I finished bathing and headed to my room. I feel like I'm tired for the day. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have any problem with not being able to attend the evening party. Rather than that, I'm even glad that I didn't have to attend such an ostentatious occasion. Lilia-san is trying to treat us equally, but it doesn't seem like it's something that would be easily approved. She apologized to me over and over again, and I had a really hard time calming her down. Maybe it's because she's a very serious person to begin with? That part of Lilia-san doesn't seem very noble-like, but it's nice to know that she's thinking about us seriously. I'm really lucky and grateful that the first person I met when I came to the other world was Lilia-san. If possible, I'd like to repay her in some way. Welcome back. Opening the door to my room, I found Kuro sprawled out on the couch, eating a baby castella. She finally didn't just show up out of nowhere. She was waiting for me here ahead of time. I'll say this again because it's important, but Kuro is a stranger in this house. I'm not talking about it anymore. Humans are creatures that adapt. I guess I've gotten used to Kuro's unpredictability to some extent, and after letting out a big sigh, I took the teacup she offered me and brought a baby castella to my mouth. You went in? You look like you're a little tired today, huh? Yeah, well, it's not really a big deal, but just as perceptive as ever, Kuro pointed it out and I gave her a rundown of what happened today. Occasionally replying with "UNN," Kuro listened quietly to the end of my story. Then, you can't go to the part because of that king, Kaito-kun? Well, I guess that's kind of a rough way to put it. Alright, then, I'm going to the palace now and bring the half-dead king here and have him write you an invitation. Why? No, nothing's alright there. You know, I hurriedly stopped Kuro, who said something as if it's natural, just like what Lilia-san did this morning. Honestly, most of what Lilia-san said was pretty disturbing, But it felt different when it's Kuro who said that. I felt like she would really do it. I mean, she's breaking into the Duchess's house without anyone noticing, and although she doesn't look like it, she seems to be a very high-ranking demon. But seriously, please don't kidnap nor beat down the king until he's half dead. Doesn't that make me look like a national rebel? UNN? I thought you wanted to go to the party. Kaito-kun? No, it's not that I want to go. Rather than that, I think I'd like to pass on the trouble of attending a stiff event like that. I'm a bit interested in the fancy foods they have, but, I was thinking about joining if you're going to be there, Kaito-kun, but I guess I'll just skip it. Yeah, I have an idea. What the heck are you up to now? She was murmuring something, but maybe Kuro was invited to? No, well, putting that aside for now, it's more important to know what kind of outrageous thing she has come up with this time. Then, let's eat barbecue tomorrow. Look, you don't seem to like those stiff events. Let's do it with just us and my friends. There's a nice scenic spot south of the kingdom, so let's have a barbecue there. FOMO. Even though she'd usually make crazy suggestions, I feel like this one isn't too bad. Or rather, it's a much more intriguing invitation than the evening party in the royal palace. All of the meals that are served at Lilia-san's house are fancy-looking meals, and I'm thinking that I'd like to eat some skewered food or something like that, and I think that if I'm with Kuro, it would probably be exhausting, but I know it will be fun. However, there's an important problem with that. That sounds like fun, but if I don't explain to Lilia-san about Kuro and I just suddenly say that I'm going out to eat dinner, I don't think I could get Lilia-san to agree. That's right, I get the feeling that Kuro wouldn't like that. In the first place, she only shows up when I'm alone, and she has always been infiltrating by slipping through the detection barriers, so I've kept Kuro a secret to Lilia-san. But if I was invited to a barbecue, which would mean I'm not going out alone, as expected, it would be difficult for me to go without explaining to her. Lilia-san is really anxious about our circumstances, and I don't want to sneak out because I'm feeling guilty, hiding Kuro from her. It will be alright, I'll go ask an acquaintance to extend a normal dinner invitation to you. Would Lilia-san agree to that? She'd probably agree to her, I think. She's a child who's trusted by humans after all. Well, as far as I'm concerned, if Lilia-san were to agree to that, I'd like to go. Really? Hooray. Then, I'll go tell everyone. Okay? Yeah? Wait. Hearing my response, Kuro had a big smile on her face as she disappeared. I can't really say no to her when she's that happy, and I don't exactly feel bad agreeing with her. But how should I say this? I felt some anxiousness when Kuro mentioned her friends and everyone. I guess, for the time being, I'll just go with the flow. And just as we finished breakfast the next day, Lunamaria-san ran into the dining room with varying expressions on her face. My lady, for you to be that flustered, what happened? An invitation letter from Setich Magic Tool Trading Company arrived, signed by the chairman and addressed to Mayama-sama T/N Shoidichi. After hearing the words that Lunamaria-san told her, Lilia-san eyes opened wide and she stiffened. Setich Magic Tool Trading Company? What's that? Are you sure that it's not some kind of prank? It's in an envelope made of black magic parchment and sealed with a platinum dragon beard. Lilia-san completely froze. Excuse me. I'm not really following the conversation, but what's the Setich Magic Tool Trading Company? It's the largest trading company that deals with magic tools, and it's a large trading company with financial resources that far exceed those of the major powers. They're in a different league compared to the other trading companies. It was even said that half of the magic tools in the world are products made by the Setich Magic Tool Trading Company. When I asked that question, Lunamaria-san fearfully replied, "Let's see. In short, they're a huge company that prides itself as the one who holds the world's largest market shares in magic tools." The heck? What does that mean? Lilia-san glanced at the astonished me, while I made a gesture that told her to go ahead and check it out. Thereupon, Lilia-san took the envelope from Lunamaria-san with her trembling hands, and after a moment, she held the envelope with both of her hands in front of her head. There's no mistake. It's the real deal. Signed by Chairman Say Rivistar and stamped in gold. T/N Shayeth Riberushta, Say Riberusida. Even just this invitation alone costs more than a house in the best district in the royal capital. What does it say? I knew that I had received something outrageous from some outrageous person, but I had no idea why I was in this situation. When I asked her a bit flustered, Lilia-san looks down at the invitation again and read it. Dear Mayama Kaito-sama, I would like to apologize in advance for the unexpected invitation. At the same time, I hope you forgive me for omitting the greeting and for my rudeness in writing down the main topic. Tonight, we are pleased to hold a small dinner party at our company. It is with great pleasure that I am writing to ask Mayama Kaito-sama to join us, if it's convenient for you. I will have the person who will pick you up this evening to visit Duchess Albert's residence, and I would appreciate if you would let me know at that time if you will not participate. In addition, I have a message for Mayama Kaito-sama from a friend of mine, and I will include it in the letter. Kaito-kun, I'll be waiting, okay? Is what she said. Again, my apologies for the delay in getting in touch with you. I would appreciate your consideration. Say Rivistar, as I thought, it's that little demon girl who did this? What the heck are you doing? Seriously, what the heck are you doing? You said that you're just asking an acquaintance to send an invitation. I got an invitation from an outrageous place though. Heck, both Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san are frozen in place, staring at me. How the heck should I explain this to them? Dear mother, father, I was ostracized from the evening party in the royal capital. But instead, I received an invitation from an outrageous place. Chapter 13. As expected, the absurd demon's friend are absurd as well. The evening is approaching and the color of the sky is beginning to change slightly. The head of the Albert family, Lilia, is staring at some papers in her office. A piece of paper enclosed with the invitation to Kaito that arrived this morning, containing a pledge of commitment. A document detailing several including assurances for Kaito's personal safety. Don't you think it's too good to be just a coincidence? Luna. Yes, that's right. I can't believe that the demon that helped Kaito-san when he got lost in the city happened to be an acquaintance of the chairman of the Sedich Magic Tool Trading Company, say Rivistar, and that Kaito-san would accept the invitation. Would be a really astonishing coincidence. When she heard the indifferent voice, Lilia raised her face from the document she's looking at and quietly replied. As for the invitation in the morning, Kaito explained to her that the demon that saved him said they would have dinner together when he left, but he didn't expect that he would be invited this early. And in response to that, fortunately or unfortunately, Kaito's schedule was open as well, and if Kaito wishes to participate, Lilia encouraged him to do so. The summoning of heroes has been done nearly 100 times already. This time, you are in charge of that, and only this time. An accidental summoning of multiple people happened, and you, with your strong sense of responsibility, are taking care of them. And since there were no men's clothing in the residence, Mayama had to go out, unlike the other otherworlders. And somebody, who somehow knew that someone other than the hero had been summoned, used a cloaking spell to hide the fact that he had gone out, and a high-ranking demon just happened to be passing by rescued Mayama-sama. While quietly listening to Lunamaria's words, Lilia's expression didn't change at all. She just quiet stares at Lunamaria's face as she smiles at the door. And for His Majesty, the king's bad habit to appear again, and he didn't prepare an invitation for Mayama-sama, which coincidentally made Mayama-sama's schedule in the 4th day of the year free. Then, by coincidence, Mayama-sama received an invitation to a dinner party from the demon's acquaintance, who happened to be the chairman of the largest trading company, a person you would be coveting for he has just gained his peerage, and someone who doesn't have many connections yet. How convenient, isn't it? Duchess Albert-sama? It's really too good a scenario for you, isn't it? My lady. The dusk light piercing from the window illuminated the face of the mansion's head. What appeared on her face was a smile that could be called a sneer. T/N. Kikakadori. Well, this will probably what the majority will think, right? You're too pessimistic about every single thing, Lily. Luna, you're too d*mn serious and a soft-hearted person that I don't think you're capable of such elaborate plans. I feel like an idiot for a moment there. Followed by Luna Maria, whose expression broke down into laughter. Lilia also leaked out a smile. The appearance of Luna Maria, who speaks with a nickname that she only calls out when they're alone, was more like a bad friend than an attendant. Lily is too easy to understand. The reason you've been in a bad mood all morning is that, while you've been trying to protect yourself from the people who want to take advantage of the otherworlders, you don't like the fact that you're going to benefit from the plot against Mayama-sama? I really can't hide anything from you. Yes, that's right. I am honestly grateful for having a connection with the Sedich Magic Tool Company. Moreover, it says that the chairman himself will visit the residence in person at a later date. It's like I'm using Kaito-san's friendship with him to benefit the Albert Duchy. I don't know if I can assent to that. In response to Lunamaria's words that seemed to strike true to her heart, Lilia muttered a heartfelt grumble. I don't know if I should say you're really inflexible or something, even though we can just say that obediently concluded as our good luck. We've only known each other for a few days, but Kaito-san, Aoi-san, and Hina-san are all very kind to me. They don't blame me for getting them involved in something like this, but rather, they were even saying their gratitude. I don't want people like them to be involved in nobles diplomacy. I don't think Mayama-san would want to be caught up in some troublesome nobles, wouldn't he? Even so, I don't like it. As I thought, I'm not cut out to be a noble. I agree. Why in the world are you agreeing that part? Lily has always been a musclehead. You always act before you think, so you could just leave complicated thoughts behind. Who's a musclehead? I dare you to say that again. Staring at Lilia, who's lying down on the desk with her head in her hands, Luna Maria looks like she's having fun as she laughed and teased her. A slight smile returned to Lilia-san's face as she received the unreserved way of speaking of her old friend, rather than how an attendant talks to her master. Well, you may be right. It's not in my nature to think about the things that have already happened. I should apologize to Kaito-san again, and I guess some words of gratitude for that. Rather, if you could just make something into an established fact after you say your gratitude, you wouldn't be so guilty about it, don't you think? You always find ways to screw around, aren't you? Fufufu, isn't it good? Lily's over-seriousness, my banters, I think they make a good balance. Huh. I felt like I'm always the one who has to do the hard work though. After briefly laughing, Luna Maria turns her back to Lilia and heads for the door. Just before leaving though, she looks back at Lilia and speaks with a smile on her face. Kusunoki-sama and Yuzuki-sama's preparations will be over soon, so it's about time for us to leave. My lady. Thank you, Luna. To be honest, I was expecting that I would be pursued for answers, but Lilia-san easily agreed to let me join the dinner party. That's how absurd the person who sent me the invitation is that, how should I say this? I think my stomach hurts for some reason. Either way, she originally arranged for me to attend an evening party, and before I knew it, There was formal wear for me and dresses for Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san too, dressed in the shiny formal wear that I've only seen in the movies back in my previous world. I got a call that the people who were coming to pick me up had arrived. After giving a quick hello to Lilia-san and the others, I headed to the main gate. When I reached the main gate, I immediately saw a huge carriage tied to 4 black horses. What's that? That horse is really big. But it's also got something that looks like a horn. Is it a unicorn? A black unicorn? You must be Mayama Kaito-sama. Yes. At the front of the carriage is a man who looks like a noble's attendant, who then deeply bows to me and asked, slightly pressured by the aura around him, I told him that I will be attending the dinner party. He then opened the carriage door and I climbed into the carriage. How spacious. From the outside, I knew it was a huge carriage, but when I walked in, it was surprisingly spacious inside here that I'm actually feeling like a celebrity. In addition, there's no one else in here except me, that I didn't really know where to sit. I felt awkward sitting in the middle, so I sat down near the window, and a man handed me something that looked like a bag. The chairman asked me to give you this. Thank you very much. No, we'll be leaving shortly, so please ask any questions you may have. Yes. I don't know what his name is, but he moved to the driver's seat of the carriage, and we began leaving shortly. For the time being, I checked the bag I just received. As if it's something common, a letter appeared in the air. Dear Kaito-kun, we're having barbecue, so I brought some comfortable clothes for you to where you won't be able to see the inside of the carriage from the outside, so you can change your clothes there. I see. It was called a dinner party, so I came out in formal wear, but I'm pretty sure Kuro said we're having barbecue right from the start. In that case, I'd rather wear rough clothes than formal wear in such an event. To be honest, I honestly thought I was invited to a place more extravagant and dazzling than the royal palace, so I was a little bit relieved to change into the clothes that were given to me. It looks like a very ordinary shirt and trousers with a black color base, but I feel like it's very light and easy to move around in, probably because I changed out of my formal wear. Afterward, while looking out from the carriage which hardly swayed for a while, the carriage crossed a large gate and after about 20 minutes of driving, the carriage stopped and the man opened the door for me. We have arrived. Please be careful on your steps. Yes. The venue is just down the road at the river's edge. If you'd like, I can keep your clothes here for you to change into later. I'd like that. Yes. Then, I'll pick you up again when you're ready to leave. Bowing deeply again, I thanked the man who was receiving my change of clothes and looked in the direction he pointed at. The open area on the river's edge where we would have barbecue was immediately in sight, so I made my way towards there. Kaito-kun. Over here. After walking for a bit, in front of me was Kuro in her black coat she's usually wearing, widely waving her hand at me. A petite woman in a maid's uniform, about 150 centimeters in height, standing next to Kuro. She deeply bowed as I approached. T/in. 4 feet 11 inches. Pfft. Let's have lots of fun today. Why, yeah. Or rather, you sent me an outrageous invitation. Thanks to that, the people on our side have been really nervous. Sorry. But it's all right. As I said yesterday, I'm only inviting my close friends here today, so you can relax. Let me introduce you. This child here is Ain. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mayama Kaito-sama. My name is Ain. Her platinum hair is slightly longer where the sideburns should be, while it's relatively shorter around other areas. A petite woman in a maid's uniform that doesn't even have any wrinkles. Ain-san deeply bowed her head as she greeted me. I don't know what to say. Should I say she has an unordinary aura around her? She has a very relaxed atmosphere around her. She's supposed to be looking like the Lilia-san, who's the same maid like her, but there's something different about Ain-san's vibe. Now then, since Kaito-kun's here, I'm get ready to go. I respectfully obey. When Kuro announced with a leisurely smile, Ain-san bowed, and immediately afterward, a wire mesh that seems to be for barbecue, outdoor tables, and chairs, which were not there a moment ago, suddenly appeared in front of us. What the heck's that? Is that magic? I'm surprised at the scene as if I'm watching a magic trick, but Kuro doesn't seem particularly concerned about it and just turned her bright smile towards me. Since this was decided so suddenly, I've asked the other children to get some ingredients for us, but I'm sure they'll be back soon, so I'll introduce you to them. Yeah. Trying to calm the surprise in me, I nodded at Kuro's words, but I heard footsteps getting louder with every step. When I turned around, I stiffened. What the heck is that? My eyes must be playing tricks on me again. But some kind of black, full-body armored knight walked towards me, carrying a winged lizard that looks about 5 meters long. Is that a dragon? Is that *King Dragon? Kuromu-sama, would 3 flying dragons be enough? I think that should be enough. 3? Did he just say 3 flying dragons? It's true. He's also dragging 2 of them behind him, besides the one he's carrying. No. Wait a minute. My brain can't keep up with what's happening, you know? The sudden appearance of a fantasy-esque dragon, driving my brain to a complete overload, brings my mind to a halt. And from another direction, I could see huge green blob, or rather, I could see a bundle of vegetables floating towards us. Kuromu-sama, I brought the vegetables. Thank you. Looking in the direction of the childish voice I heard, I saw a girl about 50 centimeters underneath the flying vegetables. A fairy? A fairy appeared now? Kuromu-sama, I brought the fish. Nice timing. The one that appeared this time is really big. A giant? No, wait a moment. I'm begging you. Just wait a moment. My brain can't keep up at all. Are these all the condiments we would need? Yeah, that's right. A full-length skeleton in a gorgeous outfit is flying in the air? What the heck is with this situation? A young demon girl, a maid, a full-body armored knight, a fairy, a giant, and a skeleton? That's a whole lot of fantasy-esque beings gathering here, don't you think? Dear mother, father, I went to a party to eat barbecue, and now I learned that I should have expected it. The absurd demon's friends would be absurd as well. Chapter 14. It's probably the maid. A maid appeared. A knight in armor carrying a dragon appeared. A fairy appeared. A giant appeared. And a skeleton appeared. This barbecue had turned into an assortment of various races. And I'm sure that this is all the participants today, right? Yes. Kuromu-sama said that Mayama-sama shouldn't be dwarfed by the presence of the other participants. So I've limited the participants to 5 people. I'll leave the cooking to Ain then. I respectfully obey. Then what we need is a conversation between Kuro and the maid, Ain-san. If you were to just look at the two of them, they would only be the normal ones in this place. Or rather, the other members are just too scary. Especially the giants. By the way, Act-kun, please change into your human form. You're scaring Kaito-kun-san, you know? Yeah? Me? I think Lord Sex is scarier to look at than me though. It's because Act-kun is too big. No, but I'm like a child compared to Magnoel-sama, you know? Or rather than me being too big, I have a feeling that Sister Raz is just too tiny. Are you trying to say something about me? I'm sorry. Dressed in green clothing and flying on the small wings on her back, the fairy with long pink blonde hair called out to the blue giant. The conversation between the fairy, who's probably less than 50 centimeters tall, and the blue giant, who's probably 5 meters tall, makes me lose my sense of perspective just by watching them. I have lots of stuff to Tsukomi at, but Fairy-san, my name isn't Kaito-kun, it's Kaito. And also, to think that there are also giants that are much bigger than him, that this giant would look like a child compared to them. While I'm thinking about that, the blue giant's body glowed and turned into a muscular man with 2 horns and blue skin that stands out. He still looks big though, being at least 2 meters tall. However, it's such a shame for those people who couldn't attend. It can't be helped. It would be a tremendous number of people if we had everyone who wanted to participate in here. And just as the armored knight and the skeleton walked over while talking, Kuro finished his conversation with Ain-san and came over here. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kaito-kun. Well then, let's leave the preparations to Ain. Once again, this child is Mayama Kaito-kun. He's a friend of mine that I recently found, and this child's from another world, so don't scare him too much. Alrighty, well then, let's start introducing ourselves one after another. At Kuro's words, the fairy cheerfully raised her hand and decided to introduce herself to everyone. Hey then, if you have already introduced Ain Dano, I guess I'll go next? Nice to meet you, Mayama Dano. My name is Sex. Well, you could just think of me as one of the liches you can find anywhere. T/N Jekushu Sakusu. I won't name him what you may be thinking about. N. Nice to meet you. The gorgeously dressed skeleton introduced himself with a graceful bow. Liches you can find anywhere? He kind of looks like a certain undead last boss from somewhere though. By the way, the person who sent the invitation to Mayama Dano is my subordinate, say Rivistar. I'm sorry to surprise you with the unexpected invitation. Apparently, this skeleton, Sex-san, is the boss of the chairman of the largest trading company who arranged my invitation this time. I could certainly feel the presence of someone who has accumulated a lot of experience, but just being Kuro's close friend makes him not ordinary at all. Then, Raz is going to introduce herself next. My name is Lilia. Please call me Raz. Nice to meet you, Kaito-kun-san. T/N Rajuria Razuria Air. Nice to meet you. The pink blonde fairy. Raz-san cheerfully introduced herself. Probably because of her tiny appearance, she's the soothing figure among this strong group of members. Then. I'm next, huh? I'm an ogre. Well, I don't like being stiff with people, so I'll call you Kaito, alright? T/N Ahato. Yes. Nice to meet you. Yeah, well met. Even though he's in human form, he still looks like a giant. Act-san has a lively personality. He held out his hand to me with a fierce smile on his face, in which I responded by shaking his hand. The heck, his hand is so hard. Then, I guess I would be the last one. My name is Noon. I'm the youngest among the people who gathered today. I'll be in your care from now on, Mayama-san. Same here, dressed in a black knight armor all over his body. Noon-san's voice sounds a bit strange. It's kind of weirdly high-pitched, like his voice is altered by a voice changer, but it's very easy to listen to. It's hard to tell if he's a man or a woman, partly because of his armor, but probably because he's about 160 centimeters tall that I could see him as a knight of the human race. Anyway, with the self-introduction over, Kuro urged us to move to a table prepared in the vicinity. Then, at the same time, I could smell a fragment aroma and the sound of grilling meat. And when I moved my gaze to the table, yeah? How fast? You've already started grilling? Our introduction should have only passed for a few minutes, but before I knew it, there were the 3 dragons, a large number of vegetables, and even the fishes, all skewered on a variety of large and small skewers and grilling them in the wire mesh. No matter how I look at it, Isn't she too fast? Are you some kind of super being who has super acceleration? The number of barbecue skewers on the wire mesh is also outrageous. There were dozens of skewers neatly lined up, and the aroma wafting in the air is nothing short of amazing. As expected of elder sister, you do one hell of a job. That's right. If Einsan is here, there's nothing we can do to help with the preparation of food. Ak-san and Noon-san spoke as if it's a matter of course. Apparently, Einsan's extraordinary work speed seems to be a daily occurrence for them. I mean, looking closely, there's also something that looks like alcohol and juice on the table before I knew it. There were also some small dishes for people to share and eat. Maid-san is so amazing. Come to think of it, can you drink alcohol, Kaito? Yes. I can't drink that much, but good. That's good. Then, let's go exchange drinks already. That won't do. Act Kuin. We still haven't made a toast yet. Don't be so stiff, Sister Raz. Men should always to talk to each other first after they've had a drink. Einsan will scold you if you sip your drink before Kuromu-sama. Raz-san tried to stop Act-san, who was vigorously laughing, but Act-san didn't seem to be bothered by her words and tried to reach out for the alcohol on the table. But he stiffened when he heard what she said. His face that was seemingly blue from the start turned even bluer. From the look of it, I can somehow see the power relationship between them. Or at least, it seems that Act-san is afraid of Einsan. Could it be that Einsan is actually an earth-shattering person? Why, yeah. Or rather, you could even say that she's almost a Mons. Act-san was about to say something, but before I knew it, a cut appeared on his cheek as if something slashed it with a small blade. Act-san is trembling where he stood as sweat began flowing down on his face like a waterfall. And with movements too refined and no hesitation in them, he put his hands on the ground and lowered his head. My apologies. Elder sister, T/N. He's calling him Inigo, the same way delinquents do in fiction. Einsan was Kuromu-sama's maid long before Raz and the others were born, and she's the strongest of all of us gathered here today. Well, except for Kuromu-sama. Is that so? It's all right, Mayama-san. As long as you don't make careless remarks like Act-sama, she's usually a gentle and kind person. Something unfolded right in front of my eyes. Or so it seems. While Einsan advised, or rather, intimidated Act-san, Raz-san explained and Noon-san followed up with more explanation. Apparently, the oldest and the strongest member of this group, with the exception of Kuro, is the maid, Einsan. She's a lot different from the maids that I know of. Kaito-kun, would you like alcohol? Juice? Then, I'd have alcohol. Here. Whoa, What the heck happened just now? I'm 21 years old now, 1 year younger than Lilia-san, and I'm not averse to drinking alcohol. And in response to Kuro's question, I replied that I would drink alcohol since Act-san invited me a while ago. Things are normal so far. The moment that I answered, though, Einsan was already there, holding out a neatly poured cup of alcohol. She was supposed to be grilling meat a moment ago, but I couldn't even hear when she suddenly appeared here. Did she just teleport here? She's someone who can freaking teleport? And it wasn't just me. Kuro would obviously have her cup, but Sek-san, Raz-san, Act-san, and Noon-san, all of whom had cups in their hands at some point that matched their respective body sizes. Kaito, I know it's unreasonable to say that you should be surprised since you've seen it for the first time. But seriously, as long as elder sister Ein is in charge, we won't be able to pour even a drop of alcohol for ourselves. Well, you get used to it. Maid-san is amazing. No, could I even call her a maid at this point? Then, everyone has their drinks, so let's get started. This time is to welcome Kaito-kun's arrival from another world, and of course, I may have talked to him about various things too, but I'm glad that Kaito-kun and everyone else are getting along with each other. Let's just relax and have fun. When Kuro speaks with the usual smile on her face, I felt my heart warm up a bit. In fact, after coming here, I have the impression that everyone, including Act-san, has been welcoming me, and it's so easy to talk with them. In Lilia-san's mansion, other than Lunamaria-san, I'm not sure how to deal with other people, or should I treat them like a guest does to servants. It's as if we're talking to each other very naturally, without taking a step back in consideration for the other people. The fact that I can sense that they're welcoming me without any malice nor curiosity for being an otherworlder, but just as Kuro's friend. I guess that's exactly what Kuro wanted when she planned for this barbecue. Lifting my cup in time with Kuro's movements, I felt a natural smile come to my face. Well then, cheers. Cheers. The 7 cups clinking together along with the cheers of our voices. As if it's obvious, Einsan was also there as well, huh? And then, I brought the slightly bitter beer-like alcohol to my mouth, and when I put the cup back down to the table, there's suddenly a freshly made barbecue on the small dish in front of me. Your timing is so perfect that it honestly looked scary instead. You know, I picked up this seemingly normal skewer of meat and vegetables stabbed at equal intervals and looked at Kuro, who nodded, before bringing the barbecue into my mouth. And then, I remembered. Wasn't this dragon meat? I feel like a dragon would taste like lizards. Whoa, delicious. As soon as I took a bite, the meat is so tender that the fibers come loose and I could feel a large amount of umami gushing into my mouth. The taste is like high-quality beef, seasoned only with salt and pepper. The food is so exquisite and I found myself devouring it. Honestly, it's not just the meat that's the best thing I've ever eaten, The colorful vegetables in between couldn't have been more exquisitely grilled, and they seemed to multiply the overall flavor of the dish many times over. As expected of Indano, excellent work. That's right, it seems like all the vegetables are well grilled. We're enhancing the flavors. Sex is eating a fish skewer and Razsan is holding a skewer with just vegetables in his hand. They each have different sizes of skewers, and I guess that means they're tailored to their preferences. Axan have a skewer with a large piece of meat stuck on it, and Noonsan have the same orthodox one as me. Or rather, Noonsan, you're still in your full armor? How the heck can you eat with that thing on you? However, this barbecue was so delicious that I didn't have the time to think about it. Or rather, I finished the skewer in the blink of an eye. What should I have next? I'd like to try the fish skewers that Sexan is eating too. Here, tea. Thank you very much. I don't think I've said anything yet though. And in front of me, a fish skewer is held out of me as if it was obvious that this is what I wanted. Are you an esper? Einsan, you're an esper too? Knowing what a person wants is one of the bare minimum needed for a maid. Is that so? This maid is amazing. She's out of this world. And these fish skewers are completely freshly grilled. Did she anticipate that I'd want this? And set the timing of when she grilled it so that the flavors are raised to the peak of flavors? There's no way. So, in that case, for example, what if I finished my drink in this one sip, but I want another one? You've already poured one? When the cup separated from my lips, before I knew it, alcohol has already been poured on my cup. Moreover, the rim of the cup is perfectly wiped clean. Einsan, could it be that you can stop time? No, I'm somewhat serious about that. After all this time, I realized the meaning of what Aksan said about not being able to pour even a drop of alcohol for ourselves as long as Einsan is in charge. Dear mother, father, I have met lots of people. However, the strongest profession in this world may not be the hero or the sage. It's probably the maid. It's probably something like this. Name, Ein. Skills, housekeeping, LV, limit break, super acceleration, intimidation, invisible attack, teleportation, time stop, mind reading, etc. Job, perfect maid. Chapter 15. They were family. As we ate the delicious barbecue and stunned at Einsan's awesomeness, Aksan spoke to me while holding a huge cup in his hand. Oh, Kaito, have you been drinking? Yeah, this alcohol is tasty, isn't it? Drinking tasty alcohol while looking at good scenery. I don't think there's anything more luxurious than that. In response to Aksan's words, who told me so with a lively laugh, I nodded without hesitation. The setting sun shining on the gently flowing river, contrasting with the bright green trees. This spectacular scenery, which can be described as the great outdoors, provide a pleasant sense of freedom. However, you've got it rough yourself, don't you? I've heard some things from Kuromu-sama, but you came from the same world as the person who holds the role of the hero, right? Yeah, well, I'm not as smart as Lord Sex, so I don't know what to think even if they said you came from another world. But if you get sent to a random place without any reason, it must have been rough, right? There certainly are various things I'm surprised about. I guess Aksan is acting like an older brother would. He talks to me over alcohol as if he's worried about me. Maybe it's because I haven't had many opportunities to talk to the same sex since I came to this world. I shifted my gaze while feeling a bit solemn. When I see these people of species I've never seen before on Earth feasting on food, I realized once again that I've come to another world. Well, I know what it's like to be surprised by all this. The guy named Noon said earlier that he was the youngest person among this group, right? I'm also one of the youngest people in this group right now, and I was surprised at the beginning. Is that so? Even if I say that though, I've been alive for over 1,000 years, so wouldn't Kaito still look at me like an old man? As I look at Aksan, who is laughing and drinking again, a question comes to my mind. Come to think of it, the members here are, according to Kuro, her close friends, but by the looks of it, their races were all over the place, and they don't seem to be her guardian nor siblings. In fact, Sexan just said he's a lich and Aksan said he was an ogre. So what the hell does this have to do with anything? T/N. Kuro calls them Sunne Myochi, which means close friends, but it could also mean relatives. Come to think of it, Kuro introduced everyone as her friends. But are all of you in the same family like her? I could see that your races were all over the place, but is it normal in the demon realm? No, it's not like it's normal. How should I say this? You know that there are various races in the demon realm, right? Yes. There are some races like humans who become parents and give birth to children, but there are also some children who don't have parents, they who are born from the gathering of magic power. It's basically like how Sister Raz and I, people of the fairy race and the ogre race, are from races where we gather together, while Kuromu-sama and elder sister Ein were standalone races that are mostly self-reliant. That's why it's so rare to see them. It's just as I imagined it would be, and I think I understand the gathering of the same races. However, regarding Kuro's friends, or to sum it up, these people we are currently having barbecue with, it seems that something like this gathering is rare even in the demon realm. What does that mean? I have my doubts, but is that really an area that I, an outsider, am allowed to step into? As I was thinking about this, Aksan seems to have sensed what I'm thinking and sat down on the ground instead of a chair and spoke while looking at the scenery with eyes that seemed to stare a little far away. Well, why don't I tell you a few stupid stories about the old days instead of drinking? Yes, as I said before, I'm an ogre, a demon species with its own name. Except, in my case, I'm what they call a special individual. A special individual, is it? Yeah, it's extremely rare that one like me is born. Basically, ogres are green or red skin demons with one horn, while I have blue skin and two horns. And that's why I'm called a special individual. Maybe it's a little different, but I guess they're like albinos or something like that. Anyway, it seems that Aksan looks different compared to a normal ogre. It might sound nice being called special, but in the end, being special also means that you're different, and I receive not only from the people around me, but even from my own race. Sympathy, fear, contempt, all of it was very annoying. I'm more powerful than most ogres, and I don't have the personality to skillfully fit in with the others. It didn't take much time for me to isolate myself from my own tribe and leave my village. Being special means you're different. I can understand that. It's the same for humans. Of course, there are some people which are still able to fit in with their surroundings, but Aksan wasn't able to do it. As a result, he isolated himself from his own tribe and chose to live alone. Then, I did a lot of stupid things when I got annoyed. I fought, rioted, and lived my life the way I wanted. I also found a partner just like me. That fellow was a black wolf, but just like my case, he was born with silver hair, which made him isolated from the other black wolves, just like me. And so, we went on a rampage, drifting here and there as if to vent our anger. Fortunately, the wolf and I were both among the strong ones, and well, those days were certainly fun. But in the end, no matter where we went, it didn't change the way we treated others. Well, I should have known. We just turned into wounded beasts who bite on anyone we see, no matter who it is. It would be natural that we would be disliked wherever we may be. Aksan bitterly smiled, as if he's mocking himself at that time. The expression on his face is somehow sad, as if to say why his old self didn't notice something so obvious, but I can't see any emotion like regret on his face. Everyone's always looking at us like we're trash. And then, we would lash out in frustration, become isolated from others, lash out again towards them. I ended up just repeating that stupidity again and again, and before I knew it, I grew tired of it. I grew tired of the repeating, never-ending loop, so I changed and did something even more stupid. But I screwed up. My partner and I fled for our lives to her ruins. As my partner and I healed our battered bodies, I thought, in the end, what do we really want to do? What do we really want to acquire? And I found no answer. The more I thought about it, the colder and heavier my heart became. It was as if the heat was drained out of my body. Isn't that funny? In the end, I may look large, but we still have the minds of childish brats. It took me over 100 years to realize that I was just throwing a tantrum about things I didn't like, and I'm just a total retard. I didn't know right away what to say. There was a wall in front of him called difference from the day he was born. He tried to go around it, but going through that route would only lead him to a dead end. It's easy to put it in words. However, cheap words like that may not be able to express some of the feelings that Aksan and his partner had. That's when I met Kuro-sama. Honestly, it was the first time I felt that since I was born. With one look, I felt like my instinct, not my head, were being pressed down to yield in just an instant. I was ready to die at that time. I will never win against her. The difference between us is so overwhelming that I can't even be allowed to resist, nor am I allowed to speak. It's just, so this is where it ends. This high-level demon that appeared out of nowhere will be the death itself to us? In a way, I thought it was a fitting end to us who have been a bunch of idiots for a long time. However, it didn't happen. Kuro-sama looked at us and laid out food that she took out of nowhere and said, "It must be something like fate that we met here. Come, eat with me." With a childish smile on her face. I don't know if I should say that's like Kuro. She too astounding. Ha ha ha, that really makes me laugh. I mean, why wouldn't I? Kuro-sama is a high-ranking demon that's far more powerful than us, you know? And yet, she talk as if we're just her friends that she coincidentally met. I can't help but laugh when the scene of the bewildered Aksan and his partner after they saw Kuro's absurd actions came into my mind. It was the first time I felt it in my life. No sympathy, contempt, nor hostility, just a pure smile and fond glances without any hidden intents. Before I knew it, my partner and I were both crying as we eat. It felt warm. It's like our cold heart is held tightly in her warm embrace. Kuro-sama's smile was warm. And then, we naturally began to follow Kuro-sama. She never looked down on us and treated us as if we're equal. If something good happened to us, she was just as happy as us. If someone made fun of us, she would get really made for us. All of which made me inexplicably happy. Aksan, speaking in a really happy voice, shifted his gaze to Kuro, who was talking to Ein-san. I don't know much about it, but I heard that the others were going through a lot of stuff when they met Kuro-sama. However, the one thing we had in common with the others is that we're all charmed by Kuro-sama. My partner and I vowed our absolute loyalty to Kuro-sama. If Kuro-sama told us to die, we'll gladly cut our own throats. Thereupon, Aksan stopped speaking and smiled after drinking his cup of alcohol in one go. Kuro-sama is a high-ranking demon with incredible power. However, she doesn't look down on anyone else. Whether it's Elder Sister Ein, Lord Sex, Sister Raz, Noon, and of course, my partner and I, all of us think Kuro-sama as our one and only absolute master. However, Kuro-sama has never called us subordinates, attendants, members of her household, or anything like that. She's calling us as her family and her friends as if it's obvious. We've never been ordered to do anything, and all Kuromu asked us are just entrust or request. She's treating us as equals from the bottom of her heart when we should have been following her on our own. Even elder sister Ain acting as her maid is just something she's doing on her own. Kuro indeed called Act-san and the others as her friends, and if I recalled correctly, she requested from her acquaintance to extend an invitation to me. She entrusted Ain-san about the preparations and requested the others to bring ingredients. There certainly isn't anything like a command among them. That's probably the best proof to Kuro that everyone is her family and there's no hierarchy. The reason we're all here with Kuromu-sama is simple. It's because we truly love her, who is more powerful than anyone else, yet kinder than anyone else. Kuromu-sama's wish is our wish, and Kuromu-sama's smile is our best reward. And since Kuromu-sama calls us her family, then we would be her family even if we're of different races. That's kind of nice. That kind of thing. Oi oi. I've already told you, Kaito. Don't act like we're strangers, okay? If you're Kuromu-sama's friend, then you're also our friend. So you don't have to speak so stiffly. You can also call me Act 2. I see. UNN. Alright. Act. Oh, that's the spirit. Now, let's have another drink. When I saw Act with a smile on his face that reminded me of Kuro, I finally realized the true nature of the sense of security I had felt from Kuro. Yes, Kuro sincerely thinks of me as her friend. It didn't matter if I'm an otherworlder or I'm in a peculiar situation. Her smile tells me that the Miyama Kaito in front of her is her friend and equal. I guess that's why I feel safe talking to Kuro and enjoyed being pushed around by her. Thinking about this, I toast with my new, blue-skinned friend. Dear mother, father, I have made a friend in another world. Their appearance may have been all over the place, but I'm sure they were family. Chapter 16. Being able to depend on someone, perhaps, because of the conversation I've had with Act, I feel like I'm more comfortable talking to others. I also felt a little sorry that I was leaving the cooking to Ain-san, but when I talked about the topic, before I knew it, I was participating in the conversation, and our meals and drinks have been perfectly supplemented. I decided not to think about it after it happened. When the sun has set and the night has fallen, magic tools floating in the air illuminated the nearby area. As I was looking with interest at the power of magic that brightens up our surroundings, but doesn't feel too dazzling to my eyes, Noon-san spoke to me. It seems that Miyama-san has been pretty comfortable with everyone, huh? Yes, everyone is good people. Ain-san and Sek-san are peculiar and elusive, while Raz-san and Act are easy to talk to. Fufu, I think I understand what you mean. I guess it's about time. UNN? Noon-san is still speaking to me with his unnaturally high-pitched voice when he softly muttered upon hearing what I said. When I was tilting my head to wonder what exactly is about time, Noon-san turned to me and uttered some surprising words. How is Japan right now? Has the emperor finally changed and there's a new name for the arrival of the new era? Wow. Not only did he told me the word Japan, as if it's normal, Noon-san also knows about the existence of an emperor. Could it be that this person is? No, that this human is? It's as you imagined. I'm also a Japanese who was previously summoned to this world. Well, it's actually more of a former Japanese. Actually, is that so? I think it's natural to be surprised. That's why I didn't tell you about it until Miyama-san got used to the atmosphere. In front of the surprised and speechless me, Noon-san touches the full-face helmet that covered his face. Then, the helmet of his armor puffed into black smoke and the face of a woman with long, glossy black hair and eyes of the same color appeared. She's a Japanese beauty with a combination of cuteness and beauty that can be described as the epitome of a Yamato Nadeshiko. She looks about the same age as me, but the atmosphere around her is somewhat powerful. Let me introduce myself once again. I was once summoned to this world when I was a student in Japan from the Taisho era. I refused to return to our former world, and through the power of Kuromu-sama, I, who was a former Japanese human, was reincarnated to a demon's body. To Miyama-san, you could say I'm a person from the past era. Taisho era? When she explained like that, I felt like that possibility certainly is feasible. In this world, the summoning of heroes has been done many times over the past 1,000 years. By simple calculations, there should have been about 100 people who have been summoned to play the role of the hero so far, and it wouldn't be surprising if some of them would want to permanently live in this world. Yeah, don't worry. It's true that I was from Taisho area, but due to the nature of the summoning magic circle, just as you were to return after 1 year, you can properly return right at the time that you were summoned. Even if you don't return right at that time, you can ask the creation god to send you back. However, in that case, the time in the different world seems to have moved on a bit, but decades won't suddenly pass at once. For example, in my case, it has already been hundreds of years since I was summoned. I understand that feeling of not being able to catch up with what's happening. I also felt the same when I first came to this world. When I was unable to respond to Noon-san's words, who explained to me in a calm feminine voice instead of her strangely high-pitched voice she had used earlier, Noon-san just smiled and told me she could understand how I felt. Well, for that reason, I may be a special case, but for Miyama-san, you could say that I'm your senpai regarding being summoned, and I think I could answer your various questions. With that, Noon-san began to calmly tell me about her experiences, the story of her sudden arrival in another world and the confusion she felt, the difference in culture and common sense they have here compared to Japan, and the things that she have discovered since she has been summoned to another world. She told me a lot of things. The words of an elder who actually experienced life in the other world since she had been summoned as a hero. There are many things that will be helpful to me in the future, and I found myself listening to her for the rest of the day. After our conversation is over, Noon-san gets up from her chair and throws a few words at me with a smile on her face. I don't know if this had filled up the emptiness within me or not. However, the wish I had in my heart, I was able to find my treasure in this world. Therefore, I'm sure you'll be able to find one yourself, Mayama-san. I know that you may be confused and your mind's still in chaos, but please try to enjoy this year. Yes, I understood from those words. The person that Kuro was talking about before, the person who resembles me must be Noon-san, and Noon-san was able to find it. That's why she chose to remain in this world and reincarnate as a demon. And the fact that she came here today to share her experience with me might also be a gift filled with kindness from Kuro. This may also be a roundabout way of advising me, who doesn't even have an answer to my own feelings yet. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Whether I find out what I wanted to do or end up not being able to find it, I won't get the answer if I just think about it now. However, even just a bit, even if there's just a slight chance of that happening, seeing Noon-san smiling without any bewilderment behind them, I felt that I wish I could also be like that. Setting down the cup in my hand, I then stood up and moved my gaze around and quickly found the person I'm looking for. She has been talking with people and walking around here and there with a skewer in hand just a moment ago. But before I knew it, she's away from the others, sitting down right beside the flowing river. I didn't have to think too hard to understand that she was probably waiting for me. The proof of this is the space next to where she's sitting, and the others probably sensed this too as they haven't approached us. Putting my inner monologue aside, why tatami, Aeon? This is that wasabi concept. Are you talking about wabi-sabi? Air? Too bad. I was so close to the right one, huh? T/N. Wabi-sabi is a Japanese philosophy that focuses on the beauty and appreciation of things imperfect and impermanent. Well, I feel like laying out your tatami on the river's edge doesn't seem quite right, but it's already too late to say that now. I felt a smile appear in my mouth as I realized that Kuro was still the same as ever. Kuro then taps the space on the tatami beside her and urges me to sit next to her. The sound of the river flowing quietly and the faint scent of leaves wafting through the air. The air is quiet and calm, as if the liveliness earlier is just a lie. Is it about time? UNN? As Kuro muttered so, the lights went out and my vision went dark for a moment, but it quickly changed to another color. Whoa, it's a wondrous sight. The leaves of the trees on the other side of the river emitted a faint light, as if the entire forest began to lit up. The trees around here are called light trees. They store a little magic power from the air, and they would emit light every month or so. It's amazing. How should I say this? It's just so overwhelming. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, the light isn't strong enough to sting my eyes. They're gentle and faint like the luminescence of a firefly, and combined with the light reflected off the surface of the water, it makes it feel as if we are in a sea of stars. If it's this beautiful, this place must be a very popular place. This place is very popular. However, I've reserved the whole place, even the area opposite of the river. Yua, that sounds bad. Ahaha, just from what I'm seeing, this place seems to be quite a famous tourist attraction. However, it seems like Kuro had also noticed it. I don't know what means she used though, but she managed to reserve this place for us. Well, she seems to have connections with the chairman of the largest trading company, so it's possible that she could do these things if she wanted to. How should I say this? I once again realized how amazing Kuro is. Is it better if I use honorifics when talking to her? If you won't talk with me like you usually do, I won't like it. Roger that. Then it's good. Ha ha ha. My thoughts, which are too expressive according to her, immediately conveyed what I'm thinking to her, and Kuro turned her eyes to me in protest in response, her cheeks puffing up adorably. That's too cute. Stop that. However, how should I put it? I felt like these kinds of conversations are good. It's a very calming and comforting feeling, as if the strength in my shoulders is released, along with the fatigue that they're carrying. Thank you, Kuro. UNN? Well, you've been looking out to me about various things. I'm just doing what I want to do, okay? Still, I want to thank you properly. I see. Then, you're welcome. I guess. Even the silence that came after that brief conversation with her isn't unpleasant, and it rather feels calm and comfortable for me. Yeah? What the dash? As I let myself bask on the gentle atmosphere around me, Kuro suddenly yanked me down with a force unimaginable from her tiny body, and I became speechless as I felt a soft touch on my head. A little later, I find myself in a position where I look up at Kuro's face. I notice that I'm in that so-called lap pillow, but aside from that, illuminated by the faint light of the nearby trees, I couldn't help but gasp, looking at the expression on Kuro's face as she had a small smile on her face. It's not the innocent, childish smile she usually have, but it's like the smile of a mother looking at her child. I guess you could call it a motherly expression? She's just smiling at me, but I felt like I'm being wrapped in her kindness, and the feel of the soft, warm lap in the back of my head. Without saying anything, Kuro began to gently stroke my hair, keeping the smile on her face. Even though she's much older than me, the situation is that Kuro, who's a flawless beauty, is giving me a lap pillow. I would normally have fidgeting about an embarrassment, but her golden eyes that seem to see everything and the comfort of being held in her embrace keeps my body and head still. Do you feel a little less tired now? I know that Kaito-kun is a kind child. You're always thinking about the people around you. Of all the children summoned this time, Kaito-kun is the oldest. If Kaito-kun looks anxious, even the other children around you will get anxious too. And that's why you swallowed your anxiety and impatience and thought that you needed to stay calm. Ah, I see. I don't know if I should say that it's as I thought, or it should be expected of her, but Kuro saw through everything. I've had that feeling for some time now. She has been like that from the moment we met. Whenever I was about to think too much about something, she'd say something out of the blue and all my unnecessary thoughts would be blown away. On the other hand, in the times I felt anxious, she listened and affirmed my grumbles. That's why I feel comfortable talking with Kuro. I think it's really cool that a child can naturally do that. However, fatigue could be found not only in the body but in the mind as well. You may not notice it, but little by little, that might be so. Kaito-kun, did you have fun today? Yeah. I feel like it's been a long time since I've been surprised by so many things and had a carefree conversation without trying to fit in with my surroundings. It's thanks to Kuro. I see. If that's the case, I'm glad. The wondrous faint lights, the gentle touch of the hand stroking my head, and the affectionate smile that looks straight at me. It could really be as Kuro said. I may have been storing up my fatigue for some time, ever since I came to the other world. Or perhaps, long before that. Kaito-kun, just a little bit, even if it's just for a little bit. You can depend on me. Why don't you rest for a bit? Even if it's just so that we could do our best tomorrow again. Okay, yeah. Her gentle voice lulling me like a lullaby. I felt my eyelids drop with sense of relief that I can't put into words. I can feel the warmth touch and the fragrance of her scent, and her voice that seemed to gently permeate around me. It's all right. I would be here with you. Hearing such words, I remembered the past as my consciousness sank into slumber. Dear mother, father, come to think of it, this might be the first time this happened, since both of you disappeared, that I, from the bottom of my heart, was able to depend on someone. Chapter 17. Intermission. Miyama Kaito changing a cowardly and indecisive heart. Have you ever been unhappy in your life? If you ask me, the only answer I can give is, I don't know. Just when did it start? I've come to feel more comfortable with joy and sorrow befalling me at the same time than just being happy. I don't think about what would have happened if I'd done this or that instead, and I've come to dismiss those events of the past as something inevitable. I am not particularly wealthy, nor am I poor. I was born into a very ordinary family and had a not-so-unusual childhood. I remembered playing outside a lot when I was in elementary school, and even if I can't say that I had lots of friends, I still have some people I can call as one. If I want to summarize my life, one sheet of an A4 paper would be enough. That's about as mundane, flat, and unchanging my life is. The only big thing that happened to me was that my parents suddenly died when I was 12 years old, I think. It's not like in those TV dramas where their parents are suffering from an incurable disease, nor were they involved in a major incident. There are hundreds of thousands of traffic accidents a year in Japan alone, and they just happened to be caught up in one of them. We were on the way back from a family trip when a pileup occurred in the expressway we're passing through. Our small family car was sandwiched between a big car and a truck, and it was crushed in between them. My parents were gone in an instant, while I miraculously survived with only a minor injury, a laceration from my ear to my neck. In that unfortunate accident, having miraculously survived, I guess that means I was lucky. I was lucky and survived, while my parents were unlucky and died. That's how people live and die in the end. Some people die young no matter how they take care of their health, while some people live long enough even when they're smoking piles of cigarettes or drink like a fish. I never thought of my parents' deaths as being unreasonable, nor did I think that I was a tragic character. In fact, the relatives who took me in were good to me, and I had no complaints about my daily life. However, I started to think about it often. I thought that good and bad luck is like two sides of the same coin. You wouldn't always be lucky in your life. There's also no such thing as a life only filled with misfortune. If you're fortunate enough to have it, an appropriate amount of misfortune would also come down on you. There's no coin that keeps showing one side. If I'm lucky enough to survive, will I someday draw the other side of that miraculous coin? Or perhaps, was the death of my parents actually the other side of that coin? What happened when I started to think that way? I think I escaped in the beginning. I'm sure that Ryajas must be happy people who can create a wide range of relationships with friends, lovers, and family. If that were the case though, they will have to be prepared for the same amount of unhappiness to befall in their lives. A life with just happiness is scary. It's hard to feel safe when there is no set of good and bad events. Therefore, I ran away. I turned my attention to games and books, and basked in my temporary sense of fulfillment. In college, I learned to fit in with my surroundings. I learned the art of being bland, naturally distant, and being alone. I don't need a dramatic life. I was comfortable with the days being flat and unchanging, content with being a supporting actor. So, when I came to the other world, I was relieved that I wasn't the hero nor did I have some kind of special powers. I thought I could be ordinary here too, and everything would be all right. Yes, all these times, I've been trying to make excuses for myself. I loved my parents. I really loved my kind mother and my wonderful father. That's not it. I was so happy to go on this trip with my family. I believed that we were going to have more times like this in the future. I haven't thought like that. I cried out, blaming God, wondering why I was the only one who survived, why he didn't let me die with my parents, who I loved so much. That's not it. I'm scared. All I could think about is that if I get to know someone, get along with them, and be happy. I'm afraid that I was going to lose everything again. That's not it either. I didn't want to be alone. I wanted a friend. I wanted to have a lover. I was envious to those who have a family. However, I was too scared to approach others myself, so I kept running away, desperately making excuses for myself to be alone. I haven't thought like that. I'm afraid of losing them. I'm afraid of acquiring what I wanted. However, I can't give up, and so I've gotten into the habit of keeping my distance to others. I kept a safe distance away from them, making sure that I say only the appropriate things, so that people don't hate me, nor would they like me. No, you're mistaken. My heart has been stuck in that day's accident, and I've been left as a child, crouching and trembling in place. No matter who it is, I want to love them. However, I can't get close to them. So, please reach out your hand. Help me pick up the broken pieces of what used to be my heart, for even I don't know myself anymore. No, you're wrong, that's not it. I had high hopes. When I found out that I was caught up in the summoning of the hero, I thought I could also be special, and if I'm someone special, someone would reach out a hand and help me. But in the end, even in another world, I wouldn't be special. I'm just a loner with no friends and acquaintances, and even though I'm in a different world, I've never been able to change myself. The truth is, I was scared. A world I didn't understand, my circumstances, and people I didn't know. But that's why I stayed calm. I had to behave and desperately push down my anxiety. If they thought I was a pathetic adult, Kusunoki-san or Yuzuki-san might give up on me. If they think I'm a pain in the ass, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san might abandon me. I'm also doing my best. I keep lying to myself, even though I'm trying so hard to look good to others. Why, oh why? Why is it only I who's ever had bad things happen to me? I never asked to live in a residence that's supposed to be forbidden for males. I never said about wanting to go out on the first day. I came to a different world. I never wanted to be summoned by the king's beloved sister, Lilia-san. I just wanted someone to be beside me. I just wanted someone to affirm that it's okay to be indecisive. I just wanted someone who'd hold out a hand filled with affection towards me. This was probably a cry that had always been in my heart all along. No one notices it, and even I don't know it well. These self-centered desires of mine that look like a child's selfishness. Before I knew it, I made it myself. A wall in my heart, tall enough for me to hide in. A cage to hide my weakness. A shield to protect my cowardly self. Look, didn't I tell you before? That if you're in a predicament, I can help you. No one should have noticed it. There's no way that it could be noticed. Yes, that's what I thought. That's why it's okay for you to be empty for now. However, before I knew it, she appeared. I will teach you. Things you don't know. Sights you've never seen. This world itself. She stepped into the depths of my heart as if it's natural. As if to say that there has never been a wall in my heart right from the start. Where you are the protagonist of this story. And then, as if it were natural, she reached out her hand to the crouching me. If you won't talk with me like you usually do, I won't like it. Being pushed around sometimes like a friend do, I think it's really cool that a child can naturally do that. And sometimes, encouraging me like a lover do, it's alright. I would be here with you. And sometimes, she was like a mother to me, giving me the words that I wanted to hear. It's as if she could say that she knows everything about me. She was boisterous, warm, innocent, and kind. She would always give me the smile I wanted most. Embracing my indecisive thoughts, she picked up the broken pieces of my heart and gently pushed it back to my body. I see. So that's how it is. I may have finally figured it out. The thing I wanted. The thing that I've always been looking for. My consciousness slowly awakens from my pleasant slumber. As soon as I opened my eyes, what I saw was a pair of gentle eyes staring at me. Kuro, good morning, Kaito-kun. Good morning. How long have I been sleeping? An hour or so. I see. Slowly, I sit up. Strangely, I felt light, as if something that had been weighing down on my body disappeared. You look kind of refreshed, huh? Yeah. Well, how should I say this? I honestly didn't have an answer for what I wanted to do, nor what I wanted to happen. I just had the thought in my head that I should stop crouching down in place. I think I want to do my best on various stuff again. I see. Then, I will be rooting for you. Do your best, Kaito-kun. Yeah, thanks. I still don't know a lot about this world and myself, but the circumstances have finally changed. It's about time for me to start walking too. Yes, let's start with self-discovery, or whatever they call it. I'm a little nervous and afraid, but I think it'll be alright, because I've received the courage to start walking. Just like Kuro said, let's start again here, in this world. The thing I once closed myself off. The story of the one named Mayama Kaito. Chapter 18. Intermission. Kuromwena, the kind monster born from nothingness. A monster was born in this world so long ago that it could even be called the ancient times. Nay, rather than being born, I think it's more appropriate to say that this monster appeared out of the blue. The monster was born with too much power, but at the same time, it had nothing else. A black, smoky outward appearance without a definite figure, but its interior is empty. This monster whose only power, without any exaggeration, is the very concept of nothingness, and for this monster with an empty interior, it decided to search for it first. First, a form of its own, and then, a heart of its own. And one after another, it went around the world searching for its own existence, as if it's fumbling around in the darkness. Or perhaps, it might be a walking calamity traveling around the world. The monster touched many things and looked at many places in the world, and before long, it came to believe that this world is full of impurities. It wasn't simple, but it's really complex, too unstable, and yet it can't do anything about it, and staggeringly vast and deep. Little by little, the impurities remained and accumulated in the monster's empty body as it traveled the world. And then, how many years could have passed? A monster that has spent an unbelievable amount of time going around, storing up impurities in its body. The monster saw the world again from the place where it was born. This world is full of impurities. It's not pure or rational. Everything is uncertain and fragile. It's always changing, as if this world is one single existence. And that's why this world is so beautiful and precious. Silver white hair swaying in the wind and golden eyes reflecting the world. A heart that has gained many impurities, and the figure that appeared with a gentle smile on her face. And thus, the monster that could have destroyed the world begins to walk again. It gained form and acquired a heart. Establishing the collection of impurities it gathered as the testimony of its existence, it took upon the name of Kuro and began to etch out its existence as it started a new journey. The story of she who bears that name, the one who was once a monster, began with her reaching out to a little child who looked very much like herself in the past. "Come with me." Holding the little child, she gave her the name Ein. Named after her new beginning, the demon called Kuro was truly born into this world. There exists a high-ranking demon called Kuro. She held immense power, yet unconcerned with wealth and power, as she walked around as if she's wearing the very concept of freedom. "Whoa, this is quite tasty, isn't it? One more please. Thank you for your patronage." Kuro bought a spit roast from a street vendor and ate it with relish as she looked out at the human city bustling of activity from the incoming new year. Kuro often goes from place to place, sightseeing and eating. This is an unusual hobby for a standalone high-ranking demon, where most of them set up their own territory, making their subordinates and dependents move in their stead, and don't go out much themselves, but Kuro like to get involved with the world this way. Kuro doesn't have a fixed form. Depending on her mood, she could take the form of a boy or a young man, and to avoid causing a commotion for having a reasonably well-known name, she sometimes wears an information concealment magic in her peacetime, getting these people on the street to not realize that this girl walking around with a spit roast in her hand is a famous demon. However, those who know Kuro will know that she's in a good mood when they see her walking around in her favorite appearance, the form of a young girl. The demon called Kuro is an oddball in many ways. Although she's a high-ranking demon, she doesn't have any subordinates, doesn't discriminate or look down on other races such as the humans and the gods, and openly speaks to the owner of a stall that can be called a commoner. It's only because she truly loves this world and the people who live in it, despite everyone's differences. That's why she loves to take a leisurely walk around the city like this and watch the world change little by little. Of course, she has her own tastes and preferences. Her favorite form is her current young girl form, but she can also take on the form of a magical beast when she's in a really bad mood, though that rarely happens. She has a sweet tooth, especially if it's large enough for her to eat while walking. As far as others are concerned, she can be said to like basically people with any kind of personality, but she doesn't like those who do anything just to hurt anyone. Yes, she has a very large number of likes, and conversely, she has an extremely small number of dislikes. However, among such a wide range of likes, there is one that she has a special fondness for. Oh, Kuro who was leisurely strolling through the city with a smile on her face, stopped in her tracks. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a large fountain and the figure of a young man standing in front of it. Black with light brown hair, a face that isn't particularly beautiful nor ugly, a body that is somewhat lean but not unhealthy, and an average height of about 170 centimeters. For better or worse, mediocre was the word that applied to him, but Kuro muttered as she looked at the young man. "It's a baby bird." The expression on her face as she mumbled so is like a child who has found her favorite toy, and also like a mother looking at her beloved child. A baby bird. Kuro can sometimes describe others as such. However, it's not meant to describe someone as an idiot. Rather, she meant well when she said that phrase. The eyes of the young man looking anxiously at his surroundings, the subtleties of emotions behind his eyes. It was the same expression her former self who had nothing had, and that's what she liked best. That's why Kuro stepped forward towards the youth without the slightest hesitation. Canceling off the recognition inhibition spell on the young man, she also removed the effect of the information concealment magic from affecting the young man. "What's wrong? You look like you're in some kind of trouble?" She called out to the young man with a big smile on her face, as if she was truly enjoying the encounter she had with someone who looks a lot like her old self that she hadn't come across for a while. As she stroked the head of the young man, Kaito's head sleeping in her lap in a heartfelt, affectionate way, Kuro gently smiled. An innocent and lovable baby bird that still knows nothing, the existence that she most favors right now. Little by little, it's changing. Words, she gently muttered. She's empty, and yet she loves more than anything else to have someone who wants something in his heart. A baby bird who fumbles around in search of wings and wishes to fly, even if he doesn't know how to get them. Kaito-kun, one day, when your wings are fully grown and you're ready to take to the skies, I wonder what kind of beautiful wings you're going to show me. I'm really looking forward to it. To her, a baby bird is a being with infinite possibilities. searching for something with their empty heart, and before long, when they find it, it would turn into their wings and help them fly away into the sky. Most of all, she loves to see it happen up close and personal. Gently moving her gaze, she could see many of those who were once baby birds. The high-ranking demon who was named after the beginning, and the one who wanted to stay by her side longer than anyone else. The lich who has gained a lot of knowledge and is active in a wide range of fields. The fairy who loves nature and flew around innocently, away from the place she used to live in. The ogre valiantly laughing as he came to terms with his days being different from his kind. The human who got the answers she's looking for and became a demon. They are all different, but all of them have beautiful wings, and they fly around in the sky of this endless world together with her family that she can't help but love. There's one high-ranking demon called Kuro, an oddball who has great power and deep, warm kindness, and she who continues to love this ever-changing world full of impurities and uncertainty. Looking at the lovely world today, as if to bless the people who live in it, as if to thank the impurities that continue to fill her that were born from nothingness. An affectionate smile appeared on her face. Chapter 19. I've made some friends. I don't know how much time passed, but I woke up and joined the rest in sharing barbecue again, chatted with the others, and before I knew it, the time had passed in a flash. I thought about helping with the cleanup, but there wasn't a single speck of dust left in the area by Ein's hands. With a wry smile that spontaneously appeared on my face, I heard Noon-san call out to me. Mayama-san, if you want, I have some souvenirs you can take home with you. First, here. What's this? Ein-san handed me a black, square block-shaped jewel. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it other than its shape. This is, well, to put it simply, it's like a storehouse that you can carry around. It has spatial magic and state preservation magic on it, making it able to store all sorts of things in it. Doesn't it make this jewel something really amazing? That is to say, isn't this that thing? That an item box that's a must for any Isekaied stuff. I see. Ein-san was using a magic tool like this to prepare various things in an instant. However, wouldn't this thing be quite expensive? No, it's not that big of a deal. I made it out of the leftovers this morning, so don't be shy and just accept it. Sek-sama is a master in making magic tools after all. Thank you very much. Probably sensing my anxiety, Sek-san calmly laughed and told me not to worry about it. Thanks to the fact that I've gotten to know him to a certain extent, I've noticed that even though Sek-san looks like a skeleton, his expression changes properly. It might be strange, but I heard that there even are demons in the demon realm that have bodies made of ore. So if I just think about small details, it would be my loss. Even though I thought I would make Kaito-kun's magic box myself, please give him a break. If Kuromu-sama were to use your magic power just to make it, it would become a national treasure just by itself. In response to Kuro, who muttered out her complaints while puffing out her cheeks, Act muttered something that sounds disturbing for some reason. Apparently, this thing is called a magic box. Probably sensing my lack of understanding, Raz-san added some additional explanation. The amount of stuff that can be put into the magic box depends on the magic power of the creator. Is that so? Yeah. Someone with an average magic power could make a magic box about the size of a closet to as large as a room. But with Kuromu-sama's magic power, it would probably have a ridiculous amount of space that I think you could fit an entire metropolis in it. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from Kuro or something like that, but I certainly couldn't see any future where I would want an outrageous item like that. This made me doubly grateful for Sek-san. Well, I think the space in Lord Sex's magic box would be bigger than a house though. Even the substitute was already ridiculous enough, huh? While I'm surprised by the words Act told me, Noon-san made some kind of magic circle-like object appear in the box, and as she pointed at the center of the magic circle, she spoke. Touch the center of the magic circle. Then, the ownership will be registered to Mayama-san. Ah, you don't have to be clad in magic power in particular. Yes. Touching the magic box as I was told, the magic box glowed for a moment, but there's no particular change in its appearance. Did I do it right? Yes. The ownership has been successfully registered to Mayama-san. Next, well, the way to use it easily. Holding the magic box, think of the thing you want to take out and you would be able to. And if you think of storing an item while touching the item you want to store, you would be to store it. You can't store living beings, so just keep that in mind. After that, you could also check the contents, and you could also make the magic box itself recall and reappear. Receiving Noon-san's explanation, I tried recalling the magic box in my hand, and in an instant, the black jewel disappeared. When I thought of making the magic box appear again, it appeared in my hand. What the heck? This is very convenient. As one would expect from magic. Seeing me being impressed by the magic box, Noon-san smiled and then made a magic box appear on her hand as well. Well then, once again, I'll be giving you some souvenirs. Isn't the souvenir this magic box? No. It's just because having that would be convenient to carry and store stuff. That aside, these are actually the main stuff. These are. Could these be? What Noon-san took out was a white wondrous stuff, compressed into a triangular shape, and it looks like it's shining to me right now. The yellow color of the garnish makes a wonderful contrast and even feels divine to me now. Yes, the heart of the Japanese, onigiri and takuan. I thought you might be missing them by now. Gulp. T/N. Rice balls and pickled daikon radish. I couldn't help but gulp down looking at it. Noon-san, so you're actually a goddess. It's the 5th day since I came to a different world. The food we have at Lilia-san's mansion is extremely delicious. However, I guess it may just be a Japanese thing, but as expected, when I'm being served bread every single day, I tend to miss the white rice. But unfortunately, there is no white rice in Lilia-san's house. I've heard that white rice exists, but in spite of that, eating bread is the norm in this world, and rice is rarely distributed. I was even prepared to eat bread for the whole year. Would it be alright? I heard that rice isn't widely distributed in this world, so it should be valuable. You don't have to worry about it. These are rice I grew personally. I assure you that it tastes great. I'm also a former Japanese, so as expected, I wouldn't like to eat bread all the time. I have prepared lots of them, so please enjoy it with the others. Thank you very much. I'm really happy about this. What a surprise. Noon-san says she personally makes her own white rice. I'm aware that they would earn her some money, but I'm seriously happy about this. I could even see a halo shining behind Noon-san's back. Moreover, the color and shape of these onigiris are wonderful. I can tell that it's delicious for sure just by looking at it. Not only in her appearance, but her actions are also like a mirror of a Japanese. Even though she said that it was Sister Raz who made the rice, and she was also the who cooked it though. By the way, we don't eat a lot of rice, so it's almost only Noon-san asking for it, or rather, I felt like she just made it because she's throwing a tantrum about wanting to eat it. She was very enthusiastic, saying if it's breakfast, it's no good if it isn't white rice, takwon, and miso soup. Yura, it's not Noon-san who made it With Act and Ein-san's Tsukomi, Noon-san's shoulders slumped as if to say that she had been hit in a sore spot. Even I tried to do it myself in the beginning. However, compared to Raz-sama who grows the highest quality produce regardless of the weather or topography, or Ein-sama who could bring out the flavor more skillfully than a skilled cook, how am I supposed to win over them? Well, Raz also had fun raising all the rice, and you don't need to worry about it. I'm a maid, so please don't compare me to a mere cook. Being able to cook all kinds of food is the least I can do as a maid. Apparently, Raz-san is an expert in farming. Also, I don't know how many times I've had to go through this, but what exactly is a maid? Is it actually the title of a superhuman? Well, whoever is making it, it's thanks to Noon-san that I got the white rice. Thank you very much. I gave comforting words to the slumping Noon-san, and after a little while, I received the souvenir from Noon-san who finally revived. The magic box has a magic that preserves the state of the rice in the box, and it has a wonderful function that keeps it in the same condition it was when you put it in, so I can eat freshly made rice whenever I put some in it. Moreover, as Noon-san said, she had prepared large quantities of rice, so I don't have to worry about white rice or takwon for the time being. And what's more, I'm also given soy sauce, miso, and other seasonings, as well as some Japanese sweets such as yucan. Apparently, Noon-san also requested Ein-san to make this. This person seriously can do anything. I'm really grateful for everything. Thank you very much. Please don't worry about it. As someone from the same world, I can understand the hardships of the different food cultures more than anyone else. And not only are you an invaluable friend for Kuromu-sama, my Ama-san, but to us as well. You can always count on us for help. She's right, Raz is always willing to help when it comes to plants. You can leave it to me. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. Just the thought of repaying this favor someday is enough for us. Era? I don't recall you being involved with any of the souvenirs though? Elder sister, you promised that you wouldn't say that. I feel like the warmth of these people, soaking into my body. I mean, these people are really nice that I'm almost in tears. Receiving so many gifts, I just bowed my head over and over again as they just told me not to worry about it. I'm really glad and grateful that they called me their friend and treated me as if it's natural. I really can't thank Kuro enough for organizing this barbecue. Then, as I chat with him for a bit, Noon-san opened her mouth again, looking a little reluctant to say something. My Ama-san, I'm not saying that this is something that I'm asking in return, and I won't mind if you don't know what I'm talking about. What is it? Do you have any idea how to make tofu? Tofu? Is it? It was an unexpected question that Noon-san asked me. According to her, products similar to rice and takwon have existed before, and as for the miso and soy sauce, Noon-san has made it with the knowledge she had about them, but she was unable to make tofu just by knowing that they're made from soybeans. As expected, even Ein-san wouldn't know how to make tofu just by listening to the characteristics of the finished product, and even Noon-san somehow wanted to know how to create tofu. It would have been nice if she was able to ask the previous heroes, but the heroes are basically state guests and they travel around the country, so she had little opportunities to talk to them, and she felt awkward approaching just to ask them about it. However, this is the first time that Noon-san had a chance to talk with me, a Japanese, so she decided to ask me about it. As I recall, Noon-san was born in the Taisho era and was summoned when she was much younger than I was, and at that time, there were few ways for individuals to obtain knowledge they didn't know about, especially with the lack of internet. I'm sure that she feels bad that she's trying to get information in return for the white rice, but I rather appreciate the opportunity to return the favor. This is just something I've heard myself, but if I'm not mistaken, though I explained so, that doesn't mean I've actually made tofu before either. However, when I started living on my own as a university student, I remembered reading through some cooking sites and I happened to see a recipe for making tofu. I told her about the things I remembered from that. However, I've only read about it, so I told her right from the start that I don't know much about the quantities needed for each ingredient or stuff like that. I see. I think I roughly understand how to make it now. Noon-sama told me it was just a white, jiggly food made from soybeans, so I didn't understand, but but I could roughly imagine it after what Kaito-sama explained. I think I'll be able to produce it with no problems. Although I felt that I had poorly explained how to make it, Ain-san seems to have understood the process to some extent. She nodded her head, saying that it's possible to reproduce it. It's frightening thinking that this outrageous person would be able to make it really quickly. Thank you very much, Mayama-san. With this, I could finally get some tofu. No. It would be me who should be the one thanking you. As if she's very happy to hear that she can eat tofu. Noon-san held my hands with a really happy smile on her face. Noon-san has been in this world for hundreds of years, so this might be the first time she may be able to eat tofu for a long time. And as a big fan of Japanese food, it must have been a real delight for Noon-san. In any case, I'm glad that she's happy about it. Thereupon, the time to say goodbye came, and everyone saw me off as I got into the carriage that's picking me up. Well then, Kaito-kun, I'll come visit you again tomorrow. Thank you again for everything, Kuro. Mayama-san, I'll go share some of the tofu with you when they're ready. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, then I'll be going with you at that time then. And unlike Kuromu-sama and Lord Sex, I'm not famous in the human realm, so I can visit you out front. I think my partner would want to meet Kaito as well, so that would be perfect. Ahaha, you have to at least try to look human though, act. Raz is also coming with them? Yes. By all means. I'll be visiting Duchess Albert together with Sei later, so we can talk at that time as well. Yes, I'll be expecting your visit. Kaito-sama, please take care of yourself. I hope to see you again. Thank you very much. Ain-san, smiling at the words that everyone said. I get into the carriage and waved back at everyone who was waving at me. Today was really fun, and I think it was a good change for my mental state as well. When I get back to Lilia-san's mansion, I'll write an unaddressed letter again that has turned into a habit. I changed some contents of the letter a little bit. Dear Mom, Dad, today was the first day I've truly enjoyed being in another world. And also, I've made some friends. Chapter 20. It seems like I'm 1 foot away from having a personal connections cheat. For instance, me and Luna naturally knows the name and appearances of the 6 kings, but, for example, if Luna mentioned the name of the underworld King Sama, it would be like our words wouldn't be recognized in Kaito-san and the others' brains, as if you didn't hear anything at all. The information concealment magic is a very advanced type of magic, and if it's always deployed, it consumes a tremendous amount of magic power, making it impossible to normally use unless you're a high-ranking magician. So, whether or not someone can use information concealment magic is one of the criteria for judging their rank. Well, there is no one who can use information concealment magic among the humans, so there's still a lot of unknowns for us about the effect of that magic. Lunamaria-san added to Lilia-san's explanation. In other words, among the people I got to know this time, Noon-san, Act and Raz-san are ordinary demons, while Sex-san and Ain-san are classified as high-ranking demons. Well, there are some beings who don't go as far as to use information concealment magic. War King Megiddo Arjitsborn Sama, World King Lilywood Yggdrasil Sama, Dragon King Magnoel Bascus Lardo Kurtzwald Sama, doesn't use information concealment magic, so everyone should be able to hear their names. Whoa, a bunch of awfully long names was given in rapid succession. No matter which world it may be, would it be as I thought, that all kings would have long names? Come to think of it, one of the names there sounds familiar. Wasn't the Dragon King's name the one that Act had used as an example to how big he was? I can tell just from hearing their names that they sound like great people, but why aren't the 3 of them using that information concealment magic? As I was thinking about this, Kusunoki-san expressed the same doubts I had. The reason is different for each of them, though it isn't like we asked them directly about it either, but it's simply because the War King doesn't like things like hiding. The World King has a large number of followers, and I suppose she herself is an object of faith in some areas. As for the Dragon King, he has physique so huge that it could even be mistaken for a mountain range, so it wouldn't make much sense trying to hide it all. I think I've learned once again how outrageous of existence these 6 kings are. The Dragon King was even bigger than I imagined. Saying that he's around the size of a mountain range, that's like over thousands of meters? Compared to that, even the 5-meter-tall Act really might look like a child. If a being of that size were to move around, I think that just walking around would be enough to cause an earthquake. Well, we won't have the chance to meet the 6 kings in person for the time being, but you can still see them during the Festival of Heroes. That is, I don't know if I should look forward to it or be frightened for that day. Normally, even nobles don't have the opportunity to get to know high-ranking demons. Moreover, you even ate together with them? That's quite an odd situation you got into, isn't it, Mayama-sama? I guess you could say that you have talent in having good connection with others. If a high-ranking demon remembers your name, you could even say that alone will give you some kind of power. Please do treasure those connections that you've built up. Yes. If you certainly look at it that way, I guess I'm quite lucky even just being able to interact with these tremendous beings. I have lots of things on my mind, but let's just think that situation is a plus for me. How someone that even nobles weren't able to get to know very often comes to visit me every night and would even teach me magic. Thinking about it again, that's quite an outrageous situation I am in. Putting that aside, wouldn't it be better for my lady if you could get a bit of Mayama-sama's talent? Ugh, hi. Indeed, Kaito-san's social skills are something to be emulated. If you have some tips you could partake, would you please teach me? Ha ha ha. For some reason, I can't help but bitterly smile back at Lilia-san, who's looking at me with respect. I can't tell them. I can't tell them that I was just a loner who didn't even have any friends in my former world. These relationships I currently have is just the result of being swept around by Kuro, and my community power is actually as small as a water flea. Dear Mom, Dad, I was supposed to be an elite loner when I was back on Earth, but some reason, it seems like I'm 1 foot away from having a personal connections cheat. Chapter 21. We got to know each other a little better. It's already late in the night, and since we will be going to the temple to receive blessings tomorrow, our conversation with Lilia-san and the others is cut short after about half an hour, and each one of us took our baths and got ready for bed. Just at that moment though, I remembered about the souvenirs Noon-san gave me and talked to Lilia-san about it. Since it's food from my hometown, she just told me to share it with the three of us. And so, I decided to take her up in her offer, so I asked Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san to gather in my room. The three of us would be together in that room, so to be honest, it doesn't really make any difference which room we get together in, but no matter how temporary it may be, I still wouldn't feel comfortable intruding upon a woman's room. So, Mayama-san, what is it that you want to talk about? Actually, I forgot about it earlier. I received some souvenirs from the former Japanese, Noon-san, that I've talked about earlier. I thought about talking to the both of you about it. As Kusunoki-san asked me, the faint scent of soap wafting in the air, I briefly answered, took out the magic box, and briefly explained its function. Then, I took out the main items, Onigiri and Takwon. That is, should I say that it's to be expected or their reactions were quite surprising? Their eyes were glued to the white rice on the table, and although they weren't gulping as I did earlier, I'm sure the two of them are looking at these onigiris as though they are divine treasures from heaven. Mimi, Mayama-senpai? This is the real thing, right? This is rice, right? Oh, why, yeah. It seems that Noon-san grows it for herself, and she was concerned about us, so she gave us a lot of it. Not only did she give us onigiri, but she also gave us some white rice that was just normally cooked, and she also shared some seasonings like miso and soy sauce. Would you really mind if we have some? When I explained to Yuzuki-san, who asked some for her to eat, Kusunoki-san also asked me while staring at the onigiri. That should be obvious. But because they were stored in my magic box, you'll have to tell me when you want to eat them. I've really got a lot of them, and I've already talked to Lilia-san about it. So you can start eating for breakfast tomorrow if you want. Oh, great. I'm deeply moved. Ahaha, because everyone has their own preferences, I also got a lot of ingredients for the miso soup, but unfortunately, we don't have any tofu yet. We did get some chives though, so I think we can make quite a few different combinations. Yuzuki-san's tension is rising as she spoke, and she coming closer and closer to me as if in proportion to that. I know you're happy, but let's not do that kind of move when you're wearing light clothing just after you took a bath. I won't say what is, but it's hard to look at it because those bountiful fruits are shaking greatly. Then, it occurred to me that I had something I could take out right now for them. And there's also so that I could divert Kusunoki-san's gaze that has been gradually turning colder from earlier, perhaps because she noticed that my eyes are swimming along with Yuzuki-san's movements. Well, here, drink this and calm down, will you? That, could it be? UNN. Green tea. We also got some dango and yucan, but we're about to sleep, so please endure it with this for now. Yuzuki-san's excitement died down thanks to the green tea I handed to her. She then started drinking her tea with a cute smile on her face that kind of reminds me of a small animal. It seems that Kusunoki-san, seeing Yuzuki-san's condition, also began to drink her tea. It seems like it won't end up with me being scorned or anything like that, huh? I'd like to do the honors to say it here and now, but it's not like I like them big or anything like that. If you're asking me what I like though, I would say either way is fine, but I like it if they have a slender figure. However, I don't know if it's because of the sad fate or it's because of men's nature, but if Yuzuki-san's larger than average high school girl's breasts moved in front of me, it would be an irresistible instinct for me to be tempted and turn my eyes towards them. So I hope you will forgive me for that. Who the heck am I making excuses for anyway? As I was laying out such excuses in my head for a reason I don't understand, Yuzuki-san, who had taken a break from drinking tea, turns her glittering eyes to me for some reason. I think Mayama-senpai is the type of senpai who deal with something when his heart is set upon something. What? I agree. I've honestly changed my opinion of you for a bit, but you're indeed an elder that we can rely on. Yuzuki-san, who is already giving me a glittering and respectful look, nodded her head in agreement with Kusunoki-san sincerely nodding along. I want everyone to wait for a moment though, just for bringing them rice. No, not just because of the rice, but just because I brought back several Japanese ingredients. My stock price in their eyes tremendously rose? Or rather, I'd like it if we could at least spend an hour or so questioning how low my evaluation is in your eyes. Well, anyway, what I'm saying is that you can always tell me if you want to eat. Speaking of which, we ended up just talking about me earlier, but how did it go over there? How is Mitsunaga-kun doing? Yes. As expected of the royal palace, they have a very luxurious party, but we were so withered from the atmosphere that even though it's embarrassing to say, but we mostly relied on Lilia-san for conversation and such. As for Seiji, well, he was in perfect shape. I finished explaining about the white rice, saying that it's not because of my achievements, but because Noon-san was just being concerned about us. But since I've eased up a bit with the two of them, I took the opportunity to ask them about what happened in the royal capital. Should I say it's as I thought or something like that? But looking at their expressions, I guess they didn't seem to have much time to enjoy themselves, huh? No, well, that should be obvious. They were only surrounded by unknown noble strangers, so it would be impossible for them not to be withered from the party. I see. So Mitsunagakuin was treated as a state guest, huh? That's right, he's probably treated very well. It was like he was talking to me from above, some kind of pedestal that I thought about hitting him a couple of times. Well, see. It looks like he's going to be busy going around places, so it's better than him being down, right? Well, that's true, but, I don't know Mitsunagakuin that much, but from the way he looked when we were summoned, he looked like he's someone who had read that kind of light novel, but this world is already peaceful. So it wouldn't be hard for me to understand why people would get carried away if they were pampered in all sorts of ways. However, Yuzuki-san looked surprisingly bitter about it. As I recall, she said she was childhood friends with Mitsunagakuin, so maybe they have an unreserved relationship. Fomu, but Mitsunagakuin looked like he's someone who'd be studying in humanities. He was Yuzuki-san's childhood friend and Kusunoki-san's kohai, wasn't he? It's not necessary to think about it again, but both Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san are beautiful girls. They are close enough to each other to go to and from school together, and Yuzuki-san also had a dreamy attribute of being his childhood friend, Era. In the end, isn't he a winner even back in our previous world? Well, I'm also relieved to see that my kohai seems to be doing well. It seems that he will be leaving the royal capital soon to travel around the country, so if our timing isn't right, we won't be able to see him again for the time being. I honestly think that idiot should get some beating though. FOMO. Isn't Mitsunagakuin Kusunoki-san or Yuzuki-san's lover? Yeah? That's not possible. He's just my kohai, you know? I took the opportunity to ask them about the thing I was curious about, but what I got was a straight-faced no. It didn't even seem like their hearts skipped a beat. I don't know for what exactly, but I'm sorry, Mitsunagakuin. I'm sorry that I strangely thought of you as one of those Ryajus who should explode. As I was thinking about this, Yuzuki-san approached me and whispered, "It's just between you and me, but the reason Seiji joined our club is that he's aiming for Aoi-senpai. Look, Aoi-senpai is pretty, has good grades, and is very popular." Well, Aoi-senpai doesn't look like she felt anything just now though. I see. Kusunoki-san certainly looked like someone who'd be very popular. She also looked like the role model of a flower from the highest peak, unreachable for a mere mortal's hands. However, even if she said that Kusunoki-san is popular, Yuzuki-san seemed like she would be popular too. She's cheerful, energetic, and seems to get along with everybody easily. Come to think of it, didn't I mention that she's already going to and from school with a boy? Am I that influenced by the games and all the stuff I've read that I've imagined some kind of complex quadrilateral relationship between them? Rather than that, I also thought that Mitsunagakuin and Hina-chan were lovers. Please stop, Aoi-senpai. I'm really getting goosebumps here. Why? You disliked being called lovers that much. Apparently, it's not like she's being embarrassed about it or something like that, but she just really disliked it. It seems that it didn't turn into those stories and games as I thought. But speaking of games, there was a quest like that in an internet game set in a high school. I remembered a storyline where they were childhood friends, and the guy had romantic feelings for her, but the girl doesn't feel anything for him at all. If I remember it correctly, wasn't it about helping that guy who doesn't realize it at all with various ways to approach the girl, or something like that? In the end, the guy's love was fruitless, and he ended up just running around like a hamster in his wheel. However, I remembered that the dialogue of other NPCs and other things that came up during the quest was unique and interesting. If I remember correctly, T/N. NPC equals non-player character. Even though you're just childhood friends, it's like you're trying to anticipate something far ahead of. Yeah, Era? I feel like something strange happened just now. Yes. I remembered the development of the internet game I used to be addicted to, and that line that was stuck in my head just popped out of my mouth. But for some reason, I synced up with the girl who seemed to have no connection to such things. Kusunoki-san, who was about to say something identical, or rather, the exact same line that I was about to say, looked at me and her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. And after a few seconds of silence in front of Yuzuki-san, who can't follow along the situation and is just tilting her head, Kusunoki-san hesitantly opens her mouth. Mayama-san, can I ask you one question? Why, yeah. Go on. A newbie is looking for a new place to hunt. Slime, goblin, orc. What would you recommend? Buy some equipment from a store in town and go with orc. Kusunoki-san mentioned very famous monsters that would appear in many games. Many people would be under the impression that the slime would be the weakest of all if they were just listed based on their names, but I responded with the orc, because in the internet game I was playing, the slimes are monsters that appear in a field or dungeon by the sea, and not only would you need to be a good player just to get to its habitat, they are intermediate level monsters with fairly high status. The status of a goblin alone is lower than that of an orc, but the Goblin King boss monster appears in the field where the goblins are located, and a large number of goblins themselves makes it easy to be surrounded by them. So it isn't a place that could be recommended for newbies. In comparison, orcs can be defeated with equipment that can be purchased from NPCs in the city, and the fields in which they appear are close enough to the city that they can easily replenish their stock and recover their health, making them a monster that even newbies can easily hunt. There is a separate field where the high orcs are found, and the boss monster, the Orc King, appears in that field. So bosses do not appear in the orcs field. So, for newbies, buying store-bought equipment and using orcs to get to level 20 or so is a template for the internet game I used to play, making it an ironclad training course. Can I also ask something? Please do so. I've put together a party to hunt the Earth Dragon. What's the easiest formation to hunt it? A thief as tank, a monk with barrier skill, and a mage with fire magic. By the way, the Earth Dragon is a high-grade monster with absurdly high attack power, but it only performs physical attacks at close quarters and is extremely vulnerable to magic. Therefore, rather than bringing high defense and high HP jobs such as knights and the like, the combination of the skill of a thief, who has a certain chance of avoiding melee physical attacks, and a monk's barrier skill, which blocks melee physical attacks up to a certain number of times, was very effective, and it was a popular monster that could be hunted by a party of a minimum of 3 people, making it a monster with a delicious amount of easy experience points. UNN, well, that means that it's pretty much what I think. Kusunoki-san was also playing that internet game I was into in high school. Moreover, she was probably a pretty advanced player. The world is a strange place where you could find common topics to talk about, and as Kusunoki-san and I looked at each other, we smiled. Dear Mom, Dad, thanks to the white rice, regarding the children from the same world, we got to know each other a little better. Chapter 22. Intermission. Kusunoki Aoi, the first love inside a birdcage. The discovery of unexpectedly having something in common with Kusunoki-san made our conversation more lively than I had expected, and I think was able to get to know both of them pretty well. Well, Yuzuki-san wasn't able to keep up with our conversation about the internet game, and was now slightly sulking. Unexpectedly, Kusunoki-san has been playing internet games since she was in elementary school, and the total number of years that she had been playing the game was longer than me, who had retired from the game when I entered university. However, perhaps because of her diligent character, she seems to be a light user who only connected for about an hour a day, and I seem to be of a much higher level than her, which made me reflect on my past. I've been surprised at the fact that she has been playing internet games since she was in elementary school, but I've actually seen and heard of players like that when I was still playing the game, and there have been some of them among the players who were close to me. It kind of makes me nostalgic thinking about it. There was a newbie child I happened to meet back then, and as I taught him various things, we had become friends. I thought he was close to my age or older, as he had been very polite and always using honorifics while we were chatting, and he seemed to be a smart guy, with good memory and a good head on his shoulders, so I remembered being surprised when he told me he's 11 years old. I remembered back when I was retiring, he was pretty supportive of me, even though I was pretty much saying goodbye to him. I wonder how he's doing now. Is he still playing that game, or have he already retired from that game like me? Even though we were close, our relationship is just something online. There's no way for me to confirm it now, but I hope he's doing well. T/N. He doesn't know the newbie's gender, so I'm going to assume he's a male. Just as I'm taught to assume that most people in MMOs are male. As I was thinking about that, it was almost time for the date to change before I knew it. We are going to the temple tomorrow, so I've decided to switch my mind away from reminiscing nostalgic memories about the past and went to bed. I was born in a privileged family and lived in a privileged environment. I think that's how the world sees me. I may have been blessed to be the only daughter of the Kusunoki group, the owner of a large company, and I was given many things from an early age, but for me, the environment at home was never a comfortable one. I learned more lessons than I can count on one hand, and while the other children of my generation were playing together outside, I was constrained in my home, studying all the time. More than anything else, those eyes that looked at me and those affectionate smiles they gave me, I hated them very much. Everyone isn't looking at me. They don't see me for who I am, but as the daughter of the Kusunoki family. And even if I hated it so much, I couldn't do anything about it. Even if I had lots of things, freedom isn't something that I could acquire from inside my birdcage. The environment I thought I was in. I started playing online games as a bit of a break from those days. It was just a short 30 minutes to an hour before I finished my lessons, ate dinner, took a bath, and went to bed. I chose to play online games in my free time which I considered precious at that time, because I was attracted by its catchphrase, the place where you can be your ideal self. Being conscious of those words, a self that isn't yours, I created a male character and played the game, but to be honest, I didn't know what to do at first, let alone enjoy it, since it was my first time playing this kind of game, let alone an online game. Even the help on the official site isn't very clear. There's a lot of technical jargons, and in-game chatting is rife with incomprehensible conversations, and of course, there is no one I can ask about it. So I was already at a loss in the town where I started. And that was when I met that person. That person, who was wearing strong-looking equipment, approached me when I was in trouble and took good care of me, who was new to internet games and chatting. He gently and politely guided me through not only the game, but also the technical terms and unspoken rules of the internet. And even though I was slow with typing my responses, I was able to play the game properly and enjoy it. Once I got used to it, I really enjoyed playing online games. Nobody saw me as the daughter of the Kusunoki family, but rather as myself, which made the young me very happy, making me look forward to those short times of relaxation each day more than anything else. Especially that guy who taught me a lot of things in the beginning, and because I didn't like the idea of my levels being pulled up like that, he took the liberty to create a new low-level character and always played with me in a fair party, where our levels matched. He would pick me up when I logged in, take me to various hunting grounds without complaining about my poor skills and lack of knowledge, and listen to me chatter and complain about all sorts of trivial things. I enjoyed my time with that person the most. He was kind and dependable, and yet, somehow laid back and relaxed. I felt at ease just being with him. Having no siblings, I had thought that this may be what it feels like having an older brother. Looking back on it now, that must be When I first felt love, if I had to confess, it would be better to say that my state of mind in playing online games at that time was so that I could meet that person, rather than going online just to play the game itself. Though I said that, I still didn't have any idea about love at that time, and all I wanted was to play with the kind older brother. It may sound strange to say that I'm in love with someone whose face and name I didn't know, but at the end of the day, the ideal love interest I had in mind is a kind and dependable older man. In short, someone like him, and I think there's probably no doubt about it. At any rate, for the me at that time, talking with him is without a doubt the most enjoyable and happiest time I had. However, those times of happiness came to an abrupt end. When he told me that he was retiring for real-life reasons, I was so shocked that my mind went blank. I didn't want to be selfish and bother him, so I gave him some words of encouragement, but if I'm being honest, I didn't want him to quit. I wanted him to stay forever. However, time eventually passed without me being able to say anything, and in the spring 3 years ago, he disappeared from the online game world. On the day he last connected, I stayed up late for the first time in my life. I wanted to talk to him for as long as possible. He also said goodbye to me and gave me some of the expensive equipment and items I had been using. These items were so rare that it could even be a dream come true for me to get them at that time. But I wasn't happy in the least bit. I was just sad. I just shed tears as I stared at the screen of the game where he was gone, and I finally realized how important he was to me, and at the same time, I regret not knowing enough about him even after he listened to me all the time. Maybe it's because I'm in high school and have a better understanding of what I need for my future, or maybe it's because I've been able to maintain my grades, which is a crooked way of saying I'm a good student. The number of lessons I'm taking decreased, and my parents don't put many restrictions on me anymore. I have more free time to do my best in club activities. Starting with Hina-chan, I've made a lot of people that I could call my friends, and I can say that my days have been really fulfilling. However, I'm still playing that online game, and I would still go online for 30 minutes to an hour every day. I know that I'm being stubborn, but I'm still holding onto a slight hope that he might come back someday. Turning off the lights and went to bed. My eyes reflect the faint moonlight coming through the window. A lot of things happened today. The party at the palace is one thing, but I'm glad that I also had a chance to talk with my Ama-san, who I hadn't had a chance to talk to very often. To be honest, until now, there was a part of me that had a hard time grasping the distance between us, if you could call it that. Just like me, Hina-chan and Mitsunaga-kun. He is a person who was summoned to this other world, and he is the oldest among us. If I had to say so, I would say that my impression of my Ama-san was that he was someone I had no idea what he's thinking about. I guess you could call him calm at best and indifferent at worst. Even though this was supposed to be a sudden and extraordinary situation, he somehow seemed calm and composed. And while he took the initiative to ask questions to Lilia-san and the others, he didn't say anything about himself at all. I don't really know how to best say it, but early on, it felt like he was always taking a step away from us, building a wall around him and treating us coldly like it was something normal. And it's not just to Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, but to us as well. To be honest, I was a little afraid. However, I'd say that impression has changed quite a bit since today. He explained a lot of information he got to us, and he was worried about Mitsunaga-kun, whom he hardly spoke to. The expression on his face, which had been calm and composed for so long, had changed in many ways today, and I felt like I'm finally starting to see my Ama-san to who he really is. What was particularly impressive was the expression on his face when he offered the green tea to Hina-chan, who was excited after she saw rice. And the smile on his face, as if he was looking at his own little sister, made me realize that he's a kind person at heart. And when he saw Hina-chan, who was sulking because she couldn't keep up with the topic of games, looking at him as he patiently taught her various things with a wry smile on his face as if he's troubled, I remembered that person. Maybe the reason why he had seemed so cold until now was that even though my Ama-san was also confused with all sorts of things he got involved with, he was purposely doing so that we wouldn't feel uneasy after looking at him. That's how different my impression of my Ama-san today was from the past. At the very least, the my Ama-san of today looked like a senior that we could rely on. I felt sorry that I was afraid of him because of my own imagination. Maybe it's a bad habit of mine to read too much into things and be wary of them. In fact, my Ama-san and I were talking about the online game, and our conversation was much easier than I had imagined, finding out how easy it is to converse with him. I guess you can't really understand a person until you try to talk to them in person. I don't know if I'm being extreme or just being naive, but my impression of my Ama-san has changed for the better after just having a long talk with him today. Thinking about this, as I was about to lower my eyelids, letting the drowsiness engulf my consciousness, I remembered him again. Seal-san, my first love, whose real name and face I know nothing about. The time I spent with that person is still a cherished memory that will stay with me to this day, and the equipment and items he left behind were all untouched and carefully stored in the online games warehouse, ready and waiting for the day he comes back. Even so, 3 years have already passed and I should have been remembering him less and less as time passed. But what made me remember that person over and over again today? Because it's been a while since I've talked about the online game? No, that's probably not it. Ah, I see. It's because they resemble. The way my Ama-san was teaching Hina-chan various things about the game reminded me of that person in my memory. Come to think of it, Seal-san was 4 or 5 years older than me, just like my Ama-san. Didn't he mention that he based his username on his real name? My Kaito, Kai for enjoyment and Tu for human. I think Kai could also mean shell, right? Wait, shell? Seal? Fufufu. As expected, Wouldn't circumstances be too convenient if that really were the case? However, I feel like I'm going to have a good dream today. As a self-mocking smile leaked out from my mouth, I could feel some sort of warmth embracing my body as my consciousness sank into slumber. Chapter 23. It's a floating garden. What do you think the temple would be like? If I were to imagine what it would be like, as expected, it would be like those Greek temples. That's a very rough image you have there. Not that I don't understand why you imagined it like that though. Looking out the window of the carriage, Yuzuki-san talked with me with slightly higher intensity, while the calm and composed Kusunoki-san joins the conversation. I guess the power of white rice is that great. I feel like the awkwardness from our previous conversations is now a lie. Could this be that? Does it feel like my communipower has leveled up and I've become a little more sociable? We're currently having a short break after eating our breakfast, as we're heading to the temple where God lives to receive his blessing. Speaking of which, Lilia-san, I forgot to ask before, but what exactly does a blessing do? That was on my mind too. Let's see. To put it simply, you will get God's divine protection. Would it be easier to think of it as a kind of defense-oriented magic that they cast upon you? Since we're heading to the Temple of Health this time, I guess you could think of it as a magic that prevents illnesses. I see. It might certainly be easier to imagine it like that. And while the blessings received from priests, in other words, an ordinary human, are basically just spells, it is said that the blessings cast directly by God have a definite effect. However, there's a fee. I'll say this again. There apparently is a fee for a blessing. That's quite materialistic of you. Oh gods, I think I know what you're thinking, but since that's the main source of income for the temple, incidentally, the blessing of a priest was set at the cost of an iron coin. As for the blessing of a god, they mostly depend on the rank of the god performing it, but the average cost would be a gold coin. Let me think. Since the iron coins are 10 if I remember correctly, the blessing of a priest is about 1,000 yen. As for the blessing of a god, they were at the staggering cost of 10,000 R. That's about 1,000,000 yen. That's so expensive that you have to be a noble to receive to afford their blessing. Just adding a bit more information, we're going to the god of health, so it's 1 gold coin. But the blessing from the god of love that my lady received before was paid with 5 gold coins. That expensive? Luna? I'm afraid it didn't work though. Gunya Nunu. Due to Lunamaria-san's unnecessarily adding more information, which can be said to be normally happening every now and then, Lilia-san's face turns red in a flash. She certainly looks cute, but the atmosphere inside the carriage turned kind of… Speaking of which, there was something that bothered me earlier, and since I can use that to get out of our current topic. By the way, you mentioned earlier that the cost is based on the god's rank, but do gods also have ranks of their own? Well, there are 3 ranks, the lower, the higher, and the supreme gods. Then, there's also the one who stands above all them, the creation god. Basically, the people who have temples in the human realm are the lower rank gods, but when it comes to the blessings of the higher rank gods, the reputation of the gods is more important for them than money. So the only person who can receive it is the king. It appears that I've successfully deviated the conversation. Lilia-san stops complaining about Lunamaria-san and turned her attention to responding to my question. No, I wasn't trying to help Lunamaria-san. I was trying to change the subject so that the atmosphere in the carriage wouldn't get worse. So put that thumbs up away, you useless maid. As for the supreme gods, the 3 great gods of time, fate, and life, it's highly unlikely that you'll ever get to see their faces, much less receive their blessings, except at the Festival of Heroes. It seems that they rarely go out to the human realm, so unless you're extremely lucky, indeed, just their titles, God of Time and God of Fate alone convey the fact that they're extraordinary beings. But now that I think about it again, the 6 kings, the 3 great gods, the creation god, and all the other personnel gathering for the Festival of Heroes, how big of a festival is it really going to be? As exciting as it may sound, it also sounds a bit terrifying. Soon after, the carriage arrived in front of a huge and majestic temple, but the one living here must be one heck of a person. Hearing Kusunoki-san's mumble, I nodded silently as I looked at the scene in front of me. If you certainly think about it, this blessing stuff we're doing right now is just like the Hatsa mode in Japan. So if you can clearly imagine that, you should be able to imagine the scene we're facing now. When I was almost convinced that this is just something unique for the other world, Lilia-san and the others surprisingly also had a very surprised look on their faces. T/N. Hatsa mode is the first shrine visit of the new year. You can see them in anime, and you'll see how there are lots of people in there. What does this mean? It certainly is odd. I'll go check it out. Leaving those words, Lunamaria-san started to move towards a person dressed like a nun a little further in the distance. Perhaps, is she a priest? I also head there to see what's going on. Lilia-san, is this huge crowd of people anything out of the ordinary? Yes, putting aside if this was the church near the town, but this is the main shrine. Most of the people who come here this time of the year are usually just nobles who come to be blessed by the gods. And since the 4th day of the new year is usually the busiest day, we purposely put off going on that day and just went on the 5th day of the new year. But are you saying that everyone also thought to avoid the crowded day? If that's the case, the 5th day should have been a lot quieter than usual. On the 5th day every year, the higher rank gods are invited to the royal palace for the king to receive their blessings. Many nobles and priests are supposed to gather at the royal palace for the rare opportunity to see a high rank god. I see. I have the image of nobles as people who value connections, And the opportunity to possibly get to know a high-rank god who doesn't normally live in the human realm should be really precious. So, it's understandable why everyone is heading to the royal palace. That's why Lilia-san must have thought of getting our blessing on this day when the temple would be empty. But when we actually visited, it was unexpectedly crowded. Then, just as I was receiving an explanation from Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san came back with a somewhat panicked look on her face. My lady, I think I found out the reason why this happened. It seems that we had a really outrageous timing on coming to this place. What do you mean? Actually, it hasn't been confirmed yet as it's only a rumor. But I heard that the goddess of time might stop by here today. The goddess of time, if I'm not mistaken, the goddess of time, was one of the three supreme gods that were second only to the creation god in the god realm. Yes, I heard that the priests themselves don't know about the details of the situation either, but perhaps she has come to check on the summoning magic circle because something out of the ordinary happened this time. And while she's at it, I think she'll also come to see the gods of these lands. I see. So it's not only the neighboring nobles, but that's also why so many priests have come to this place, huh? This was really unexpected. I guess we can't just come back for later, huh? I've already informed the temple of our visit using the name of our duchy. Yes, as expected, the ones who aren't receiving the blessing won't be able to get into the main shrine. So let's go to the main shrine for the time being. Perhaps there's a pretty big difference between a high-rank god and a supreme god. Rather than the high-rank gods who always visit the royal palace every year, many people might be thinking of seeing the supreme god, which their arrival isn't a sure thing except for when the Festival of Heroes happens. Especially for the priests who serve the gods, this may be a situation where they would willingly throw out other things to rush toward this place. I'm pretty sure that we haven't walked for quite a distance, but it took us quite a bit of strength just to get through the horrendous crowd of people to reach the temple, and just moving around was a moderately fatiguing experience. Ugh. I feel really nauseous from the sheer number of people here. I can understand how Hina-san feels. As expected, even I think that this is quite. Although it's only a rumor, it's still an opportunity for a supreme god to remember your face. To begin with, it's very unusual for the supreme god to visit the human realm outside of the Festival of Heroes, so this kind of situation happening is probably something that can't be helped. In response to Yuzuki-san's mumbles as if she were fed up, Lilia-san agreed with her words, as if she was fed up with it herself. Kusunoki-san, too. Are you alright? Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad Mayama-san is walking in front of me. Just as Lilia-san said, there aren't as many people inside of the temple compared to outside, but even so, there seemed to be several times as many people in the temple compared to how it usually is. The impression I got was that there were a lot of people who looked like priests, especially from what I saw, and all of them seemed to be visibly on edge. This may give a lot of credibility to the rumor that a supreme god is visiting. However, it seems that the blessings are still going on as usual, and Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san are taking care of the procedures. We'll be guided by a priest to move, and on the way, I'll be the only one who will be separated from Lilia-san and the others. Because there appears to be a rule of wearing special vestments when receiving the blessings, the men and women are separated so that they could change their own clothes. I had expected that we would be wearing light clothing from the fact that we were separated based on gender, but when I changed in the room I was led to, I found that the clothes were almost like underwear. They were made in a material similar to fine silk. It's not that it's transparent, but it's an outfit that shows quite a bit of my body line because it's white and light. I honestly feel that it's a shame that I won't be able to see Lilia-san and the others in these clothes. Moreover, it seems that after this, we'll be waiting in a spacious room and we'll be called out to receive our blessing in turns. This means that I would be inevitably led to a place filled with men dressed in vestments that look like this white dress I'm currently wearing. How should I say this? I'm kind of tempted to turn back now. From what I heard from the priest who was leading me, it doesn't look like it's packed to the brim, but apparently, there are still dozens of people waiting for their turn over there, and we would definitely need to wait for over an hour. That doesn't sound like a blessing anymore. It's almost torture for me. When we came before a door in the hall, the male priest bowed his head deeply as if he had another person to lead and left right away. I honestly want to leave without opening this door that leads to a sausage fest, but after taking a few deep breaths, I make up my mind, opened the door and entered. As I entered, the scene I came upon in front of me wasn't the sausage fest that I thought I would find. I could feel the breeze blowing gently, caressing my cheeks comfortably, bringing the scent of flowers along with it. Colorful flowers bloomed beautifully in front of me, and after moving my eyes around, I could see the border between the blue sky and the earth. The scenery has a beautiful yet majestic atmosphere, as if I was looking down on the earth. No one responded to the shout that reflexively came out of my mouth. Rather, it even looks like there's no one else in this place but me. Dear Mom, Dad, I visited the temple to receive a blessing, but when I opened the door, I didn't arrive in a guest room. It's a hanging garden. Chapter 24. She's an outrageous natural airhead. When I opened the door in the temple, I found myself in a hanging garden. No, it's not like I'm making a gag or anything like that, but seriously, when I opened the door and went in, what I saw before me was a hanging garden with no one in sight. And the door that I've just passed through, which I should have passed through just a minute ago, is gone. To be honest, my mind hasn't really quite caught up with it, but, could it be that this is actually the waiting room? Maybe it's just I who doesn't know and this is actually the norm. No, as expected, that isn't possible. I mean, How the heck could anyone call this place a room? And just as it was too sudden that I found myself in here, I suddenly found someone there as if they had been there from the start. Yes, before I noticed it, without even making a sound, nor did I even feel her presence. Standing a few feet in front of me was a woman. No, there's something standing there of nature I do not know. She has the appearance of an unparalleled beauty. I can't think of anything else to say about her. Long, silver-white straight hair that doesn't have any curls reaching to her knees. They even seem like they're faintly glittering, and golden eyes that don't have any hint of cloudiness. Her body, which is about 160 centimeters tall and dressed in white vestments, is so beautiful that you would think that her existence embodies the perfect divine proportions. And most of all, she's kind of eerie. When I met Kuro, I thought that her appearance as she stands against the sunset was like art, but the appearance of the woman in front of me is art in itself, not just a metaphor that describes her. Yes, everything is too perfect for the woman in front of me, that it gives me an inexplicable sense of foreignness from her. She should have been right in front of me, but she doesn't feel real, as if I'm just looking at a finished painting. My instincts were telling me that the being in front of me is in a different level from me. Is this being perhaps a god? Nice to meet you, Mayama Kaito-san, the human from another world liked by Kuro from first sight. I'm Shallow Vernal. Nice to meet you. After the woman opened her mouth in front of the completely speechless me, I felt like something cold ran down behind my spine. Her voice is so beautiful that I thought it was a gospel from God, but at the same time, I felt a strong sense of discomfort that I can't put into words. It didn't really take that long for me to understand why I felt that way. It's because it was hard for me to believe that the words I just heard emanate from the woman in front of me. I suppose you're surprised by the abruptness of the situation. I was led to this place at Kuro request, and just as they said, the better the view of the surrounding is, the more calming it will be. If I just put my attention to the words she said, I don't think I would have found anything strange among them. But I can't sense any intonation in her voice. Although her voice is supposed to be beautiful, but having the same loudness, speed, and intensity makes it look like there's no emotion in her voice, as if it was just a machine speaking to me. No, her voice is so constant that it feels like even a machine would have more emotion if it was to speak. Furthermore, her facial expressions didn't change at all, as if she didn't have any emotions right from the start. I don't even know if those golden eyes are looking at me, or if they're looking at the background as if I didn't exist. They said that people are afraid of the things they don't understand, and that's probably what I'm feeling right now. The reason why I'm feeling a chill running down my spine. You look quite confused. Are you alright? Why, yes. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It's my fault for bringing you here so suddenly. As expected, each of Shallow Vernal-sama's words was spoken without any changes in her expression or voice. I frantically moved my head, which had been frozen in place, and replied to her words. I'm Mayama Kaito. Nice to meet you. Shallow Vernal-sama, you can just call me Shiro if you want. That's what Kuro calls me. No, but you can just call me Shiro if you want. That's what Kuro calls me. Shiro-sama? That sama is unnecessary. No, that sama is unnecessary. As expected, I can't just impudently. That sama is unnecessary. Yes. Shiro-san, best regards. Our conversation finally moved forward. She's not even trying to pull back for the others. That would have just ended up in an endless loop. I'll do what you say, so please stop sounding like a broken record in a repeated playback. Seriously, it's scary. To be honest, I didn't feel really comfortable calling a being that's obviously in another level compared to me such a thing. But having to hear the same words repeated over and over again with her completely unchanging expression and voice, I just gave up and changed the way I called her. Then, once again, Shiro-san said that Kuro requested you something, but why exactly did I get summoned to this place? I think it's plausible to question it. Well then, I will now grant you your blessing. Era? That's weird. Didn't she just hear me asking that question? Just because you told me what you think about that question, that doesn't mean you explained anything, you know? After telling me in a voice with no inflection at all, Shiro lightly pointed her hand at me without answering my question. Bless you. After her short, emotionless words were spoken, my body seemed to glow for a moment. However, there was no other change and the light quickly subsided. Era? That's it? Now then, shall we have some tea? What? Wait a minute. I'm begging you. Please explain the situation a little bit. I don't even have any idea what's going on. What did Kuro ask Shiro-san to do? Is the blessing finished with just that? And why the heck are we having tea now? It's fine if you just briefly talk about it, but could you please explain it to me? Kuro requested me to grant you my blessing. Your blessing is complete. However, it will take some time until the blessing to your companions is completed. So let's have a cup of tea to get to know each other. Yes. I thought you would just put that aside, but she really concisely explained it all? I really don't understand this person at all. Are all gods like her? Honestly, I want to hold my head in my hands right now, but before I knew it, a garden chair and table appeared in front of me, and Shiro-san is already taking her seat. If I don't take my seat, I feel like I would just end up in that endless loop again. So I sit down in one of the simple but beautiful white garden chairs, facing Shiro-san, and then, as if it's natural, a cup of amber-colored liquid appeared in front of me. Awkward. The combination of her silence and expressionlessness turned everything really awkward. AC, conversation? We should have some conversation. At least, it's alright. I've been through a lot since I came to this world, and even though I'm a loner, my communipower should have improved a little bit. I need something, some kind of clue to initiate our conversation, even though we sat facing each other. Having no conversation starting at all, I got a little impatient, so I just turned to the drink placed in front of me while looking for a clue to initiate our conversa. Whoa, this is delicious. What is this black tea? Even though I'm not that knowledgeable about teas, even I can see that it's outrageously delicious. Should I say that it's to be expected from the tea served by God? That's right. How about we start with this tea? This tea is quite delicious, isn't it? I'm glad you like it. I can't push the conversation forward at all. Or rather, even if I tried to push forward our conversation, I couldn't continue at all with the combo of her complete lack of facial expressions and voice intonations. Cool. I guess the level up of my communipower is nothing but my imagination. Reality really is ruthless. I mean, I'm the type of person who basically waits and receives what the other person says. What I've learned in my long, loner life is how to adapt to what the other person is saying. In other words, the opening conversation is left to the other person, and I'm just basically adapting to that and keeping the conversation going without straining it. This conversation technique is effective for most people, especially for the type of people like Kuro who is willing to talk to me. Unfortunately, there's a fatal flaw in this tactic. It doesn't work well if I'm talking with the same type of person. This is exactly what's happening in my current situation with Shiro-san. I may be able to push forward some topics if I was talking with a normal person, but Shiro-san is a difficult adversary for I don't know what she's thinking, nor do I even know how to talk with her in the first place. Shiro-san, anything is fine, but don't you have anything we could talk about? In that case, let me ask you a question. What did you mean when you said communipower? It's short for communication power, which is basically the power to have a good conversation with others. I see. Then what does being a loner mean? It basically means someone being alone. By the way, Shiro-san, could you possibly be able to read my mind, or something like that? I can certainly read your mind. Is that so? She just affirmed it as if it's a matter of course. Does that mean she had read everything I just said? That's really embarrassing. Then, I think it's best to let Shiro-san take the lead in this conversation. It won't do if we don't have some tea cakes, right? I've been thinking for a while now, but haven't you gone along with your own pace all these times? Are you that free? Hey, are you that free? She doesn't even care about our current situation, and she just switched from one conversation to another with the same expression on her face and voice. It's a common say in all eras and cultures, but it seems that gods don't really understand the feelings of people. Please enjoy your meal. Shiro-san, even you too, To be honest, I had a bad feeling when I heard that she was Kuro's acquaintance, just like how she showed up in front of me like it was natural. The baby Castellas has undoubtedly turned into the thing that I've seen the most in this world. Not having any energy to complain anymore, I pick up a baby Castella that I'm already used to eating and put it in my mouth. I feel like fainting in agony. The moment I take a bite of the baby Castella, a piercing spiciness spread in my mouth, and it stuck not only in my mouth, but also in my nostrils. Don't tell me. This is wasabi? Why is there wasabi in the baby Castella? Is she harassing me? Isn't wasabi in a completely different vector of existence? This should have been a combination that couldn't exist. A baby Castella filled with wasabi. A bizarre, disproportionate taste of sweetness and spiciness began spreading in my mouth. I began to pour tea into my mouth, desperately wanting for the violent, disgusting taste to be washed away. And just when I moved my gaze to the person who brought out the cruelness incarnate, tea cakes that carved a new trauma inside of me, Shiro-san brought it to her mouth without any particular change in her expression. Why are you eating that normally? Don't tell me. She isn't actually trying to harass me and just a regular tea cake for her? This person? Don't tell me that not only her very being, but even her sense of taste is also weird? Sure. Shiro-san, what is it? Is that good? No. It's so bad that I'd rather eat dirt. Then, at least show a little bit of that kind of feeling in your expression or your voice. I mean, in the first place, why the heck did you make that kind of stuff and serve it as tea cakes? Say it. Kuro once gave me these as a gift, saying, I tried to make it, but it was incredibly bad. So I'm giving these to you. However, didn't Shiro-san also think that it doesn't taste good? Yes. It's hard to believe that a food as terrible as this exists in this world. Then, why did you offer such a substitute for the tea cakes? Kuro told me that baby Castellas are the best thing to eat with tea. And since I want to deepen my friendship with my Kaito-san, I served what I heard was the best thing to welcome you. However, what about Shiro-san's thoughts regarding these tea cakes? It tastes so bad that I think its very existence should be a sin. I think I now understand a little bit regarding this person. Her expression and intonation of her voice don't change at all as usual, but this person is probably a really outrageous natural airhead. Adding up being a natural airhead to being expressionless and emotionless is a terribly poor disposition. I would like it if you give back all the reverence I felt for you just a short while ago. Don't you think it would be quite difficult for me to return it since it isn't tangible? It's just a metaphor. Dear Mom, Dad, I met God, but she was eerily expressionless, chillingly emotionless, and to top it all off, she's an outrageous natural airhead. Chapter 25. Blessed by the Goddess. The conversation with Shiro-san, The goddess with a beautiful face, perfect proportions, a beautiful voice and specs that could make even the goddess of beauty run away from her superiority, but also possesses outrageously troublesome factors as she's expressionless, emotionless, and a natural airhead. Continues. No, please carry on with our conversation. Could it be that? That pattern where it won't do unless I do it myself? Yes. I'd like it if you deny it though, even though it was a lie. Well then, this may be a lie, but I will now change our subject. Ah, yes. It really was a lie? What should I do with this goddess? Look, since you read my mind anyway, you can use that to your advantage to broach a subject for our conversation. There should be a lot we can talk about, right? We could even talk about things from back in my previous world or something like that. Well then, let's talk about the book called The Documents of the Jet Black Knees Volume 2. Wait, oi, idiot. Stop right there. You can't just go digging up anyone's black history from their middle school times as you please. Seriously, please stop it. I will die. Is this actually titled as Jet Black Darkness? Why is it that the jet black in this series is written as ni instead of lacquer? T/N, Isekaied jet black. In the book, that's totally not written by Kaito. It was written as Isekaied instead. She equals ni, T equals lacquer. Stop it. Don't start correcting the misspelled kanji. I'm pretty sure that's not something you should be touching. My heart is one arrow away from crumbling into pieces. Why is it that of all the things you can read in my mind, you aimed at that memory that has been buried down deep inside? You must have been doing this on purpose, huh? The current flow of conversation is no good. A topic. I must think of any kind of topic. Speaking of which, I heard that blessings work differently for different gods. What effect does Shiro-san's blessing have? I don't know. You don't know? If I let Shiro-san take control of the conversation, I was afraid that my mind would break down. So I frantically mobilized that paltry communipower that I have to initiate another topic of conversation, but I wonder if there's something wrong with my eyes and ears? It's just that, for some reason, I think I heard this goddess-sama saying, I dunno, while tilting her head with that expressionless face of hers as if she doesn't know the effect of her own blessing. She's just joking, right? No, it's just that this is the first time I've given my blessing to anyone, so I wouldn't know what effect my blessing would be. This is your first time giving a blessing? Yes. I basically don't go to the human realm after all. I had some expectations since she knows Kuro, but Shiro-san is still a superior god, and she wouldn't just grant her blessing to anyone. Then, I'll change the question. What is it that Shiro-san has authority in? I don't have authority over anything, you know? I've always thought that all gods have authority over something, having the title of God of Oo, or something like that, but apparently that's not the case. Geez, can you just take her back already? This goddess, I mean. What should I do? My mental capacity is close to zero now. I also don't have any confidence to continue this conversation any longer. Well then, let's go back to that series I mentioned earlier. Oh wait, it seems that I still can continue. I'll be hanging on to our conversation, so please don't bring back that topic anymore. As expected, do humans yearn for such great power? I was expecting the conversation to return to the disclosure of my black history, but what Shiro-san told me was a question. There was still no inflection in her voice, and her expression still hadn't changed at all. But for some reason, she seemed to be sincerely wondering about it, unlike earlier. Maybe that's why I wasn't able to give her a quick reply. Whether or not humans yearn for great power, that may be a question that Shiro-san can ask as a god who was born with great power. How should I answer it though? No, Shiro-san can read my mind anyway, so there's no point in trying to make up a false front. In that case, I should just say what I think. I think we do yearn for them. Great power, amazing wisdom, wealth, and prestige. There were many times when I longed for it myself. Well then, I'll give it to you. I seldomly had any conversation with a human. In this rare occasion, I can give you one thing that you wish for. Is it the power to do as you wish? The wisdom enough to touch upon the truth of the world? Wealth more than you can ever use in your whole life? A reputation that makes all of the people respect you? Whatever you want is fine. And now, tell me what you want. I can give you something that no one will ever hope to reach. As if it's something she can naturally do, the goddess told me so. That she can give me anything I wish for. That I could change into anything I wish for. Anything I wish can come true. If I ask her, I can be special. My heart strongly trembled. What I couldn't get even after struggling and suffering. The god in front of me is saying that she will be granting it. There's no reason for me to refuse. There should have been no reason. But, I wonder why? There's something that's holding me back from speaking deep within my heart. Closing my eyes, I knock on the recesses of my mind that I'm finally starting to feel closer these days. What is it that I want? What in the world do I really want? Silently asking myself so, I slowly open my eyes to look into the goddess's all-seeing eyes and utter the answer I got. No, thank you. Why? It's because I think you probably couldn't give me what I really want so. Although it's too late now, what I said might have been an extremely rude statement to a god holding tremendous power. Even so, I still couldn't believe that this person was the one who could fulfill my wishes. I'm not going to deny my desire for mighty power. In fact, I've wished for it many times, becoming an unparalleled warrior who built a harem of his own and living as you please. I will certainly be filled with great satisfaction living a life like that. It's certainly one of the things I yearn for. However, what came to my mind was Kuro's innocent smile. I was told so. She has told me that I'm fine the way I am right now, that we just have to look for it. That time, I was so happy. Even if I was struggling and suffering for it, even with this unsightly appearance as I struggled to walk in the ground, she still pushed my back. I'm just a powerless and weak human. Don't you think I'm unworthy of such a thing? What you're trying to give me is a little too heavy for me to carry. If you wish for anything aside from money, I don't think it would weigh anything though. I couldn't help but chuckle at the words that she said without any change in her expression. Shiro-san is actually a pretty amusing person, huh? Well, anyway, whether it's unrivaled power, absolute wisdom, a large number of properties, or unending cheers from other people, I don't need any of that. What I really wish for is something that I must get myself by my own hands, no matter whether I struggle, suffer, and looked unsightly to acquire it. I think that this is an answer that I could say based on the fact that I've been blessed. Yes, I've truly been blessed. Whether it's the people around me or the environment I'm in, I can say that I'm too blessed in these aspects that I can seriously say this kind of naive, yet dreamy wish. However, this certainly is an answer that I got myself. So even if the one before me is a god, my answer won't change. Even though you had suggested it to me, I will have to say my apologies. But my answer won't change. I will decline what you're proposing. Shiro-san didn't say anything. She just silently listened to my monologue and looked at me as I lowered my head. And when I looked up and met her eyes again, the atmosphere Shiro-san had around her completely changed. Those golden eyes, which I don't know where they're looking at a while ago, those eyes were certainly reflecting my existence now. And although it is so faint that no one will be able to see it unless you're paying attention, the expression on her face, which has never changed at all and doesn't show a shred of emotion. It seems that the corners of her mouth slightly rose. I changed my mind. Informing me with her voice that doesn't have any inflection, Shiro-san got up from her chair and lightly waved her fingers to the side. Then, my body glowed slightly again, and immediately afterward, I thought I heard a sound like the breaking of glass. I just agreed before because of Kuro's request, but I myself had no interest in you. So I just performed the blessing by imitating what the low-rank gods do. But I changed my mind, so I canceled it out. Was that sound earlier? The sound of the blessing being revoked? Did I offend her? No, I certainly am quite rude earlier, so there's no room for me to argue. I may have done something bad, even though Kuro had to request her for it. As I was thinking about this, the scenery immediately changed. We're not just in that hanging garden we were in a moment ago, but we're literally floating in midair. Below me is the green earth and blue seas, and the sky is split into two colors from the middle, with a blue sky and a starry sky peeking out respectively. In the midst of this bizarre scene, my body is floating in the air, as if it were a patchwork of worlds, and I can see Shiro-san a little further away. Now, I'm interested in you. Therefore, I will be doing this seriously. With the words she mumbled out, a tremendous sense of intimidation is released from Shiro-san's body to the point that I can't find that words to describe it, but it seems like the world in front of me were shaking in response. By my name, by the name of Shallow Vernal, I tell the world. With her words, it seems like the air trembled and the earth pulsed. That this person, Mayama Kaito, is one I acknowledge worthy of my blessing. She doesn't seem to be straining her voice nor is she using any tools, but her voice echoes as if it reaches the entire world. Therefore, by my name, by the name of Shallow Vernal, I command the world. The earth glittered, the sea glowed, and the sky became more radiant. Oh, earth, become the cradle that protects him. Oh, sea, become the garment that nurtures him. Oh, sky, become his wings, embracing his very being. Oh, stars, become his beacon and guide him to the future. Thousands and thousands of lights emitted from the earth, sea, sky, and the stars, and just like meteors, they began to swirl around me. By my name, by the name of Shallow Vernal, that this one's name, that the name of Mayama Kaito, as the one I bestowed my blessings, to be inscribed in the world, in conjunction with my name. And as the tremendous light converged to the point where I couldn't keep my eyes open, I certainly saw it. It was as if all the beauty in the world was condensed into that beautiful goddess's smile. Mayama Kaito, the child who strayed from another world, liked from the first sight by Kuro, magnificent. Just as you declared yourself, you have indeed exerted yourself with your own hands, and from me, you have certainly accomplished acquiring my interest in your name. Therefore, I grant upon you the blessing of the world. Dear Mom, Dad, I have finally found my own wish, and the goddess has bestowed her blessing to me. Comment 1 comment. Chapter 26. She was an interesting person. I feel like I've received some kind of earth-shattering blessing, but I found no particular change in my body, and before I knew it, we returned to drinking our tea. And well, it's not like it's going to improve your physical abilities or anything like that. Shiro-san, who had returned to having a blank expression on her face again, had also taken the seat across me. If I remember correctly, Lilia-san said that a blessing is like some kind of defensive magic. However, even if I were to ask her what kind of blessing she had given me, Shiro-san would probably just say, I dunno. Will this stop me from getting local diseases or something like that? Yes. Fomu, I see. I think I'm starting to understand how to talk to Shiro-san a little better. Shiro-san, what is it? You're still meekly eating those baby castellas, but it doesn't taste good, right? Yes. It tastes so bad that I feel like this could be considered as one of the worst things that had happened to me. And then, why don't you take out something else to eat? For instance, something that Shiro-san thinks is delicious. I see. Even though I say that to the tea cakes served with the black tea, that's not the case with the black tea, okay? How should I say this? It's like I've personally felt that humans really are creatures that adapt to their surroundings. Rather than that, I think that after that blessing earlier, I'm starting to gain a little more mental composure regarding what I want to say myself. Unlike the last time when I just met her, Shiro-san was looking at me properly, and thanks to that, I understood that she had emotions, and the heaviness that I felt that was draining my spirit just by talking to her were gone. After that, I have to look really closely at her to understand it, but I can even see a slight change in her facial expression. The corner of her mouth is now slightly rising and falling by a few millimeters, and the fact that she just briefly blinked twice is probably a sign of surprise because she was caught off guard. That's right. There's still that lack of inflection in her voice though, but I've gotten used to it and it doesn't bother me as much as it used to, as I've come to realize that it's also a part of Shiro-san's personality. While affirming my opinion, Shiro-san makes a new set of cookies appear on the table. At first glance, they look like ordinary cookies, but they are also sublimely delicious. There's something about the appearance of this cookie that makes it seem sublime for some reason. Speaking of which, are Shiro-san and Kuro close? You just said that you did it because she asked you to. Yes, we drink tea together a lot. I can somehow imagine that Kuro would probably be talking a lot. Before I could even say a word, Kuro would have finished saying 3. The combination of Kuro and Shiro-san. It's quite a strange combination since they differ in physique and personality, but Kuro, who would keep pushing the conversation along, and she who doesn't care about small details might be a good match with the natural airhead Shiro-san who don't initiate conversations at all, but answer conversations when they're swung at her. At least, it seems like Shiro-san thinks well of Kuro, as I could see the corners of her mouth rising by a few millimeters even now. Somehow, I'm starting to understand the changes in Shiro-san's emotions, and I'm getting the hang of our conversation. For better or worse, Shiro-san accepts my words as I say them and responds straightforwardly and honestly. And they may be extremely difficult to understand, her expressions also changes. When it comes down to it, the conversations I had with Shiro-san became more enjoyable, and we're chatting so naturally that time had passed before I even knew it. It seems like your companions finally finished receiving their blessings. Aera? Is it that time already? Yes. 93 minutes have passed since you arrived here. Time sure flies by fast. When I heard Shiro-san suddenly said that, it seems like an hour and a half passed before I knew it. At the same time, a door appears next to Shiro-san. That's probably the door that would get me back to my room. The conversation with Shiro-san was fun, and even if I'm reluctant, I decided to stand up from my seat. You're quite an unusual person, aren't you? No one would normally describe a conversation with me as enjoyable. Is that so? In response to Shiro-san, who said that while the corner of her mouth slightly rose, I just tilted my head. I indeed felt like I couldn't continue our conversation at the beginning, but as we talked, I didn't have that feeling anymore. You could say that adaptability of yours could even be your talent. It might just be that I'm easy to push around. That might be so, as I thought. You're not going to deny it, huh? Well, Shiro-san is this kind of person. That's also the reason why I feel a different sense of enjoyment from talking with her compared when I'm talking with Kuro. If it's all right with you, can I invite you to have tea with me again? Yes, by all means. It might be a good idea to bring Kuro along next time. That sounds like it will be fun. But can you please not suddenly teleport nearby? It's bad for my heart. Please excuse me from anything like that. I'll think about it. I'd like it if you could make a prompt decision regarding that if you could though. I'll think about it. I'm not talking about that pause before your answer. You know? Well, in that case, Kuro will probably be the one in control of the conversation. But that sounds like it will be fun. I was thinking that a tea party would be something noble-like, elegant, and stylish, and that it wouldn't suit me, but when I tried it, I found that chatting with others while savoring a good cup of tea was fun, and I think I understand a little bit how those ryajas feel while they're conversing in a cafe or something like that. As I was thinking about this, Shiro-san turns her palm towards me and makes an object that resembles a small jar appear on it. You can have this. And would it be all right? Yes. Taking the jar held out to me, there were some dried tea leaves inside it. Could this be that absurdly tasty black tea? This honestly makes me happy. Thank you very much. No, I've also enjoyed our time myself, saying that in her voice that doesn't have any inflection just as usual. While the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, Shiro-san swung her finger. With that motion alone, my clothes went back to what they were before I changed into my vestments. And then, thanking Shiro-san once again, I opened the door. Dear Mom, Dad, I was at a loss for some things that happened, but Shiro-san was an interesting person. After seeing off Kaito as he walked through the door and the door disappeared, Shallow Vernal calmly stood in the hanging garden. So that's why she likes him, huh? He certainly kind of resembles you in some way, Kuro. Not in terms of personality, but in the glimmer of his soul. Muttering to no one, the corners of her lips slightly rose. I guess it's fun to turn my gaze to one life once in a while. As she muttered those words, the wind blew and the flowers in the hanging garden swayed as if they're dancing. The cloudless sky is crystal clear, and the vast land remained calm as time peacefully passed. It's as if her heart is reflected in the sky. That she truly had fun. Comment 1 comment. Chapter 27. It seems like I'm attracting trouble. I was hoping that the number of people who had gathered in this place had decreased after an hour and a half passed, But unfortunately, the entrance to the temple was still filled with a large number of nobles and priests, and it was a bit difficult to find Lilia-san and the others. But even so, the majority of the people who gathered in this place are nobles and priests, so it's not as noisy and uncontrolled as a festival, so it's not so crowded that I can't move past people. However, there were a lot of nobles dressed in expensive clothes here and there, so it was a bit tiring moving around while trying to avoid bumping into them. Excuse me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good work over there, Kaito-san. When I joined them after a while, Lilia-san greeted me with a gentle smile. As we expected, the number of people still gathering seems to be increasing, so we decided to move to the carriage before we get stuck in this place, and as we moved, we talked for a bit. Era? What's that you got there, Mayama-senpai? Yeah? Ah, these are tea leaves that Shiro-sa, the goddess, gave me. Yuzuki-san, who noticed the jar that was still in my hand and not tucked away in my magic box because I was prioritizing meeting up with the others, asked me. So I simply replied as we continued walking. Then, for some reason, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, who were walking in front of me, stopped in their tracks. Kaito-san, what did you just say? Yeah? This jar was given to me by the goddess. Mayama-sama, W. What kind of means did you use to make the goddess like you that much just when you met? I just had a cup of tea and chatted with her. You had tea with the goddess? The words I casually told them were apparently unbelievable to the two of them. That Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san stopped moving and looked back at me with their eyes wide open. What the heck is happening, perhaps? Did I make some kind of blunder in saying it? Luna, how many times have we visited this place? For all those times, I've never had a proper conversation with the goddess, let alone having tea with her. My lady, please get a hold of yourself. This is most probably not my lady's fault. I think it's just that Mayama-sama's social skills are too high. Why, yeah. I feel like I'm over-exaggerating. They've just talked for a bit. Mayama-sama, interacting with the goddess also shows that you've gained a certain amount of trust from the god realm. Especially in the noble society that places a high value on horizontal connections, it could even be considered a kind of influence. How in the world did it suddenly turn into that big of a deal? No, seriously, you're misunderstanding it. The reason I got along with Shiro-san is mostly all due to the influence of that little demon girl. And even that topic about me having some kind of earth-shattering communipower is, as for Lilia-san, it seems like she's looking at me with respect, and if I don't fix this misunderstanding quickly. No, Lilia-san, it's just a misunderstanding. Dear me, look who's here. Isn't this Duchess Albertano? Okay, something appeared with superb timing. This is quite an unexpected meeting, isn't it? Count Daukas, T/N, Durakashu Dukasu. I haven't seen you since last night's party. Duchess Albertano, are you also here to get your blessing? Yes, I just finished receiving mine. It seems that the one who appeared with an unpleasant timing was a count named Daukas. Judging from the fact that he's wearing a fairly shiny and gaudy ornate outfit, it looks like he's a noble. Somehow, he's quite large. Width-wise, I mean, he's probably a hybrid between an orc and a human or something like that. Mayama-sama, I think I have some idea what you're thinking about, but he's a pure-blooded human. Probably sensing my thoughts, Lunamaria-san whispered that to me. Apparently, he's not a hybrid or anything like that. He's just fat. If that's the case, I think that his size wouldn't be good for his health. Combined with the number of people in this room, he would probably feel really pressured. I can't really say this since we've only met for the first time, but I think you should cut back on the oily stuff. Are the flowers beside you the princesses of the other world? Not to mention the beautiful Duchess Albert. The princesses of the other world must have looked great in their vestments. I would have loved to see that. When Count Daukas turns his attention to our direction, he looks at Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san as if to say that he doesn't care about me, and then, his fleshy face twists to what seems to be a smile. He looks kind of terrifying when he smiles. It's like he's a toad or something like that, but Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san clearly feels frightened. The fact that they're able to look at them that faithfully with that kind of lust in his eyes makes him, in a sense, an amazing person. As expected, I wasn't comfortable leaving them exposed to such a gaze that seems like they're being licked, so I took a step forward and moved to get in between them and Count Daukas. Well, I had expected that this would happen, but Count Daukas obviously made a face that turned into something that looks like he's grumpy when I stepped out in front of his field of vision. How should I say this? Should I say that he's really faithful to his desires, that he's easy to understand? Even though I said all that, he's still a count. Even though he's glaring at me, if I glared back at him too, TI would cause trouble for Lilia-san. So I gave him a fake smile and bowed to him. Nice to meet you, Count-sama. I'm the Otherworlder, Mayama Kaito. I'm not sure if I'm being rude to intrude in the middle of your conversation, but I feel like I haven't had the chance to greet you yet. Oh, excuse my impoliteness. You look so plain that I thought you were their carriage driver or something like that. Whoa, he just casually dissed me. I admire this kind of refreshing interaction with him, in some ways. However, unfortunately for him, I'm already used to reactions like, who the hell is this guy? And I've already received the glare of people more powerful like him act, so I don't feel intimidated by his glare at all. That's why I just replied to him with a smile on my face. I apologize for my shabby appearance. Unfortunately, I'm a youngster who came from a world unrelated to nobility, so I would appreciate it if you would be lenient regarding our manners. I don't know where those nice words, noblesse oblige, has gone. and I know that he may be angry, but I hope that he would at least return my greeting. Well, though I say that, even though he would have a smile on his face while greeting me on the surface, he probably isn't very pleased with me hiding Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san behind my back. So Count Daukas just sent me an abhorrent look and turned his gaze away. And in the end, without returning my greeting, he just exchanged a couple of words with Lilia-san before leaving. Seriously, he really is the template of a no-good noble. Mayama-sama, that was quite splendid. How should I say this? He was quite the easy person to understand, wasn't he? As you can imagine, he was a count that was quite well known for his lustful nature. Even in the evening party last night, he tried to talk to Kusunoki-sama and Yuzuki-sama many times. To have that kind of faithfulness to his desires, in a sense, I kind of respect him. Anyway, are you two alright? Why yes. Thank you very much, Mayama-san. Ugh, I don't like those kinds of people. It appears that Count Todi is a trauma level of an opponent for the two of them, as they were clearly relieved when they came out from behind my back. Certainly, that smile of his was terrifying. Even I, as a man, had goosebumps looking at it, and it would have been hard for young girls when faced with something like that. I could even say that Lilia-san, who had managed to calmly handle him, was really the embodiment of a noble. Well, most of the men who approach my lady are like that after all. Please don't say anything. Luna, shouldn't we rely on Mayama-sama's power and have him pull a good candidate for you, my lady? I envy you, Kaito-san. Come to think of it, I remembered hearing about it before. Although Lilia-san is royalty, it is said that she had some difficulty in making connections with others because she rose from a knight to a duchess and because she's the female head of the family. For a noble, the horizontal connections can be said to be their power. Even though Lilia-san had a really great connection with the royalty, as a member of the Knight Order, she's been out of the social circles for a while. Aside from her connection with the royalty, she ended up not having a lot of connections with the people who have really great influence. In other words, Mayama-senpai has become a mangakaniko. Hina-san, what is this mangakaniko? It's an ornament that brings in better luck from our world. It was said to bring in good luck, whether it's luck in money or people. I see. That is to say, if I were to pray to Kaito-san, there's no benefit in that, okay? T/N. Mangakaniko, beckoning cat, is that cat swinging one of its paws up and down. You would usually see them in shops. Thanks to Yuzuki-san's unnecessary words, Lilia-san had her hands together while looking at me, as if she's really praying. Even if you do something like that, nothing would happen, you know? Well, of course, Lilia-san wasn't really doing it either, as she immediately laughed and started walking again. I thought of saying a few words to Yuzuki-san, who was the cause of all these ruckus, but that's when I noticed it. Yuzuki-san's fingers, which are holding the sleeves of my clothes like she's pinching them before I knew it, were slightly trembling in contrast to the bright smile she had earlier. I see. I tend to carelessly forget it, but she's the youngest among us. If that's the case, then the insecurity she carries behind her smiles is probably the biggest too. Thinking back on it, I also heard her cries back in our first night in this world. Feeling that, I decided to pretend not to notice her trembling fingers and just quietly murmured, if something like that comes up in the future, you can just hide behind me. I might not be that reliable, but, well, I should be able to figure something out. Only saying those words, and while pretending not to notice that her grip on my clothes has become a little stronger, I started walking while matching my stride to match Yuzuki-san's. I can't say cool things like I will be protecting her, but even if I'm useless, I think I need to show them what it means to be their male senpai. And if that lightens her anxiety, even just a little bit, I will have to try my best to do something, even though it might be something I don't usually do. Thank you very much. Also, that senpai just now was really cool. Although we encountered some trouble along the way, we managed to safely leave the temple. And just when the number of people dwindled, the surroundings suddenly turned noisy. She arrived. The goddess of time is here. Hearing such voices, the noises grew louder and louder. Why? Exactly on this timing. No, really, my lady. It looks like praying to Mayama-sama immediately brought his blessing. No, as expected, I wasn't really wishing for something this outrageous to happen. Dear Mom, Dad. After the goddess, came a toad, and finding myself becoming a mangakaniko, a goddess arrived in this place again. It appears that ever since I arrived in another world, it seems like I'm attracting trouble. Chapter 28. How the heck could this happen? If I had to describe it, it would be a white wave. No, a white wall. The sight of a group of people dressed in pure white vestments marching in a single, orderly stride is surely a stunning sight. The surroundings, which were supposed to be noisy a moment ago, were enveloped in frozen silence, and for these people that were about to pass through, the crowd split in two. Following Lilia-san's lead, we line up at the edge of the street, kneeling in a prayer position with her in the lead. Looking around me, this seems to be a custom here, and people who seem to be the head of each family were kneeling front of their group, while their attendants are in the back, and they are divided into the left and right positions while they pray. Nearly half of the people here are nobles. In other words, people who have a certain level of status in this country, but all of them are kneelings while hanging their heads. In other words, that means that no nobles can be disrespectful to the beings who are about to pass through here, and that's the best proof that the three supreme gods are beings with such strong authority. In the center of the people dressed in pure white vestments, I could see the goddess walking, holding a presence that a goddess would definitely have. Her long hair that's unlike Lunamaria-san's light blue, but a blue that's as deep as the sea, was clasped behind her neck, and she had heterochromatic eyes of red and blue. She's taller than the 170 centimeters me, with a tall, slender, well-proportioned model-like body. She gives a graceful and noble impression to those around her. The way she walked with her long legs while she's surrounded by the priests, it's like this is a fashion show that was held just for that goddess. This is the goddess of time. The goddess of time calmly walked along the path surrounded by the quiet prayers buried within the silence. In this atmosphere that can even be called mysterious, with just the sound of footsteps smoothly resounding, the goddess of time heads towards the temple. But she stops on her way. The surrounding priests also stopped in unison, and while the sound of footsteps that had echoed earlier disappeared, the silence completely took over the place. The goddess then turns her gaze towards our direction. Is it just me, or I feel like the goddess of time is looking here? No, she's really looking here. It's not that we just coincidentally made eye contact or anything like that. She's glaring my way. It kind of looks like she's trying to kill me with gaze, you know? Why? For some reason, the goddess of time stopped and looked towards me, and after a moment of contemplation, she calmly walked to our direction and stood in front of Lilia-san. You're a noble of this country, right? Yeah? Why, yes. Lilia Albert is my name. The goddess of time stops in front of Lilia-san and asked in a quiet voice, while Lilia-san replies even as her lips quiver. I guess she didn't expect that she would be speaking to her. I can't see her face because I'm standing behind her, but I can see her shoulders slightly trembling. Is the man standing behind you your attendant? And no, he's FOMO. No, sorry. It seems like it's a question difficult for you to answer, so you can just forget about that question. After saying so, the goddess of time shifted her gaze to me and quietly stared at me with her red and blue heterochromatic eyes. Man, it seems that you were blessed with quite the strange fate, huh? No, I don't know much about those things, as they're under the domain of the god of fate, but very interesting indeed. This pressure I'm feeling from you. Which carnage demon liked you at first sight? I honestly don't know what she's talking about, but come to think of it, I think Shiro-san had used that kind of phrase too. The human liked by Kuro from first sight. What could those words possibly mean? I didn't answer her with anything. Or rather, I myself am confused by that question of her that I can't answer. Removing her gaze from me, the goddess of time looks at Lilia-san again. You said your name was Lilia Albert, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was you who was responsible for summoning the heroes this time, are you not? Why, yes. It is as you say. It looks like you've picked out a very interesting being. I'd love to talk with you some more, but I've got some other business to attend to today, so I don't have the time. I would like to talk with you again at a later date, if that's all right with you? Why, yes. Whenever the goddess of time Sama wishes, is fine with me. When the goddess of time said she wanted to talk to her later, Lilia-san's shoulders jerked for a moment before she deeply offered her gratitude with her hands on the ground, and at the same time, a ruckus rose around us. Perhaps, this proposal is something that can be called unprecedented. Lunamaria-san, who was next to me, is also so surprised that she's frozen in place with her eyes wide opened. However, the unprecedented events within the unprecedented events didn't just end there. When the goddess of time heard Lilia-san's reply, she nodded in satisfaction and then held out her hand to Lilia-san. I see. I'm sorry for bothering you at that time. Well then, I'll be conveying you my plans later. This might be informal, but in exchange for the troubles, I bestow upon you the blessings of time. As light overflowed from her held-out hand, it began to envelop Lilia-san's body. The blessing of a supreme god. Even though I'm not very familiar with this world, I can understand what that means. Even the king of a country was barely able to receive the blessing of a high-rank god, but the supreme gods are beings far higher than them. And this is the blessing of such a being that's rarely seen aside from the Festival of Heroes. This blessings is no longer just something that can be bought by money. It was my honor to receive your blessing. Well then, I'll meet you at the time we can talk again. I'll remember your name. After saying that, the goddess of time turned her gaze towards me once more before walking towards the temple, and the priests who were frozen in place by the events that just happened followed suit. Speaking of Lilia-san herself, she's still kneeling down on the ground, not moving even slightly. Or rather, she appears to be completely frozen in place. After a little while, when the goddess of time's group disappeared from sight, as everyone remained dumbfounded, Lunamaria-san quickly moves, and as she holds Lilia-san in her arms, she told us, "Everyone, quick, back to the carriage." Saying that, we broke into a run, and as we reached the parked carriage, Lunamaria-san literally threw the frozen Lilia-san into the carriage. She just threw her like it's something normal. Is it okay to do something like that to your master? Leaping straight to the reins of the carriage, and after confirming that the three of us had rushed into the carriage, Lunamaria-san quickly made the horses start running. The reason why Lunamaria-san was in such a hurry is understandable from the ear-piercing cheers that came right after the carriage started moving. Lilia-san, who received the blessing from a supreme god, which is considered unprecedented, is now considered as the woman of the hour, and if she had stayed there, she would have been bombarded a lot of questions, which would have been a terrible thing to happen. Thanks to Lunamaria-san's quick thinking, we managed to get out of there before all hells broke loose. Since we're not criminals, we didn't get chased or anything like that, so after a while, Lunamaria-san also let out a sigh of relief as she left the reins to the attendant who was originally managing the carriage, going back into the carriage again. Then she swung around and woke up the stiffened Lilia-san, who was still in that position when she was just thrown into the carriage. My lady, please get a hold of yourself. Huh. Luna? Awawawa. What did just? It's amazing. My lady, not only does the goddess of time remembered your name, she even blessed you, even though it's just informally. It's a brilliant achievement. Awawawa. As I thought, it wasn't just a dream, huh? That the goddess of time, gave me her blessing. This won't do. Lilia-san's completely in a panic. She's unimaginably trembling compared to her normally calm appearance, and she looked like a newborn calf, moving her gaze all around the place. To be honest, she looks really cute like that. No, my lady, I don't understand what you're saying. Please calm down. Should I say that it's to be expected from Lunamaria-san? She was able to cut in even against Lilia-san who's in that state. But unfortunately, it seems that Lilia-san is the type of person who is unable to compose herself when she began to panic. That's impossible. How could something like this happen? Awawa, Kuro, my lady? My lady. It seems that Lilia-san had become too panicked that her eyes began turning around the place. I feel like I could even see something like steam coming out from her head. For now, we took a break from moving until Lilia-san recovers, and while the carriage stopped a short distance away from the main road, Lilia-san laid down on her seat with a wet towel on her face. Hanyu, letting out a smile at Lilia-san who is making such cute groans. We talked about what happened earlier. Senpai's Manikaniko power. It's quite fearsome, isn't it? Yes. Even I shuddered from that. I'm glad that I didn't pray to Mayama-sama. How come this has become my fault? Whether this was Mayama-san's fault or not, the goddess of time was clearly interested in Mayama-san. I wonder if that's the case though? She did say some strange things. And there's also the thing that goddess of time said that was the same as what Shiro-san said. And I don't know if I'm really blessed by a strange fate or not, but Aera? Speaking of which, I'm changing the subject, but in the end, what's the name of the goddess of time? I don't know. The gods basically don't name themselves, while we just call the gods under the same authority as the god of this authority. So at least, I don't know. If it's a low-rank god, some of the priests of their temple might know about it, but if it's a high-rank god, I don't think anyone would know aside from their fellow gods. That certain goddess I just met is different though. I mean, she's the first one to introduce herself. Well, she knows Kuro, so let's just say that Shiro-san is outside the norm for now, but there are other things that are on my mind right now. However, with her like this, can Lilia-san have a one-on-one discussion with the goddess of time? Oh, one-on-one. I mean, Lilia-san was the one that was asked to be talked to. Lilia-san is also the duchess, and she was also the one in charge of summoning us. Luna. Help. As expected, that would be impossible. No matter how you look at it, I'm just a mere servant. I wouldn't be able to sit together in a discussion within the presence of a supreme god. Or rather, I don't think I would be allowed. Hearing my words, Lilia-san jumped up and clung to Lunamaria-san while looking up at her. But Lunamaria-san looks apologetic as she shook her head. That's impossible even for me too, you know? Just thinking about talking with a supreme god makes my body quiver. But talking with her one-on-one is? She broke in tears. She really broke down and gushing in tears. I think Mayama-san would be allowed to sit within her presence though? Indeed, the goddess of time seemed to be interested in Mayama-sama, and I'm rather sure that's actually the main purpose why she wants to talk with my lady. Era? It looks like the situation is turning ominous though. Lilia-san looked at me with tears on her eyes. She looks like she's in a mess as she looks at me. No, but I'm just a regular commoner. Please come along with me. Kaito-san. For the time being, I wish to refrain from going into a place that might make my stomach churn. So I thought of indirectly saying no, but Lilia-san literally jumped at me. Please help me. Lilia-san? Your face is too close? And your grip is too strong? I have no one else to turn to. Meeting her alone is definitely impossible. The words, evidently desperate, were accurately applicable to Lilia-san's appearance right now, but the real problem for me was actually being hugged by Lilia-san. The combination of those things that are extremely soft, the sweet scent of her perfume tickling my nostrils and her teary eyes, its destructive power is immeasurable. Moreover, even if I try to pull her off away from me, I don't know where such power is found in her slender body, but she's clinging me with an outrageous amount of force that I can't pull her off at all. This stimulus is too strong for a man of my age who has never had a girlfriend since birth. Or rather, my back hurts like hell from her embrace. I mean, it's almost like she's trying to do a knee breaker on me. T/N. Kaito is actually talking about saburi, a sumo technique. I understand. I'll be attending too. I'll be attending already. Kaito-za-nan. Wait, Lilia-san. It hurts. Thank you Vy Muachuch. Wait, seriously. I'm dying here. If things continue like this, putting aside my reason, even my life is in danger. The only way for me to pull her off is to agree in meeting the goddess of time along with her. So I desperately told Lilia-san that I would be her at that time. Thereupon, Lilia-san's face was overcome with emotions, as if she saw Buddha from below the pits of hell, that she hugged me tighter than before, that I feel like I heard a very unpleasant noise cracking from my back, and my consciousness went dark. Dear Mom, Dad. What can I say? I've just been walking around today, but seriously, how the heck could this happen? Chapter 29. It seems like I'm no match against her. A hot embrace from a lovely beauty. It's really wonderful when you just put it into words, but as a person who has fainted under that embrace, I am now traumatized. Since I came to this world, I've been traumatized by baby Castellas, and now I'm traumatized by the embrace of a beauty. I feel a little ashamed of myself. Well, seeing Lilia-san apologize over and over again while she was half crying, to the point that it made me feel sorry for her. There's no way that I couldn't forgive her, but anyway, I'll be attending the meeting with the Goddess of Time. Even though it makes my stomach churn, but the Goddess of Time's permission must be given before I could also attend. There's a high probability that I will be attending that meeting, but we'll just talk about it after the Goddess of Time has contacted her about when they would have this talk. After dinner and a quick chat with Kusunoki-san and the others, I took a bath and returned to my room. Welcome back. Ah, that's right. Speaking of which, this bundle of absurdity would appear in my room every night. However, frustrating it may be, there's no denying the fact that I'm relieved to see her usual bright smile. I don't know if I'm afraid I'm getting used to it, or maybe Kuro's smile is just that sly. You met Shiro today, right? What are you? Era, Eon. Kuro spoke to me with the bright smile she usually had, but for some reason, she stopped speaking in the middle of her story and intently looked at me. Then, a little later, an unusual, or perhaps, this is just the first time I've seen it, but there's a surprised expression on her face. Kuro, Kaito-kun, what happened when you met Shiro? Well, I think Shiro may have told you that I asked her to grant you her blessing. It's just that the blessing you acquired isn't what I was expecting. I thought Shiro's blessing was safer than the blessing of an inferior low-rank god, even if she was to grant a non-committal blessing to you. But for her to seriously grant you her blessing, that Shiro did. Apparently, Kuro is surprised about the blessing I received from Shiro-san. She must have expected that she would just nonchalantly grant me her blessing, but she asked her because it's still better than a low-rank god's blessing. In fact, at first, Shiro-san did non-committally granted me her blessing. I'm not mistaken regarding that since the person herself also said it, but she canceled it out afterward and granted her blessing to me again. But she earnestly did it this time. When I explained to Kuro about that, including the things that have happened today and the contents of the conversations I had with Shiro-san, Kuro's eyes widened in surprise again. Eon. Ah. Yeah. She suddenly started laughing like she's really having fun. Kaito-kun, you really said something like that? Ahaha. Shiro probably hasn't thought that a human would actually say that it's something you can't do. Is it that funny for me to say that? You can say that it's really unusual, but that certainly is something amazing. I think that you should be proud of that. It's not every day that someone gets the interest of Shiro. Kuro praised me with a smile that looks like she's happy for some reason. Did I really do something so outrageous? No, indeed, thoroughly thinking back on it, that might have been a pretty rude statement to say to a god. Laughing for a moment, Kuro then began to explain to me, who still didn't understand, with a smile on her face. If I were to describe Shiro, I guess you could say that she has an extremely impartial doctrine regarding all matters. It might have been strange for me to say something like this, but she's really unusual. Indeed. She had that mysterious vibe around her, but, for example, there would usually, more or less, a difference between what you like and what you dislike, right? In my case, I prefer sweet and tasty sweets compared to those sweets that taste bad, and if I were to ask which one I like, I will answer that it's the sweet and tasty sweets. However, Shiro is different. To Shiro, whether it's sweets that taste bad or sweets that taste delicious. Not only that, whether it's the lives living in the world or the sceneries you can find in it, most of the things that can be found in the world have the same value in her eyes, and anything doesn't have any superiority or inferiority before Shiro's eyes. In that sense, you could say that she's extremely benevolent, but that also means that she shows no love for anything at all. She puts most of the world on the same level and looks at it the same way. That's the kind of goddess shallow vernal is. When I heard Kuro's explanation, the first thing that came to my mind was the image of that baby Castella with a murderously bad taste. Even though Shiro-san said that it tastes terrible, she didn't seem to mind it at all and continued to eat it like a normal tea cake. And also, those eyes that gave me the shiver the first time I saw them, those eyes that made me not know if they were looking at me or the surrounding scenery. That means that to Shiro-san, I was only as valuable to her as the scenery around her, the flower and grasses in that hanging garden, which is, so to speak, something that had been very natural for her to feel. But even that Shiro said that she's interested in you, to Kaito-kun. This is even more amazing than you think, Kaito-kun. After all, that means that Shiro recognizes Kaito-kun's existence. That would mean that she has clearly placed you above all the other ones which she only feels has the same value. Shiro rarely holds an interest in anything. Those things that hold her interest could probably be counted in one hand. What can I say to this? The story seems to be getting larger and larger. To be honest, my head was getting pretty confused as I listened to the words being told one after another. Or rather, Shiro-san seems to be more outrageous of a goddess than I thought, and I understood once again why Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san were so surprised that I had tea with her, and having understood why, a feeling of unease came upon me out of nowhere. UNN. That's right. To be honest, instead of feeling like I've done something great, I think I'm more anxious about what's going to happen now. That's why. What you've achieved today is amazing, Kaito-kun. However, I was in a whirlpool of agony and thought, but with a gentle tone, Kuro suddenly pulled my hand. Because of the difference in our height, I was pulled downward, so confused that I couldn't even resist, and in a posture that looks like I just fell on her body, Kuro embraced me with her soft touch. My face touched Kuro's chest, and I could feel the warmth and softness of her body across her clothing. The sweet scent piercing through my nostrils and heading straight into my brain. I feel an inexplicable sense of comfort as her gentle voice resounded in my ears. I don't care about that. I'm much happier that you were able to think about what you wanted and was able to put them into your own words, Kaito-kun. You've worked really hard. The Kaito-kun just now is really cool. As expected, she really is sly. The confusion and anxiety I was feeling a moment ago, giving me a sense of warmth and security that I can't contain. All of it is erased from my mind with just those sentences, as if she could naturally speak the words I want to hear the most. I'm sure that I was tired after all these troubles I went through today, but it's strange that I can't help but feel the urge to do my best again. But this stance where a little girl is hugging me while she's gently stroking my head, it feels really embarrassing for me, but it's no good. I feel like I've already lost the moment when I wanted to indulge in this comforting sense of security, even just for a little while longer. I was able to speak my mind against the goddess. I was somehow able to rouse myself even against a noble. I was able to prepare myself to participate in a meeting that would make my stomach churn. However, against her is a bit impossible. Or rather, just the thought of resisting hasn't come upon my mind, and any trauma I might have felt regarding hugs was flushed out of me. Instead, it might have been really simplistic of me, but I'm happy to think that this hug is the best reward I've gotten today. Dear Mom, Dad, I've been giddy about a lot of things today, but in the end, when I'm facing against Kuro, it seems like I'm no match against her. Author's note, I think that a comprehending little girl is the best. Chapter 30. An outrageous being. After Kuro hugged me for a while, I started my practice in using the established practice of magic, even though I'm still embarrassed. Though I said that, I still haven't even been able to feel my own magic power yet. So I was still at the level where I'm trying to remember how to sense magic power, moving around clad in Kuro's magic power, which has been adjusted so I can see it. At this pace, I think you would take 3 more days before you're able to produce your own magic power, Kaito-kun. Oh, wait, didn't you say that if you're talented, you would be able to do it only after a day? I don't know what exactly changed, but according to Kuro's estimation, I'll be able to use my own magic power in about 3 days. If I'm not mistaken, Kuro said that it would take a day at the earliest and a month at the latest to use it. I started learning magic from Kuro the night after I arrived in this world, so this should be the 5th day of my practice. So if I can use it in 3 days, that would be 8 days in total. I guess that's very average, huh? No, I had an excellent instructor named Kuro, and if it still took me 8 days to use it, I guess I might be rather slow. No, I was talking about the situation where someone practices for a whole day. Kaito-kun only practices for about an hour a day, so I think your pace is pretty fast. Oh, if Kuro says so, that gives me confidence then. Ahaha. Well, anyway, Kaito-kun will be able to use your magic power soon, and with that, I brought a present for you today. Kaito-kun, a present? You see, we had barbecue together yesterday, so the affection meter should have went up, and that event has also just happened. That's why I brought this present. What? Whoa there, I was being negligent and she started saying strange things again. Seeing that I just tilted my head, Kuro sounds confident as she continued to speak with a smile on her face. Fu. I perfectly know about this, you know? I've heard about that culture from your world where you befriend people from other worlds called Sudi, and when you talk with them, the affection increases, and when you accumulate enough of this affection by eating with them or something like that, you'll get a reward like a weapon or a convenient item. Where the heck should I start giving my Tsukomi? Why the heck is Kuro's knowledge of the other worlds so strangely inclined to one thing? Or rather, what kind of route did she take that her knowledge is half-baked like that? I think there were probably several things that were mixed in with the things she learned, but seriously, who the heck taught you those things? If she's talking about 2D and affection, does that mean she had knowledge about romance games? No, but she said that you would get a reward after accumulating affection, so it might also be an RPG game. Or perhaps, her knowledge is a mixture of all sorts of games that she had learned. Rather, in the first place, she said that they're another world of 2D. They recognize that the worlds have different sections like the demon realm and the god realm, so it might be easier to explain it to them like so. If she had asked about this from one of the people holding the role of hero back then, I wonder how they explained it that they only have half-baked knowledge of our world? After explaining that half-baked knowledge of hers with a smug smile on her face, she looked kind of cute, but it's somehow annoying, as I was confused by Kuro's bizarre knowledge of the other world. She pulled a book out of her coat and placed it in front of me. A book? See, there was that book Kaito-kun was reading the other day called Introduction to Magic, right? After I saw Kaito-kun reading that before, I thought of making my own version. Whoa, this is really amazing. Fu. I think this is quite well written. The present that Kuro prepared for me is the Introduction to Magic that Lilia-san gave me. That difficult book, and Kuro, who is well versed in magic, seems to have rewritten it. taking into account my reaction to the book over the past few days and the differences between the magical culture between the humans and the demons. Picking it up and flipping through a few pages, it's definitely easier for me to understand it. If you compare the introduction to magic that Lilia-san gave me to a reference book that's used for exams, the introduction to magic that Kuro made for me was like a school textbook. It explains the basics very carefully in a way that it's easy for me to understand, even as a beginner. I mean, Kuro's a high-ranking demon after all. Her knowledge of magic would be overwhelming compared to a human. It's amazingly good that I think it's on the level that it would better if this was to be used in a magic school as a reference book. To be honest, after flipping through this, the introduction to magic I've been reading is so hard to read that it feels like it's deliberately written to be difficult to understand. I'm really grateful for this. I'm sure that I'll be able to make progress with my studies in the future just by reading it in my free time. Thank you very much, Kuro. But, I have one thing I need to discuss with you. This book. Can I show this to Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san? The other children who came with me from another world. Is it no good? Starting with my thanks to her, I continued by carefully choosing the words I want to speak. This book is so easy to understand. That's why I thought of Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san. I'm blessed, to say the least. I've got the guidance of Kuro, which is in no way on a level that could be considered normal. So there's a big difference between us in terms of our circumstances. I think that the two of them would want to use magic, but the original method of teaching magic for humans takes a few months, even for a talented person. On average, one would need to spend as long as a year to be able to use magic. But in this book, Kuro taught me only 2 kinds of magic, and it explains in detail the differences between the so-called magic culture of the demons and the humans, and even how to handle magic power itself. So I think that if they were to use this book, they will also be able to use magic really fast. However, if I were to show this book to the two of them, I think it's only polite for me to also tell it to Lilia-san, who is currently teaching us magic. In that case, though, I would also have to tell her about how I'm being taught magic by Kuro, and I would have to explain how Kuro comes in this residence every night. That's also the reason why I'm hesitating. According to Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san, Kuro has been using information concealment magic on herself, and she's also usually only shows up when I'm alone. And when she invited me to barbecue, she also used the name of someone she knows to invite me. That would mean that Kuro is hiding her identity, and for this reason, I've never asked Kuro any question regarding her background, and why I kept the fact that I was meeting with her a secret from Lilia-san and the others. That's why I was trying to indirectly consult her if it's okay to tell Lilia-san and the others about Kuro, so to speak. And I was losing my bearings thinking of a way how to ask her about it. I owe Lilia-san a very good debt of gratitude in this world. However, even so, if I had to choose between the two of them at this point in this, I would give priority to Kuro. Although it's only been a short time since we met, Kuro has become quite a big part of my life, and I don't want to do anything that is like I'm betraying her. That's why this isn't a suggestion or a request, but a discussion instead. If Kuro shows any signs of being uncomfortable about it, I know that you're hiding your background, Kuro, but if it's possible, Amid my nervousness, I turned to Kuro to convey my thoughts, but I stopped talking when I saw the strange look on Kuro's face as she was pulling out several books that looked the same as the book I had. Her response is way different than I had expected. Kuro? What's that? No, it's just that I thought that if it's Kaito-kun, you would probably be saying something like that. So I also prepared several copies of the same book. There's one thing I want to confirm, but are you hiding your background to the people around you, Kuro? No, it's not like I'm trying to hide it though. What? The heck's happening? For some reason, I feel like there's some misunderstanding regarding the major premise right from the start. I thought Kuro was using information concealment magic to hide her identity because she didn't want people to know about her, and that's why she was sneaking her way here. Don't tell me. Am I mistaken? Kuro, why are you using information concealment magic? My hobby is eating out, and since I was quite famous in the human realm, so I'm using it so that I won't make a scene. Why is that you would always slip through the detection barrier to enter this residence? It's not that I didn't think of just giving my name to normally enter, but writing a letter just to visit a duchy is troublesome. Then, why is it that you sent that invitation for the barbecue under a different name? Sending it under the name of a child who lives in the human realm makes the conversation smoother, right? What she means is that, to sum it up, she's a bit famous in the human realm and she feels that making a scene is troublesome, so she uses information concealment magic all the time. But it's not like she's really trying to hide her identity, and it's perfectly fine for her to hand out these books to other kids and tell Lilia-san about it. Then what was my concern and determination to consult her for? Kaito-kun? If you want, do you want me to visit under my name and explain it to them? If you do that, it would be a great help. I mean, I wish you had done it from the beginning though. Sorry. I wasn't really interested in anyone here other than Kaito-kun, and I've also been thinking about it, but decided on waiting for when you asked me about it. In the end, my shoulders dropped from getting worked up for nothing. After wryly smiling and apologizing to me, Kuro takes out a small message card from her coat, writes something on it, puts it in an envelope, and hands it over to me. Well then, I have a few things I need to get done tomorrow, so I'll come the day after tomorrow, so can give this letter to the homeowner? Yeah, roger that. I received the envelope from Kuro, which apparently contains a letter requesting a quick visit. How should I say this? I feel kind of tired, But in any case, I can now tell Lilia-san about Kuro. I felt awkward hiding things from Lilia-san, who is actually a great help to me, and if I knew she would easily agree to it, I should have brought up this conversation earlier. After the night passed, I quickly explained the situation to Lilia-san while we're having breakfast. I'm not sure how much of an effect the information concealment magic has, but at the very least, it seems like she got the message that I've been meeting with a demon every night so far, and that the demon has told me that they want to officially come visit, to which Lilia-san nodded as if she was somewhat convinced. I see. It's true that a high-ranking demon would be able to slip through the detection barriers, so it's not surprising that they have a connection with the Sedich Magic Tool Company. It's a company with a parent organization that came from the demon realm after all. Rather, the fact that you have become so close to a high-ranking demon that doesn't normally have much contact with humans, I guess you could say that it's to be expected from Mayama-sama. Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san's reactions weren't as bad as I expected, and in fact, it was good that they reacted favorably. It seems that from the beginning, the two of them seemed to be aware of the possibility that the demon I encountered when I got lost was a high-ranking demon, and they didn't want to get into a situation where they're met with hostility. And after listening to what I said, Lilia-san was relieved to find out that Kuro favors me, and that she has the intention of antagonizing her and the others. That also shows how outrageous the power of a high-ranking demon must be. However, with that high-ranking demon adding to the list, this shows how amazing Kaito-san's ability to have connections with others can be. If it's someone who often visits the human realm, I may have probably spoken to them before. Yeah, she said that she was quite famous. Fufufu, that kind of makes me nervous. Well, since there's already that one incident with the goddess of time, I doubt that there's anything that would. Rather than saying that she's calm about the situation, I think it would be better to say that Lilia-san received the envelope from me with a somewhat resigned smile on her face. She then opened the envelope as she talked about the big event that is coming up for her with a distant look on her face, as if she's escaping from reality. Taking out the folded message card from inside the envelope, she opened it up and quickly closed it. My lady, I must have seen it wrong. Just now. I must have seen it wrong. My lady, what exactly is happening? After closing the message card once again just after she opened it, Lilia-san started mumbling something, and both Lunamaria-san and us just tilted our heads, not understanding why. Then, after taking a deep breath, Lilia-san opened the message card again, and immediately afterwards, she struck the desk with her face. My lady, Lunamaria-san quickly rushed over to her, but Lilia-san didn't react as she laid down on the desk, and after a few moments, she looked up while holding her head in her hands, but for some reason, her face was very blue. No more. Kaito-kuin's friendly connections? It's scary. Eh? My lady? What exactly happened? After looking at me with trembling eyes filled with fear, she held out the folded message card with her trembling hand in front of Lunamaria-san, who has a worried look on her face. All right, Luna, please take a deep breath. After you keep a strong grip on your heart, then open it. Ha. I respectfully obey. Seeing Lilia-san, who was pale and shivering on her seat, which was quite unusual, with a dubious expression on her face, Lunamaria-san took a deep breath, just as she was told, and with a serious expression on her face, she opened the message card. And a few seconds later, she collapsed on her knees. Luna? Luna, please get a hold of yourself. Lilia-san hurriedly calls out to her, but Lunamaria-san just looked stiff and dumbfounded with her eyes wide opened. Seeing Lunamaria-san looking as if she fainted while kneeling there, Lilia-san senses that there wouldn't be any response from Lunamaria-san and gave some instructions to another servant. A few moments later, a flurry of servants arrived in the dining room, one after another in a hurry, and if I'm not mistaken, the people who were supposed to be in charge of various departments gathered, and in front of me, who haven't been able to keep up with the situation, the pale Lilia-san opened her mouth. Tell all hands at once. Tomorrow at noon, we'll be receiving a very important guest. Any kind of disrespect in her presence isn't allowed. Prepare our best possible hospitality. Also, immediately send a fast horse to convey my message. Overlook the cost of ingredients. No. Tell the king that to send the royal palace's ingredients, along with the chefs. My lady. What's happening? I can understand why they're like that just from hearing all these preposterous instructions she's telling them. I mean, the servants also seem like they're confused as if they don't understand the situation. And when one of the servants timidly asks, Lilia-san stops moving, and with tears in her eyes, she spoke. Coming tomorrow? As I said, tomorrow noon. Underworld King-sama is coming here tomorrow. Lilia-san's voice that sounded like a scream echoed and vanished from the surroundings. Dear Mom, Dad, I became friends with a demon named Kuro when I came to this world. However, she was a being more outrageous than I had imagined. Chapter 31. Sightseeing. For some reason, I was just vaguely aware that she was a being that holds great power. However, it's true that sometimes she had that look on her face as if she has it all figured out, or that part where high-ranking demons, such as Ein-san and Sek-san, have sworn absolute loyalty to her, and how she directly asked a goddess to bless me. Thinking about these cases, there was indeed some part of me that it really might be so. But still, I never thought that Kuro was the underworld king. I mean, for argument's sake, why is it that one of the pinnacles of the demon realm would just be wandering around like that? I'm sorry. You had to act separately just for me, pushing away the skeptical thoughts I still had in my mind. I bowed to the woman walking next to me, the woman with the red hair cut short, wearing easy-to-move trousers, a sleeveless jacket, and a black scarf wrapped around her neck. She silently shook her head at my apology. Her name is Isekaied, and she is someone who serves Lilia-san. She's currently accompanying me as my guide and escort as I went to town to shop. She is of the elven race that had their distinctive long ears, and coupled with her slender and beautiful appearance, she's a dignified person who seems to fit the terms beautiful in men's clothing perfectly. The image of their blonde hair comes up to my mind when the word elf was brought up. But in a world where there are many hybrid races, the elves are said to have a variety of hair colors. Currently, Lilia-san's mansion is in a horrific state that can already be called a battlefield. Under the leadership of the zealot who was revived from her absent-minded state, Lunamaria-san, they started a crusade to eradicate all speck of dust, while Lilia-san has been giving instructions to various people incessantly, making sure that the preparations to receive the guest are finished in a hurry. The Albert Duchy is currently in a state of turmoil, as one of the six kings, the pinnacle beings of the demon realm, is visiting the mansion of a noble, and frankly speaking, Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san and I are nothing more than just hindrances. Of course, the kind Lilia-san would never tell us such a thing, but it's not like we can just sit back and relax while everyone else, including the servants, are busy running. But that doesn't mean that there's anything we can even do to help. So, we decided to go into town to do some shopping so we wouldn't be in their way, and after consulting it with Lilia-san, and I guess it's to be expected from Lilia-san who tends to worry, she assigned an escort for each of the three of us. But well, Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san and I, who had escaped from the battlefield under the guise of touring around the place, were moving around together in the beginning. But then, they decided that they want to go shopping for clothes, along with their underwear, and I don't think that the male me should really be going with them for that. So we decided on a meeting place and time and separated for the meantime. There are a lot of food-related shops around here, don't you think? Isekaied-san nods in affirmation to the words I muttered while looking at the surrounding shops. By the way, the reason why Isekaied-san hasn't spoken since earlier isn't that she doesn't like me. It isn't that she doesn't want to speak, it's apparently because she can't speak. It seems that back when she used to be a member of the Knight's Order, but her throat was severely injured in a battle with a monster, taking away her ability to speak. I was told that there was still a large scar under the black scarf on her neck. I feel like her inability to speak makes her unsuitable as a guide and escort, but Isekaied-san's ability seems to be the best among Lilia-san's private army, and since she's a former member of the Knight Order, she's used to being an escort. And what I'm most grateful for is the fact that she doesn't have any repulsive feelings towards the male me. With Lilia-san's warning, my position in the mansion had become stable, but there are still a certain number of people who are giving me strange looks. Well, my position is, to say the least, like a boy that got enrolled in an all-girls school, so I can't really blame them. Lilia-san also understands that, and it seems that she has been careful in selecting people just like Isekaied-san was this time. There seems to be a lot of shops that sell food around here, don't you think? Now that we're here anyway, I'd like to buy some sweets we could eat for snacks, but I wonder if there are any good places to buy them. That third store? The shop before that. Thank you very much. Lilia-san apologized to me beforehand that it might be difficult for someone who can't speak to be a guide, but for me, it's no problem at all. She's nodding and making gestures in response, so to be honest, it was much easier for me to understand than when I was talking with Shiro-san. Well, Shiro-san has her perks and she's fun to talk to once you get the hang of it, but the difficulty of reaching that is high. In comparison though, Isekaied-san's emotions are easy to read from her facial expressions and gestures, so she's easy to communicate with. There sure are a lot in here. Do you have any recommendations, Isekaied-san? This jam? There are various types in here, but are they local products from around here? I see. There are also some jams with colors I've never seen before. It would be nice to buy them with scones, or something like that. Aeon? Jam cookies, huh? These certainly look good. Isekaied-san led me to a confectionery to find some food that could be eaten as snacks. It's great that I have a fantastic item like my item box, so I don't have to think about expiration dates. Come to think of it, Kuro once brought me baby castellas with jam in it. The jam was so good, and I think these jam cookies would go along with the tea Shiro-san gave me. Kuro had also mentioned that she likes sweets, so I'll also buy a little extra for our next meal together. As I was asking Isekaied questions, I was picking out some jam cookies to buy, but I suddenly remembered Kuro's words. Come to think of it, Kuro said she said something she needs to do today, but I wonder what she's doing? Well, she may be busy as the Underworld King, but from what I've seen so far, I had the image that she would probably be doing whatever she wants somewhere. Dear Mom, Dad. Since the visit of the Underworld King is a matter of great importance, Lilia-san and the others are in a great hurry, but I, the person related to why this occurred, was sightseeing for some reason. A demon holding a high ranking. These rankings are the proof of the level of power judged regarding these beings. In the Demon Realm society, where having a high level of ability is directly connected to the position they hold, it's a great asset to have such a title. And one of such high-ranking demons, a demon that holds the title of a Viscount rank, is now in despair. His subordinate demons that existed in full view until just a few moments ago have fallen to the ground like corpses, and as if the wind itself has stopped blowing, the sounds in the surroundings disappeared. It all happened in an instant. The castle decorated with glittering ornaments, the numerous treasures that he had stored away, and the influence and majesty he had as a high-ranking demon. All of them disappeared in about a blink of an eye. How could this happen? This question that's floating around in his mind, but wasn't able to leave his trembling mouth. It's not that his ability to speak disappeared, but along with the shaking of his body from fear, his effort to keep a tight grip on his remaining consciousness from the despair, and from the fact that he mustn't look away. It wasn't allowed. That's because the person who has complete control in that room hasn't allowed it. I should have guessed that it was you who did this from the start. A bell-like voice echoes in that quiet room. Before the gaze of the despairing demon were golden eyes shimmering in the darkness. The recognition inhibition magic casted on Kaito-kun. From the feeling of magic power, I had already thought that a demon was probably involved in it, but I still wasn't quite clear who exactly it is. The motive for this was just a trivial desire. It wasn't that the demon wanted to stand at the top of the demon realm or anything of that magnitude. It's just that he wanted to reach a slightly higher position than he had right now. He wanted to gain greater wealth and authority than he had right now. To achieve this, he sought after the technology that doesn't exist in this world. However, just because of this small ambition this demon held, he brought destruction upon himself. A high-ranking demon from the demon realm messes with the human realm and the people who came from another world. This is a pretty troublesome problem, isn't it? That's why I wanted to get this solved as soon as possible. But thanks to Kaito-kun, it was good that I was able to find this problem sooner. In the demon realm, there are beings that can't be opposed, even by the high-ranked demons who hold high positions. They were such beings that opposing them is a direct way towards your destruction. They were beings holding power that were overwhelmingly incomparable to others. She usually doesn't cooperate with me in regards to things like this, but I guess it's because she was interested in Kaito-kun. The fact that she's very cooperative in helping us regarding this matter was quite a bad luck for you. As long as Shiro's eyes search for you, there's no room for you to try to deceive us. Step by step, the golden eyes come closer, clad in magic power that seems to swallow up the space. As if to give the demon, who can't escape, time to regret his actions, the underworld king slowly walked and stood before the demon. Now then, what do we do if we do something bad? Please accept my apologies. The presence of death is too dense around him. He feels fear to the extent that even the word despair is quite lukewarm. After going against the will of the apex being of the demon realm, this demon doesn't hold any freedom anymore, even the freedom to die. Imagining the punishment that he would receive, that even granting him death is an act of kindness, the demon squeezes out an apology and put his head on the ground. Well then, I'll let you off the hook this time. Yes. After taking those words into his mind, the demon sounded dumbfounded as he looked up at her. To put it bluntly, he didn't immediately understand the meaning of those words. Because this demon had gone against one of the Six Kings' will, because of a petty desire, he isolated one of the otherworlders by casting recognition inhibition magic, and planning to brainwash him after that and use him as a pawn. So to speak, it's an act that would have breached the friendly relationship between the demon realm and the human realm, and he hadn't thought that there was any way that such an act would be forgiven. In this case, I just happened to be the one walking by, and you only casted a recognition inhibition magic, and it ended with that, and it didn't cause any real harm. Why, yes. Yes, in a way. You could say that this demon was both lucky and unlucky. It was unlucky of him that when he violated the forbidden out of desire, one of the Six Kings had found out about it, but the fact that the one who dealt with him was the most benevolent among the Six Kings, the Underworld King, and even though he tried to manipulate the Otherworlder to gain their knowledge, but it was still a blessing in disguise that the plan ultimately ended as just an attempt. However, when she had said, "This time, you shouldn't bother others or do anything bad, alright? There will be no next time." Yes, she was able to forgive him this time. However, there will be no next time. If you're a demon, even a baby can understand the meaning of being told these words directly by one of the Six Kings. From now on, this demon will spend countless years carrying the fear that one of the Six Kings had her eyes on him, while making sure that he must live honestly and righteously. For even the smallest of misdeeds will not be forgiven the next time. In a way, this may be the punishment given to this demon. For the demon, which has an incomparably long lifespan compared to humans, the day when they will be freed from the fear in his heart is too far away. Now then, with that out of the way, you have collaborated with some of the human nobles, didn't you? Of course. You will tell me about them, won't you? Why, yes. As you wish, I will tell you about all of them. Not having any will to disobey anymore, the paleness on the demon's face remained as he spat out all the information he had. Chapter 32. She really is a zealot. Perhaps, they continued cleaning the mansion throughout the night. In front of the mansion, which was cleaned so nicely that you'd think it was a new building, most of the employees serving the Albert Duchy are assembled. The sight of Lilia-san and the others neatly aligned from the gate to the front door of the mansion is quite a sight to behold. It's almost as if it shows how important the being who will be visiting here are, and the air around them is filled with a tense, skin-tingling tension. Today is the 7th day of the fire month, and noon is about to come, and Kuro will be here soon. I don't know if it's because of those things she needs to do that she mentioned the other night, or the fact that she'll be visiting today anyway, but Kuro didn't appear in my room last night, and that's partly why I'm feeling nervous. In the quiet silence of the air, I look at the pocket watch in my hand. The moment the ticking second hand circles around, and the time indicates that noon has arrived. The air changed. If I were to compare it to something, it would be as if the air around us had suddenly turned heavy or something like that. A heavy pressure began weighing on my body. The scenery ahead of us trembled as if we're looking at a mirage, and in front of the wide-open gate, Kuro appeared. She still had her black coat wrapped around her body, but Kuro doesn't have the usual smile on her face, and the atmosphere she had is different from usual. The people around her, including Lilia-san and I, spontaneously found ourselves bowing our heads. It's as if everything in the surrounding space was prostrating themselves in front of her, and only the sound of Kuro's footsteps echoed within the silence. Her beautiful silver-white hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her golden eyes silently gazed only in front of her. That is surely the March of a King. It was supposed to be a solo march with no other members around her, but there was a tremendous presence and a sense of intimidation around her, as if tens of thousands of troops were marching. It has only been a few seconds of walking from the gate to the front door. We can't look away, we can't speak, and we can't even breathe as we watched as the absolute walked filled with confidence. Thereupon, Kuro stands in front of deeply bowing Lilia-san and calmly spoke. My apologies for coming on such a short notice. Duchess Albert T. There's no need for apologies. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Underworld King Kuro-sama. I know this is very sudden. I'd like to take my time talking to you. So would it be alright for us to go in? Of course. Please come in. Exchanging greetings with Lilia-san with her calm, but a surely majestic voice, Kuro walked straight into the mansion, guided by Lilia-san. Instead of the small reception room, we moved to a neatly decorated reception hall, and inside, only Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san, me, Kusunoki-san, Yuzuki-san, and few servants entered, and then, the large door closed. Feeling Kuro's overwhelming presence that is so different from the atmosphere she usually had that even a large room like this feels small, I looked at her, confused from seeing Kuro acting in a way I've never seen before. Thereupon, when I met eyes with Kuro, she looked back at me with the usual bright smile on her face, and the pressure that had been weighing down on me immediately disappeared afterward. What do you think of that, Kaito-kun? My serious mode. Aren't I cool? She just ruined the majestic image she had just now. I'll repeat this twice because it's that important. She just ruined the majestic she had just now. I would like it if you give back all the reverence I had in you and the thoughts that I had that you really are the underworld king after I saw your majesty. Also, even if that smug face of yours looks cute, it's still kind of annoying. Anyway, it seems that Kuro's serious mode disappeared and her normal mode returned, as she is now talking to me with the bright smile she usually had. And thus, even though I was stunned by the change in her behavior, I accepted Lilia-san's suggestion to sit down. So as I took a seat in front of the large table, the person in front of me looks at me and taps the seat next to her. Kaito-kun. Here. Alright, it seems like she wants me to sit next to her, and as I don't know what to do, I look towards Lilia-san, who silently nodded her head. What she means is that she wants me to go along with Kuro's wish. Recognizing that, I went along with what Kuro wanted and sat next to her. Now then, what should I do about this? The fact that she's back to how she normally acts means that she's probably going to sulk if I respectfully spoke to her. So I guess it would be better if I talk to her like I usually do, huh? Kuro is the underworld king, huh? That seems to be the case. But the people around me just called me that for their own convenience, and I've never really introduced myself with that. Certainly, somehow, I feel like you wouldn't fit the image of someone with a title like that. Ahaha, that's right. Seeing me talking to Kuro with the tone I usually had, Lilia-san looked pale, but Kuro doesn't seem to be bothered by it, and replied with a bright smile on her face. And in front of Kuro, Lunamaria-san brought a cup of tea, looking extremely nervous. You, underworld king-sama? Please have some tea. Thanks, Era. Seeing the tea that Lunamaria-san placed down in front of her, Kuro looked at Lunamaria-san's face and tilted her head after saying a few words of thanks. Seeing her reacting to something, Lunamaria-san thought that she had probably done something careless, so she hurriedly got on her knees and tried to bow, but immediately afterward, she stiffened at the words Kuro had said. You, we met about 10 years ago, didn't we? If I'm not mistaken, you're Lunamaria-chan, right? So you remembered me? After catching on to the words that Kuro said, Lunamaria-san's eyes widened as if to say she couldn't believe it. It's as if she's stunned as she muttered so. Of course, I remember you. How's your mother doing? Why, yes. Thanks to Underworld King-sama. She could even be described as the embodiment of healthiness itself. I see, that's good. Yes. All of it was thanks to Underworld King-sama. I couldn't even express my gratitude for that time. Come to think of it, Lilia-san did say that Lunamaria-san had met Kuro before, and at that time, she began to adore the Underworld King at the level of a zealot. Lunamaria-san didn't think that Kuro would remember her after only meeting once, and she looked like she's overcome with emotions. She brought her hand together and deeply bowed her head. Don't worry about that. You've grown up, huh? I'm glad that we met again. Why? Your words are wasted for this lowly me. With a bright smile on her face, Kuro pats Lunamaria-san's head, while Lunamaria-san is overcome with emotions again and bursts into tears. I can only assume from their exchange that something must have happened to Lunamaria-san's mother, and Kuro helped her out with that. In other words, she owes a great debt of gratitude to her, and that's why she admires her so much. It was quite a good story, isn't it? And then, after Lunamaria-san went on and thanked Kuro repeatedly, She got up and went back behind Lilia-san. But on the way there, I could hear her quietly muttering something. Underworld King Sama called me by my name. She patted me to feel such happiness. I think I could now die in peace. Luna Maria-san, don't you think that the needle of your vector has already swung too far past the feeling of gratitude? She has an expression on her face that looks like ecstasy. Her face is all red like a maiden in love, and her gaze has only been focused on Kuro some time ago. Dear Mom, Dad, it looks like Luna Maria-san was helped by Kuro a long time ago. However, even if I were to take that into account, Luna Maria-san really is a zealot. Chapter 33. It seems like she saw through everything. Putting that zealot aside, the conversation between Kuro and the homeowner, Lilia-san, began again. However, it seems that Kuro has already left her serious mode and returned back to her normal mode. So she continued talking to Lilia-san, who was very nervous and stiff, with a bright smile on her face. Duchess Albert, can I just call you Lilia-chan? Yeah? Yes. Of course. Well then, once again, nice to meet you. I'm really sorry for the sudden visit today. However, you didn't really have to be exaggerated in your welcome, you know? And no. Rather, my apologies for the poor hospitality in receiving Underworld King Sama. This was my fault. No, you really don't have to worry about it at all, you know? I mean, you can stop calling me Underworld King Sama and just call me by my name, alright? And no, I wouldn't be so disrespectful to just. Kuro still had a smile on her face while talking with her, looking the same as ever, but nervousness was clear from Lilia-san's face. These must be the children from another world who arrived together with Kaito-kun. Yes. I'm Kusunoki Aoi. I'm Yuzuki Hina. Aoi-chan and Hina-chan I'm Kuro Mwena. Nice to meet you. Kuro calls out to Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san as well, and both of them looked flustered as they bowed their heads. Both of them looked quite bewildered. I can really understand how they feel. She doesn't feel like a remarkable person at all, even though she's supposed to be one of the 6 kings. I'm already used to Kuro always having this tone, so I'm fine with it. But to Lilia-san and the others, it's like a king is suddenly talking to them like they're friends, making you feel like you don't know what to do. That's right. Lilia-chan, you may have heard about it from Kaito-kun already, but I'm sorry for entering the mansion without permission until now. It's alright. Of course, I don't mind. Rather, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to meet you until now. I'd like to keep coming back often if it's possible, but is it alright? Why, yes. If Underworld King Sama wishes it, then please visit whenever you please. Lilia-san is starting to panic. It's like she's already fed up with everything, especially when Kuro apologized for sneaking in without permission just now and bowed her head. Her complexion went from blue to white, and besides, because of the fact pace they were speaking, I feel like she wasn't able to keep up with the situation at all. Thereupon, as if to help out the panicking Lilia-san, tea cakes are brought in at this exact moment. There are brightly colored confections, especially some artistic-looking cakes that clearly looks like they were made by a first-class pâtissier. Looking at it, which would have been prepared for an existence that can be rightly called a guest of honor, Kuro quietly murmurs in a voice that only I, who is next to her, can hear. Yuck, that looks difficult to eat. I had a feeling that it was quite different from Kuro's image, but these lavish sweets weren't really Kuro's taste. Thinking back upon it, she was usually eating baby castellas, and according to her, she likes to eat food that she could eat while walking. So I had thought that she prefers more common sweets. My prediction seemed to be correct, and Kuro just ended up taking a bite of each of the snacks and not touching any more of them, just as a matter of courtesy. It appears that she doesn't really like it. Lilia-san also seemed to have figured out that Kuro didn't like the snacks that were served to her. Cold sweat has begun to flow down her pale face, making her look pitiable, and as if it's dealing the final blow while Lilia-san is like that. A servant comes into the room by himself, tells Luna Maria-san something, and leaves the room. My lady, a messenger from the royal palace with a letter from His Majesty, the king has arrived. The king probably wants to say a few words to Underworld King Sama in person. Underworld King Sama. A letter from His Majesty the king has. From the content of the conversation, the king of this country, that is to say, Lilia-san's brother, wants to pay his respects to the Underworld King, Kuro. However, since Kuro is currently a guest of Albert Duchy and didn't come here to see the king, he may have sent a messenger to ask for permission. Lilia-san immediately understood the king's intentions and tried to get confirmation from Kuro, but when Kuro heard what she said, the smile on her face disappeared. You went in? Lilia-chan? Why, yes. The king of Symphonia, who didn't invite my favorite Kaito-kun in that evening party, treating him like an outcast, said what? No, heir. Receiving Kuro's words, which had extinguished the smile she had on her face a while ago, and having a clear, full-blown, displeased aura around here, Lilia-san began sweating like a waterfall. I didn't hear you well, so why don't you say it again? I apologize. We were mistaken. Luna, push it back to them. I respectfully obey. As if Kuro's intentions were sufficiently conveyed, Lilia-san quickly pretended that what she had just said hadn't happened. Then, she gave her instructions in a voice that feels like it was imbued in killing intent, and Luna Maria-san, who received her command while her eyes were still perfectly fixated on Kuro, perked up her hand and exited the room. Again, that stupid older brother is really doing anything good? Turning away from Kuro, whose air had obviously changed. Lilia-san held her head in her hands and quietly muttered in a voice filled with killing intent. Lilia-san, you've worked hard. Anyway, the conversation was cut off and the air in the reception hall had turned somewhat heavy. Lilia-san has an expression on her face that looks like she's about to start crying, glancing towards me as if she's asking for help. This probably means that she wants me to do something to somehow return Kuro's mood back to normal. What should I do? Ah, that's right. I have that. Come to think of it, I bought some sweets that I thought Kuro would like. Yeah? Kaito-kun bought me something? Not really being able to ignore the really pitiable Lilia-san's SOS, I took out the cookies I bought yesterday from my magic box. Jam cookies. It seems that I was able to attract her interest, and after looking at the jam cookies I gave her with interest, Kuro picked one and brought it to her mouth. This is really tasty. Kaito-kun, where did you buy this? It's in a confectionery on the street west of the Fountain Square. West? That shop next to a bookstore? No. I'm pretty sure that next to it was a bakery. That shop on the opposite side, huh? I didn't know they sold tasty sweets there. Say, do they also sell some jam there too? Yeah, they're selling different varieties of jams there. Oh, then I'll go get some later. It seems that she liked the cookies. Kuro began taking one after another with a big smile on her face. It seems that she really likes these kinds of common sweets better. The pace that she's eating it was clearly different from the sweets just now. Anyway, Kuro's mood, which had been a little displeased, has returned to normal and she resumed the conversation with Lilia-san with a bright smile on her face. At first, Lilia-san looked a bit confused and nervous, but as expected from Kuro, she cheerfully talked about topics one after another, and Lilia-san's smile gradually appeared and her stiffness disappeared, so the conversation between them became more lively. The fun conversation continued, as if the words friendly conversation perfectly fit, and before I knew it, time had flown by and it was time for Kuro to leave. Well then, Lilia-chan, I had a great time today. Thanks. No, it's my pleasure instead. Kuro-sama. Please come visit again. Next time, you don't have to be so exaggerated with your welcome, okay? Fu. I understand. Lilia-san has already opened up with Kuro. She calls her by her name now instead of calling her Underworld King-sama, her title. No, I think it's better to say that Kuro's social skills, or rather, her communipower are really great. Not only Lilia-san, she also quickly became friends with Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san. Aoi-chan and Hina-chan too. Let's talk again. Yes. Kuromu-sama, tell us more stories about you again. Responding to Kuro's call, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san nodded with pleasant smiles on their face. The reason they were still calling Kuro by her nickname is that they still strongly sense that she is the Underworld King. If I'd known that Kuro was the Underworld King when I first met her, I would have called her that way too. Well, I've gotten used to calling her Kuro, so I'm not going to change it at this time. Lunamaria-chan, the black tea you served me was quite tasty. Let me drink some again. Okay? Why yes. Please come whenever you like. By the way, Lunamaria-san is still the same as ever. In her case though, her liking for Kuro has been overwhelming right from the start, so every time she speaks to Kuro, she looks like she's on the edge of happiness. And honestly, it was pretty scary. That's right. I almost forgot. Lilia-chan, here? This is... After exchanging goodbyes with each of them, it seems like Kuro suddenly remembered something as she took out a piece of paper from her coat and handed it to Lilia-san. Lilia-san received the paper and nodded her head once, but when she looked at the contents written on the paper, her eyes widened. I've already dealt with those that were on the demon realm side. Can I leave those that were on the human realm? Yes. Please leave it to me. I'll leave it to you. I didn't understand the contents, but it seemed to be something important, as Lilia-san nodded with a serious expression on her face after receiving Kuro's words. I wonder what they're talking about. Now that Kuro has been able to get to know everyone, she can carefully visit here in the future. I think this should have been a joyous occasion, but how should I say it? The mood is a little complicated. All in all, I don't think Kuro and I got to talk very much today. Could it be that I was just lonely after not being able to talk with her? If that's so, that was quite shameful of me. There's no denying that I feel embarrassed. I knew that Kuro has a personality that can get along with anyone, and that's also probably why I got along so well with her. And yet, when I finally saw that Kuro was so close to Lilia-san and the others, it was quite unmanly of me to feel like I've lost my advantage over them. To Kuro, I'm just a friend, and I'm not particularly special at all. Maybe it's because of the long history of being a loner that I have a bad habit of overinterpreting the goodwill that I'm not used to being directed at. I was just a misunderstanding *****. Ugh. I'm starting to feel pathetic thinking like that to myself. I need to reflect on this for a moment and straighten out my mind. Kaito-kun. Yunin? As I was thinking about that, I saw Kuro beckoning me, and as I approached her, she stood on her tiptoes and whispered in my ear. Thanks for the cookies. They made me so happy. It feels lonely not being able to talk with you so much today. So let's go somewhere, just the two of us, next time. After saying that like sweet whispers murmuring in my ear, Kuro smiled brightly like a blooming flower and left while greatly waving her hand. Dear Mom, Dad, Kuro is getting along with everyone. I had lots of things that I'm thinking about regarding that, but in the end, Kuro seems like she saw through everything. Chapter 34. Intermission. Tea party of black and white, the supplier of incorrect knowledge. In one corner of the god realm, the presence of two people say opposite each other in a hanging garden full of colorful flowers. A silver white-haired woman and girl sat across each other at a table with cups of black tea placed in front of them. They look like sisters, but on one hand is an expressionless woman with long hair, pure white clothing, and ideal proportions, while on the other hand is a young girl with frequently changing expressions with semi-short hair, black clothes, and the appearance of a very young girl. Other than the color of her hair and eyes, you could even say that it was like they were opposites. He Shiro, let's do some girl talk. T/N. She spoke about koibana, girls talk, but not exactly with the word itself, but with a word that sounds like koibana when spoken. Girls talk? It was when girls get together and talk about their love lives. I don't remember Kuro having a gender though. I have the appearance of a girl now, so you could say I'm a girl. Receiving Kiromuena's words with a cheerful expression on her face, Shallow Vernal blandly replied in a voice without any intonations. Although one of them's a god while the other's a demon, they have been friends for a very long time, and they frequently chat over tea like this, and today, just as usual, the conversation began with Kiromuena bringing up the topic out of the blue and Shallow Vernal calmly answering her. See, even Shiro thinks that you would like to try feeling love, right? I don't really think so though. This is where you say that you also think so, even though it may be a lie. Well then, even though it's a lie, I think I'd like to try it out. In that case, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. Even when Shallow Vernal replied to her without any emotion at all, it seems like Kiromuena was already used to it. Or perhaps she didn't seem to care at all, and just went on with the conversation. However, Kuro has never been in love either, right? Ugh. That's totally not true at all. I have received confessions multiple times before. As far as I know, all the people who have expressed their love to you are women though. I'm totally popular. Rather than popular. In your case though, most of them had gone past having feelings of love to you. They were literally worshipping you. Doesn't that mean you also haven't felt the feelings of love yourself? Ugh. Receiving Shallow Vernal's honest words, which are told in a voice without intonation, Kiromuena looked crestfallen as her shoulders slumped down. It's true that there are many who dearly love Kiromuena, whether they're humans or demons. However, just as Shallow Vernal said, the majority of them don't hold romantic feelings, but feelings of worship and loyalty. There's also the fact that Kiromuena herself is one of the pinnacle beings in the demon realm as the underworld king, making it that there's almost no one who can be said to have such feelings for her. Hence, although she had proudly suggested that, the fact is that Kiromuena also had no experience in love either. I just haven't had that encounter yet. How many years did you think you've been alive? About 18,000 years. That number sounds a lot younger than I know you are though. I'm a girl. I'm allowed to cheat my age for a bit. It doesn't really make much sense to me though. Even though she still doesn't have any intonation on her voice when she said that, Shallow Vernal has a faint, dumbfounded expression on her face. In order to switch the flow of the conversation, Kiromuena decided to forcefully proceed with the previous topic. Anyway, we're going to have girl talk today. I don't really mind, but what are we going to talk about? I guess we'll start talking about our preferences. What kind of boy would Shiro like to be in love with? Let's see. First of all, as a prerequisite, I think it should be someone I hold interest in. With just those few words, you basically eliminate almost every being in this world from being a candidate. There really aren't many beings that Shallow Vernal hold interest in. Or rather, even Kiromuena, who knows her for a long time, only knows that the number of people she holds an interest in can be counted in one hand. In the end, this response from Shallow Vernal was equivalent to saying that she evidently had no intention of falling in love. How about you? What kind of partner would you like to have, Kuro? In my case, as expected, I want a cute child. I'd like to have a child who seems anxious because of not knowing anything, but still, they would want something. I'd like a child who I can teach various things like that. That's just your definition of a baby bird, isn't it? Ugh, hi. That's true, but if I'm to talk about someone I like, it would be a child like that. Even if you find someone like that, don't you think that neither of you would hold romantic feelings for each other because you raised that child yourself? Ugh, hi. And no, that's not all. It's like after I found a child like that, I would feel some kind of spark. It's like feeling that meeting that child must be fate. It's because they're all women, isn't it? Ugh, hi. Why aren't there any boys that make me feel that spark? After her sharp, expressionless Tsukomi pierced through her heart again, Kiromuena looked crestfallen as her shoulders slumped once again. It's true that Kiromuena has met the special person among the baby birds that she was quite fond of, but they were all females in terms of gender, and none of them were male. Love is quite difficult, isn't it? That it is. Speaking of which, I was wondering, how do children in other worlds fall in love? Is it just like how people fall in love in our world? I don't know. Shall we see for ourselves? Yeah, I'll leave that to you. In the end, the two of them, both of whom have never been in a relationship, didn't get much out of their conversation and eventually concluded that love is difficult to find and ended their conversation. And then, as if Kiromuena suddenly remembered something, asked Shallow Vernal about love in another world. Shallow Vernal also doesn't know anything about how it is in another world either, so she suggested that they should look into it. Fortunately, they are performing the Hero Festival this year, and even the one who holds the role of hero is currently traveling to every place to perform his greetings. Receiving Kiromuena's nod, Shallow Vernal moves her finger in a circle in the air. Then, the space started blurring and shaking, and in that space rift, they can see a ceremony taking place in some country. It seems to be the scene where the person holding the role of hero giving a speech, a black-haired otherworlder standing on a platform with knights lined up behind him, and they seem to be in the middle of talking about something. It seems like they're just saying their greetings. By the way, Shiro, which of the boys lined up there do you prefer if it's just based on looks? T/N. Cougars hunting for prey. I don't really see the difference between them. Is there something wrong with your eyes, Shiro? Do you see them as potatoes? Do all of them look like potatoes to you? What about you, Kuro? Yeah? There doesn't seem to be anyone with the eyes of a baby bird, so I'm not interested in any of them. I feel like what you're feeling isn't any different from mine, though. It seems like the otherworlder and the knights on the stage weren't to their liking, and after exchanging a few words about how neither of them were interested, Shallow Vernal shifted her gaze to the young man who played the role of hero. Fomu. It appears that this person has been in love with a woman from the 2D world. Tsudi? What's that? It seems to be a different world in the other world. Is it like how we have the god realm and the demon realm? Perhaps. Peeking into the mind of the young man who played the role of hero, Shallow Vernal picked out something related to love from his mind and spoke about it. Kiromwena herself seems to be unfamiliar with that content, as she waited for her next words with a curious expression on her face. Apparently, women in that 2D world quantify their fondness for their partner in terms of a value called affection. They're quantifying to describe the contents of their hearts? The things in the other world really are awesome. Yes, as you encounter and engage in conversation with your target, you accumulate a value called affection. And when it reaches a certain point, something called event occurs, which seems to bring you closer to them. Event? What is it like? After hearing what Shallow Vernal told her one after another, Kiromwena asked her, leaning out of her chair with a curious look on her face. It looks like they were going shopping together and sharing a meal. Fomu. After you encounter them and talk with them, they would go out and have a meal together. But isn't that how it normally is? I mean, even if you don't have that affection or anything like that, isn't that how it normally ends? No, it seems like that isn't where it ends. It seems like after you accumulated enough affection, you can receive a powerful weapon or an item that's useful for your adventures. After you get along and fall in love in another world, you get a weapon from your partner, not like an accessory or something like that. Yes, it seems like monsters appear in the 2D world, so it might have been a pretty harsh place to live in. Is that so? So there are also monsters in the other world. At this point, if someone from another world had heard them, there would have been lots of points that they had Tsukomi'd about. First of all, she had only read all the things related to the word love from that person's mind. And yet, there's a fatal flaw from the information given by Shallow Vernal, someone who looks at everything equally. That's right, she only perceives the 2D game world and the real 3D world as the same. And since she has only extracted the necessary information, without caring about the quality of each information, depending on who hears it, they may only get severely one-sided information from her. Unfortunately, though, there is no one here who can correct them. And not only that, it seems that the woman with the target of love can be made stronger by the increase of their affection. Children from another world get stronger when they fall in love? It seems so. It seems that there are even some cases where they can also learn magic. They can also learn magic because of love. Affection is awesome. Yes, but that affection seems to exist basically only on the female side. Yeah? Is that so? Then, when I love a boy from another world, we would accumulate affections, and after experiencing an event, I guess we should give them a present. Yes, I think it would also be easier for you to get to know the otherworlders better. I'll remember that. And thus, another piece of incorrect knowledge from another world appeared and was handed down to a small part of this world. And fortunately or unfortunately, exactly 10 years after this, not even God could have predicted at this point that one young man would be subjected to all of these incorrect knowledge. Author's notes. Kuro's strange knowledge about the other world is mostly because of Shiro's fault. Comment 1 comment. Chapter 35. She's really having a hard time. After Kuro left, the mansion, which had been somewhat hectic, settled down and all of us took a break to drink tea before having dinner. However, Kaito-san really never ceases to amaze me. I never thought that I would be inviting any of the 6 King-sama into my mansion. Ahaha, no. We really only met by chance. Along with your humility, Kaito-sama truly is a wonderful person. This Luna Maria thanks the gods for the good fortune of meeting Kaito-sama. Receiving Lilia-san's words, she spoke with a wry smile on her face. I replied with a wry smile too, but a certain person looked strange. There's something different about the way she's calling me, and looking at those shiny eyes of hers. I feel really frightened for some reason. Lilia-san. There's something strange with Luna Maria-san. Or rather, she looks really scary now. She must have been that happy after meeting Kiromwena-sama. I'm sure she will return back to normal after a while, but it seems that a strange switch had been completely turned on from Luna Maria-san. She's been like this ever since Kuro left, and she's been lifting me up like crazy while taking to me. And how should I say this? It's like she completely lost control of herself. I decided to ignore Luna Maria-san until she returned back to normal and returned my attention to my conversation with Lilia-san and the others. However, Kuromu-sama was quite a fun person to talk with, wasn't she? Are all members of the 6 kings that friendly? No. Kiromwena-sama, the underworld Sama, is said to be the kindest of the 6 kings, along with the world king Sama. In fact, it was the first time I had talked with her, but she was really kind just as the rumors say. In response to Kuruniki-san's words, Lilia-san goes on to explain. Even though the six kings are lumped together, their personalities seem to vary from the others. Well, I have a feeling that the demon realm wouldn't be very viable if all of the kings had the same personality as Kuro. Speaking of the other members of the six kings, I've never spoken to them directly, so I've only heard about them through rumors. It is said that the World King and the Underworld King are both gentle people and will forgive you if you were slightly impolite to them. On the other hand, it is said no one has lived after displeasing the War King and the Death King. As for the Dragon King and the Phantasmal King, I don't know, for I haven't heard many rumors about them. To summarize what she said, the Underworld King, Kuro, and the World King are the gentle ones. The War King and the Death King are the bad-tempered ones, and when it comes to the Dragon King and the Phantasmal King, she doesn't know. However, the War King and the Death King, not only their names, but even their personalities are also very dangerous. They must have a good mood, or you may lose your life. That sounds quite scary. As if she sensed my anxiety, Lilia-san wryly smiled and spoke. Well, it's originally impossible for one to speak directly with any of the six kings. Yes, this is just an exceptionally unprecedented situation, even among the unprecedented situations. However, if it's Mayama-senpai, don't you think he would be able to meet the other six kings as well? Kaito-san, are you trying to kill me with anxiety? No, as expected, there's no way that could happen. Hearing the words Yuzuki-san blurted out, Lilia-san turned pale as she muttered while looking at me, so I replied to her while greatly shaking my head. As expected, there's no way I would get to know the other members of the six kings. It would be different if Kuro had introduced me to them or something like that, but at least, I now know that Kuro is the Underworld King, so I can just confirm it to her beforehand. And also, no matter how Kuro acts, she shouldn't be able to just introduce me to other members of the six kings, so there shouldn't be any problems. That's true, isn't it? You're not hiding any friendship you had with any other outrageous people anymore, right? You don't actually know the other members of the six kings, right? The next time you bring one of them home, I'm going to cry. You know? No, seriously, the only demons I know of are the people that were introduced to me as Kuro's family, so it will be alright. Is that so? In that case, that's a relief. It's really like Lilia-san has already grown tired of it. Asking me looking like the word desperate really fits her, but when it comes to the other demons that I've met, other than the demons that I've already told about them should be Einsan and Seksan, whose identities they weren't able to hear before. Speaking of the two of them, Einsan could be said to be a really amazing person. If she had pledged her loyalty to Kuro like that, I don't think she will be one of the six kings, so she should be fine. Hearing my words, Lilia-san pats her chest and lets out a sigh of relief. In any case, even though I still have that talk with the goddess of time, some of the things weighing on my shoulders have disappeared to some extent. I think I should be able to get a good night's sleep today. What are you saying, my lady? Lilia-san, who was leaning back in her chair as if to say that she's really tired from the bottom of her ears, was interrupted by Lunamaria-san, who has returned to her normal state before I knew it. My lady, I don't think that this may be the case, but are you thinking that you would be able to get some rest for today? After muttering those ominous words, Lunamaria-san ignored Lilia-san, who had an anxious expression on her face, and left the room. And a little while later, she returned with both hands full of some things that looked like letters. And those letters, which can be best described as a mountain of papers, were casually placed in front of Lilia-san's eyes. These are the letters that arrived from the royal palace, nobles, merchants, and the temple. WHHHYYYYY. It doesn't seem like you've forgotten about it, but it seems that you haven't thought about it. But, my lady, your standpoint now is that of a noble who had unprecedentedly received the blessing of the goddess of time, and moreover, someone whose residence had been unprecedentedly visited by the underworld King Sama, right? Only the royal capital knows of this at the moment, but I'm sure that this will become a huge rumor in the surrounding countries as well. Hearing the words that Lunamaria-san indifferently told her, Lilia-san's face became paler and paler. Yes, just like Lunamaria-san said, Lilia-san is currently the woman of the hour. It was no wonder, since she was considered as a noble who had experienced two unprecedented situations in a short span of time, and had constructed powerful connections with both the god realm and the demon realm. However, Kuromwena-sama only came here because she was acquaintances with Kaito-san. Even though that may be the truth, the people around won't necessarily think so. A duchess with connections to the beings near the pinnacle of the god realm and the demon realm. I'm sure that there will be lots of people who would want to befriend with my lady. We'll probably get dozens of such letters in the next few days. Therefore, I think you should go read these letters from today and begin dealing with them. Lilia-san's expression has been completely dyed in the color of despair. There are so many letters in there that it seems like they're nearly 100, and honestly, I think that just looking through them would be quite a challenge. If she also need to write her replies to them, I don't think she would have time to sleep properly. No more. Kaito-kun, I hate you. Lilia-san, who was hatefully looking at me with eyes completely filled with tears, quickly turned away and sipped her black tea. Somehow, I'm really sorry, Lilia-san. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Dear Mom, Dad, I understand that almost half of it was my fault, but Lilia-san, she's really having a hard time. Author's notes. He did say that there's no amazing ones among the demons he know. But what about the existence that's equal to Kuromwena, the underworld king? For example, how about Shallow Vernal, a god? Chapter 36. She was a very homely woman. On the 8th day of the fire month, I woke up very early today, perhaps because I didn't sleep well, and when I woke up, it was still dark outside the window, and when I looked at my pocket watch, it was still 4 a.m. Although it's still early, I don't feel like I'm sleep deprived because I went to bed earlier than when I was on Earth, where I would usually stay up late on my computer or watching TV. I know that it's a good thing to live a healthy lifestyle, but it's about time I have something to entertain me for a bit. Next time I go into town, it might be a good idea to buy a book or something like that. Thinking about this, I walk down the hallway towards the dining room to get something to drink. The wide corridor gives me a sense of tranquility as the number of servants I currently see in the mansion is relatively low, partly because it was still early. There are two types of servants working in Lilia-san's mansion: those who commute from home and those who work as live-in workers, and the only ones I see at this time of day are the live-in workers. Even though I've been in this world for more than a week now, I still don't remember the names based on the face of the servants aside from Lunamaria-san, especially those who only patrol at nights or early in the morning. They are the so-called thanes, and there are hardly any one of them that I know. Incidentally, although it was quite surprising, Lilia-san's personal servant, Lunamaria-san, seems to be commuting from her home rather than living in the house, and since she lives with her mother at her home not far from the mansion, I won't be able to see her late at night or early in the morning. However, even though I hardly interacted with a lot of people, there are still some that I recognize, and when I arrived at the dining room to get a drink, there were just one of the few people I had interacted with here. "Good morning, Sieglin-san." A red-haired woman tipped a cup of tea alone in the corner of the dining room. Spotting Sieglin-san, who had escorted me and guided me around the town the day before yesterday, I greeted her. Hearing me speak, Sieglin-san, who can't speak, puts down the cup in her hand and returns my greeting with a nod. "By any chance, were you in charge of night security?" As I thought, good work. Sieglin-san is a live-in worker, and seeing the sword that was propped up next to her seat, I asked her so, thinking that she was in charge of the midnight to dawn security, and Sieglin-san nodded in affirmation. The fact that she's drinking tea now probably means that the time she's in charge is over, and she's now taking a break before getting to bed. After she bowed her head hearing my words of appreciation, Sieglin-san looked at me and made a gesture of tilting her head. I woke up kind of early and thought I'd like something to drink." "Yeah? Thank you. Well then, I'll presume upon your kindness and join you." Sieglin-san was close by when I told her why I was visiting the dining room so early in the morning, taking a new cup and a pot of tea from a trolley, though I don't really know what it's called in this world, but it's similar to those service wagons used to serve in hotels on Earth, pulled up a nearby chair and suggested we sit down. Figuring out Sieglin-san's intentions, I told her my thanks and sat down in my chair. Sieglin-san then places a cup in front of me and expertly brewed a cup of tea. "Thank you very much. It's very good." Saying my thanks to Sieglin-san and drinking the tea she made for me, and the taste of the tea, which isn't too hot and is brewed at a temperature that is easy to drink, warms my body as I wake up from sleepiness. It tastes different from the tea that Lunamaria-san usually brews for me, as I could taste a slightly sweet flavor, though it isn't like the sweetness of sugar, probably a fruit. It has a gentle sweetness that doesn't spoil the flavor of the tea. Somehow, it has a slight, gentle sweetness to it. "Is that from dried fruit?" When I told her how it tastes, Sieglin-san smiles and shows me a small bottle with some kind of dried fruit in it. "Perhaps this tea has that fruit in it, and that's where the subtle sweetness came from." Sieglin-san smiles again as I stare at the bottle with interest. She then takes out a small piece of paper from the pocket of her clothing and writes a few words in it. "It contains dried ripple fruit." So that's why it's sweet. If I remember correctly, the ripple fruit is a fruit that has a similar taste to the appleback on Earth. That is to say that this tea is like an apple tea. But the exquisite taste of this tea and the temperature that is adjusted to make it easy to drink are due to Sieglin-san's excellent skills. I've learned something again. Sieglin-san is very good at brewing tea. When I told her my honest impressions, Sieglin-san's cheeks blushed a bit, and she shook her head as if she was being bashful. But even I, a novice, can understand that this flavor isn't something that can be produced with just a short amount of practice. Looking at her slender, tall, and well-defined face, I had imagined her to be something like a martial artist based from the story that she used to be a skilled knight, so I was surprised, though it may be rude for me to say that Sieglin-san may be a family-oriented woman. Speaking of which, I got some tea leaves a while ago and they were so good, but do you know what kind of leaves these are from? I suddenly remembered the tea that Shiro-san had given me before, and I felt that Sieglin-san seemed to know a lot about tea, so I took the opportunity of asking her about it. I asked because this tea tastes really good, and if these was being sold somewhere, I'd love to buy some more, but seeing the bottle that I had taken out from my magic box, Sieglin-san's eyes widened, looking like she's surprised for some reason. Then, she reached out her hand to get a closer look, so I handed her the bottle of tea leaves, and she began looking at it from various angles. After looking at it for a while, she still had that surprised look on her face as she picked up her pen. "I think this was called the Glorious Tea, though it's the first time I've seen the real thing myself. Is this a rare tea?" "This is a tea that only exists in the God realm. It was a phantom tea that was even called as God's miracle." "Could it be something very expensive?" "I doubt that it would be something that would appear in the market in the first place, but even if you were able to buy some, I'm sure that it won't cost less than tens of thousands of R for a single cup." Is that so? Shiro-san, why the heck did you give something this outrageous like you're just casually giving me souvenirs?" What did she mean that it would cost tens of thousands of R for a single cup? A cup of tea that costs for millions of yen is already at a level of tea that I shouldn't have known of. Even Sieglin-san looks like she had seen something unbelievable. It's actually the tea that the goddess gave me. Though I didn't expect that it would be that expensive, when I explained that the tea leaves were given to me by the goddess, Sieglin-san's expression showed surprise again. As I thought, it really is very unusual to receive something from a goddess. I don't know if Sieglin-san was interested in the glorious tea or not, but after I finished explaining, she looked at the tea leaves with great interest before handing the bottle back to me. Sieglin-san. If you would like, do you want to drink some of this tea? I could sense that she really liked drinking tea and was very interested in it, so I suggested it, but Sieglin-san panicked when I said so, shaking her head vigorously. She's still holding back probably because this tea is apparently very expensive, but I wanted to thank her for the good tea and for the delicious jam cookies she told me about, so I'm going to change my way of suggestion for a bit. How about this then? This tea is so delicious that I want to drink it, but to be honest, I have very little experience in brewing tea and I'm not sure I can brew it well. So, can I ask you to brew it for me, Sieglin-san, and in return, Sieglin-san can drink the tea with me? Hearing my suggestion, Sieglin-san looks troubled for a while before staring at the bottle I held out to her. Finally, it seems like her curiosity got the better of her. She bowed her head once with an apologetic expression on her face, took the bottle from me and started to brew tea. As expected, she's very good at brewing tea and seemed to be very adept at preparing it, and after a little while, a pleasant aroma wafted through the air. After a while, the tea arrived and Sieglin-san seemed to have prepared some sweets for us, as delicious-looking cookies were set out in front of us along with the tea. Then, after receiving the bottle from Sieglin-san, which had about a third of its contents reduced, we drank our tea. As I thought, this tea is extraordinarily delicious. It's understandable why it was called with an exaggerated name like God's Miracle. Sieglin-san, what do you think? What do you think after you drink it yourself? I asked her what she thought of the tea, but even if she didn't say anything, the smile on her face was enough to convey the happiness from the bottom of her heart. I mean, seeing the cool-looking Sieglin-san with a happy smile that rarely appears on her face was enough to make me feel like it was worth it for me to suggest drinking the tea. While thinking about this, I brought a cookie to my mouth. This cookie is also very delicious. It's not something that screams being a high class, and it rather has a homely taste. A simple taste that is gentle on the palate, and one that I personally like very much. These cookies are also very tasty, and I feel some kind of warmth from them. When I told her what I thought of the cookies, Sieglin-san looked a little embarrassed again, as she wrote on a small piece of paper with her pen. I made them as a hobby, but I'm glad they seem to suit your palate. Did Sieglin-san make these cookies? That's amazing. Not only are you great in brewing tea, you could also skillfully cook. To my surprise, these cookies were apparently made by Sieglin-san. The cookies are so beautifully baked that even if she said that they were bought from a store, I would have believed it, and that alone conveys Sieglin-san's cooking skills. As usual, the person in question vigorously shook her head in embarrassment, to the point that I could hear the sound of air shaking along with her head. Sieglin-san, you can just call me Sieg. That's also what my friends call me. Well then, once again, Sieg-san, is baking your hobby? I actually tried baking a little bit in the past, but I couldn't make it right at all. If you can give me some tips and tricks, could you please teach me? What I tried making before. I tried making apple pie. A fruit pie before, but it kinda looked flattened out here and there. The baking method, Fomu. It's hard for the batter to puff up once it's cooled, Dear Mom, Dad, I've gotten to know Sieg-san a little better. Despite Sieg-san's cool appearance, she was a very homely woman. Author's note, Sieglind is a homely elf. In terms of position, she's quite the common one, don't you think? Translator's note, Sieglind's nickname should have been Sieg if I followed what author-san wrote. But Sieg is a male name, and well, reading Sieg, it kinda reminds me of Cardboard Kuin. Anyway, I searched Google for the common nickname for people named Sieglind, and this is what appeared. So there you are. If you want me to change it to Sieg, just say so. Chapter 37. It seems like my magic power had awakened. After having some conversation with Sieg-san for a while, I walked down the hallway again. It's still dark outside as it was now 5 a.m. I began heading towards Lilia-san's office, where she must have been staying up all night. When I reached my destination, I took a deep breath before knocking on the door and announcing my name. Then, after I heard Lilia-san saying that I can enter, I go inside the room. Good morning. Lilia-san, good morning. What's the matter? Isn't it still early? As soon as I walked in, I noticed the large desk in which Lilia-san was writing what looked like a letter in there. Seeing my arrival, she stopped for a moment to return my greeting with a smile on her face. I could see some fatigue on her face, which may have been because she stayed up all night, but she is a former member of the Night Order. Her basic physical capabilities are different from mine, as she looked much more energetic than I had imagined. No, I just woke up early. Lilia-san, you really stayed up all night, huh? Yes, I can't really slack off with this quantity. Somehow, I'm sorry for that. You don't have to apologize. I may have said something like that to you yesterday, but I'm rather grateful to you, Kaito-san. Since I'm about half the reason why Lilia-san is buried in this massive amount of letters, I somehow felt guilty and uttered an apology, but what I got back from Lilia-san were words of gratitude instead. When I tilted my head because of the words I never expected to hear, Lilia-san wryly smiled at me before explaining. Although Lilia-san was a former princess, she had been away from social circles for a long time while she's a member of the Night Order. For that reason, after she acquired her peerage, it seems that she had a hard time making those so-called connections. Fortunately or unfortunately, she suddenly became the woman of the hour. And it may be difficult for her, but at the same time, it was also a lifeboat carrying Lilia-san from her troubles. She explained that in the current situation where she was thought to have strong connections with the demon realm and the god realm, this would be an opportunity for Lilia-san to have a very advantageous position in connections to other nobles, and she was really grateful for that. Even if I were the head of my family, it could be said that I'm quite inexperienced in my role. I'm really grateful, having acquired such an opportunity. However, since I'm taking advantage of Kaito-san's friendship for my own reasons, I rather feel like I need to apologize to you instead. I didn't really do anything special, so I knew you would say that. But, at least, please let me say my gratitude. Thank you very much, Kaito-san. No, you're welcome. Fufufu, well, I'm saying the truth when I said this is bad for my heart. So I'd rather you not do this again next time. Lilia-san's gentle smile as she thanked me, together with her beautiful appearance, was filled with a very inquisitive charm. After exchanging a few words, I remembered the original purpose of my visit here and opened my mouth again. That's right. Lilia-san, Sieglin-san has brewed me a cup from the tea that the goddess gave me before. And I know you're tired from writing letters all night, so do you want some? Would it be all right? Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Indeed, I'm a bit tired and I think I should get some break. Yes, the reason I came to visit her was to bring Lilia-san a cup of tea. Time won't pass for the things I put into my magic box, so I stored the entire pot of tea that Sieg-san made for me and brought it with me. No matter how well she acted, the color of fatigue could still be seen on Lilia-san's face. She's a serious person, and I'm sure she hasn't had much of a break in the middle of her work, so if possible, I wanted her to take a break at this time. Perhaps sensing my intentions, Lilia-san put down the pen in her hand and after bowing to me, she began clearing her desk a bit. Then, when I saw that there was enough space on the desk, I took the pot out and a cup from the magic box and placed the tea and the cookies that Sieg-san shared with me in front of Lilia-san. It smells so good, doesn't it? Yes, Sieg-san said it's a tea that can only be found in the god realm. I decided to keep quiet about the fact that it's apparently a super high-class product and just tell her that it's a rare tea for the time being. Lilia-san gracefully brings the cup to her mouth as if she's enjoying the aroma of the tea, and after a while, her eyes slightly widened. It's wonderful. I've never had tea as tasty as this one. The tea seems to be a good one, and Sieg-san was quite skillful in brewing it. Speaking of which, Sieg praised Kaito-san before. Is that so? Yes. She said that if you would need an escort next time, then let her be the one in charge. Well, I'm also quite grateful for that, to be honest. As Lilia-san took a break, we exchanged some idle chatter for a while. And since we didn't want to turn into a hindrance after touching some of the letters in the desk, we ended up leaving the room and finding an appropriate place to drink tea. I can't really say since it may just be a hunch, but I still have the feeling that Lilia-san is also tired. If you think about it, an irregularity happened just as she was the one in charge of summoning the heroes for the first time in decades, and on top of that, she has encountered unusual situations in a row recently. From our point of view, Lilia-san is a knowledgeable and reliable figure of authority, but if you were to exclude the filters that she was from another world and is one of the nobility, she's only 1 year older than me. She's not a being beyond human knowledge, nor is she a superwoman that breaks people's common sense. And in terms of personality, she's probably the type of person who doesn't talk about painful things, which is a bit worrisome. I wish I could help her, but I don't have a lot of ideas on how to, as I'm still lacking in knowledge of common sense in this world. I can't do anything. As I was thinking about this, I suddenly looked out the window leading to the outside corridor, and like a gut feeling, an idea came into my head. It's going to rain from noon. I don't know why I thought that. Looking at the sky as the sun begins to rise, it looks like a normal, sunny day, but for some reason, a feeling of near certainty comes into my head. But in the end, I don't know what that feeling is, so I shook it off my mind and went back to my room. It's true that Lilia-chan seems to be a serious person, and she may be the type that stores up her fatigue. So, do you have any idea how to let her vent out? When noon is about to arrive, I asked Kuro, who was lying on the sofa in my room while moving her legs about, regarding Lilia-san. A day has passed since she visited the mansion. Kuro started to show up at noon as well, but to be honest, I've gotten used to her showing up out of the blue, so I didn't bother throwing in at Tsukomi. Let's see, wouldn't going out for a change of pace be a good idea? Going to a festival or something like that may work. A festival? Is there a place doing a festival nearby around this time of the year? As I eat my baby castella, I think about the words Kuro suggested to me. Indeed, a change of pace is a good idea. I'm sure Lilia-san in particular has been keeping an eye on us lately, so she hasn't had a chance to go out and have fun. However, would there be a place that's conveniently holding a festival nearby? Thinking about it, I asked her back, and after Kuro looked like she's astonished, she clapped her hands as if she understood something. I see. I haven't told you about it. In the year of the Festival of Heroes, besides the main festival held in City of Friendship, Hikari, there are many other festivals held throughout the year here and there. If you include the festivals held in the Demon Realm, God Realm, and those festivals that are held in small villages, it had turned like there would be a festival every day somewhere. I see. In that case, maybe I should suggest it to her. Un. If it's a festival held in the demon realm and while I'm free, I'll go show you around. That's reassuring to hear. Then, I'll be counting on you at that time. This may not have been something I decided myself, but thanks to her good suggestion, it should be easier to discuss it with her. Moreover, this may even be considered as a cultural sightseeing for us. So I feel like Lilia-san is more like, take us up on this suggestion. Once again, I think about how this was a pretty effective idea. First of all though, we need to find out what kind of festivals would be held at this time of year. So I'll have to ask Lilia-san about that. It looks like it's raining, huh? As I was thinking about what I should do hereafter, Kuro muttered while looking out of the window. The sky, which was clear not long ago, was cloudy, and I saw a small drop of water. Rain hitting the window. Just as what came into my mind earlier in the morning. Was it really raining? This might have been too much of a coincidence. When I saw the rain start to fall as I had intuitively thought it would in the early morning, the question that I had pushed away in my mind came back, and at the same time, something came into my mind again. The rain stops at night. It happened again. I don't know why thoughts came into my mind again, but I still felt the feeling of near certainty along with that thought. What the heck is this? Aera? Kaito-kun, it seems like you can finally release your magic power, huh? I'm sure. It isn't just a faint feeling. You look like you were well clad in magic power. It looks like you're finally ready to use magic. Dear Mom, Dad, I felt some strange intuition since early in the morning. It appears that inside of me, it seems like my magic power had awakened. Chapter 38. It might be a cheat ability in some way. Even though Kuro pointed out that she could see something in my body, I can't see any change in my appearance myself because magic power essentially isn't visible. However, aside from physical aspects, I can certainly feel something change. It's much less diluted than when I pseudo-clad in Kuro's magic power, and I didn't notice it until now, but I could sense that my body is clad in something. Indeed, now that you said it, I feel like I'm somehow clad in magic power. It might be a little uncomfortable because your body isn't used to it yet, and I don't think you'll be able to move it well yet. But after about 2 days, you should be able to sense how to move your magic. After that, you can finally use magic. Whoa, it's certainly as Kuro said. I could sense that I'm clad in magic power, but I can't make it move. No, to be precise, I could feel like I could do it, but I could sense that I wouldn't be able to make it move well. According to Kuro, this is because my body isn't accustomed yet to being clad in magic power. In other words, it is like how a baby has just learned how to stand on its own feet, and after some time pass, I will gradually be able to manipulate my magic power. When I was moved by the fact that I was finally at the starting line of using magic, Kuro smiled and said the words that had been bothering me. Humans from other worlds can use a special kind of magic, holding some kind of ability unique from the others. Indeed, that can be said to be the staples of the media regarding people summoned to another world. For example, Hikari-chan, the first hero, was able to materialize her magic power, turning it into swords or shields, or more accurately, turning it into some kind of minerals. There are some demons, myself included, who can do similar things, but compared to turning magic into fire or water, turning it into iron or something like that consumes an awful lot of magic power. It normally would have been impossible for her to use it with a human's amount of magic power, but Hikari-chan was able to do it with just a small amount of magic power consumption. Moreover, Hikari-chan didn't need any magic technique, like a magic circle, for her to use that magic. Materializing magic power should have been high-ranked magic. It's not supposed to be possible to omit the use of magic techniques unless you're a high-ranking demon. But Hikari-chan seems to have been able to do it ever since she first learned magic. Doesn't that only mean that the first hero was special? The first hero is able to use this magic better than the high-ranking demon, which would normally require the power of a high-ranking demon to be able to use it. However, I'm still not sure if this is because she's an otherworlder, or because she is the first hero. There were a few other children holding the role of heroes back in the past who didn't go back to their original world and stayed in this world, and those children could use magic that's unique to them. The magic they hold is different though. I remembered that there was this child who could use teleportation magic just like how demons who hold peerage do, though it only consumes a lot less magic power from him. There's also that child who can use great magic, though she could only use water magic. Each of them may be different, but all in all, they were able to use magic that originally couldn't be used by humans. Does that mean I also have some kind of unusual magic? It's quite possible. Have you felt any kind of strange feelings after your magic power awakened? Like how you feel like you can do this, or a part of you that doesn't feel the same as before? Speaking of which, what came to my mind when Kuro asked me about it was that strange feeling I felt earlier this morning and just now. That incident where I knew, for some reason, that the weather would change with a near certainty. When I explained this to Kuro, she put her hand on her chin as she looked like she's thinking about something. You knew that the weather would change? If it's related to foresight, it was too limited to consider it like that. As for weather manipulation, it isn't like you willed the weather to change yourself. Speaking of which, Kaito-kun has Shiro's blessing. Perhaps. Kuro began to silently mutter something, and a little while later, it seemed like she had come up with something as she turned towards me. Kaito-kun, do you mind if we try something? Yeah? Then, I'm sorry for this. NGGH? Go wag. I nodded at Kuro when she told me she has a hunch regarding my magic and wants to try something out. Kuro then held out her hand towards me, and immediately afterward, a tremendous amount of pressure weighed on my body. It's as if all the air around me turned to lead or something like that, as my body couldn't even twitch. I don't know what Kuro thought, but for me to not be able to move my body at all is more intense than I expected. Kaito-kun, can you move your body in that situation? Don't say something unreasonable. How can I move my body when it's like I'm trapped in a boulder like this? No, I don't feel the heaviness I felt before, and I feel like I can manage to move if I work hard. Following Kuro's words, I tried to move my body. At first, my body won't move at all, but after a while, the pressure on my body weakened, just like how my body, which was trapped in hardened concrete, was finally able to struggle as if what was clinging onto my body is hardened mud, and I was able to move my body a little bit. Kuro continues to quietly watch me. Immediately afterward, a chill went through my entire body. I don't know how to describe it, but it's an incredibly unpleasant feeling. It's as if my whole body was held up to a sharp blade. No, even something like could be described as lukewarm compared to the overwhelming fear I feel right now. The moment my eyes met with the golden eyes that are quietly staring at me, deep darkness that seems to swallow me filled in my head. I will be killed. Along with the moment that feeling emerged, events from the past popped up one after another in my head. The memories of when I spent time with my parents, the time when I lost them in an accident, the fated days after that, and the time after I came to this world. Immediately after I realized that I was actually looking at the revolving lantern, that feeling of despair that had been assaulting my entire body disappears, and my body loses its strength and collapses on my knees. With my body not being able to exert an ounce of strength, the gravity began to drag my body down, collapsing on the floor, and was caught in someone's arms, just like before. I'm sorry, Kaito-kun. It was quite scary, right? Kuro, the atmosphere around her went back to being warm and reassuring as usual, without the feeling of fear I felt earlier from Kuro, who held my crumbling body in her arms and spoke to me with her gentle and reassuring voice. I'm not sure what happened. My head feels like it's spinning and I can't think straight. To check Kaito-kun's power, I put a little bit of my killing intent into my magic power. I'm really sorry. While gently stroking my head, Kuro utters an apology. She just put in a little bit of killing intent, she said. That's outrageous enough for my mind to break. How should I say this? I guess that's to be expected from the underworld king, huh? Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? I'm feeling a little lightheaded. I guess the pressure from the high density of magic power must have caused you to get magic intoxication, huh? You should get better after you get some rest. When Kuro told me that, my body floats up and moved towards the bed. Then, Kuro also moved towards the same bed and my head was placed on her lap, laying down with her lap as my pillow. Kuro then stroked my head to calm me down and talked to me in a gentle voice. I'm really sorry. But, because Kaito-kun was able to persevere, I now know what kind of power Kaito-kun have. Is that so? Kaito-kun seems to be able to read the magic power in the surroundings very keenly. It's so sensitive that it can even detect the faintest emotions contained within the surrounding magic power. I'm guessing that you should be able to read it even more acutely since you are now able to use your magic power, but you were probably reading it unconsciously before, right? The emotions contained within the surrounding magic power, as gentle words whisper in my ear, giving me relief in my mind, my thoughts, which were gradually becoming foggy, return to normal. Magic power is very much influenced by the user's emotions. Just as how hostile magic can intimidate others, while the reverse could make someone feel safe. It seems like Kaito-kun is very sensitive to the emotions contained within magic power, huh? Haven't you ever felt it since you came to this world? Like how this person is easy to talk to, and conversely, how this person is hard to talk to. I think you were subconsciously reading the emotions someone was feeling towards Kaito-kun based on their magic power. It seems that I have an excellent ability to read other people's magic powers. Indeed, now that she mentioned it, I've had that feeling until now. Even among the servants in Lilia-san's mansion, there are people like Seek-san who are easy to talk to, but there are also people who I somehow found difficult to talk to. It seems that this is because I have unconsciously read the emotions contained in the surrounding magic power, just like how I sense nearby presence and feel the mood around me. I see. That should also explain why I strangely feel safe around Kuro. It's because I've read the favorable feelings she's giving me. So you're saying that I have an aptitude for perception magic? It's just my conjectures, but I don't think it would be just perception. The fact that you were able to have a proper conversation with Shiro, and when I first applied pressure to your body by weighing it down with high density of magic power, Kaito-kun, you were able to move a little bit, right? That's already impossible for a normal human to handle. It's almost like a magical binding after all. A human normally wouldn't have been able to move an inch under that magic power, but Kaito-kun sensed that my magic power wasn't filled with hostility and tried to adapt to it little by little. Come to think of it, I think Shiro-san said something like that too. If I remember correctly, I think she said that I could say that this adaptability of mine could even be my talent, or something like that. Could this be what she was referring to? As for that part where I wasn't able to move like I was trapped inside a boulder earlier, it doesn't seem that Kuro weakened the power she placed to weight down my body, and instead, I was able to move because I adapted to it. I think you were able to see the change in the weather because you read the magic power in the air, but I wonder if it was thanks to Shiro's blessing that you were able to do that. Air. So what does that mean? Well, it's an interesting power, is what I mean. Depending on how you use it, you can do some really interesting things. For example, as my head continued to rest on her lap, Kuro told me her conjectures about the power I have. Magic that lets me sense and adapt to magic power. If I had to call it something, I guess it would be something like sympathy magic, huh? To be honest, the examples Kuro gave me are quite outrageous, and I'm skeptical if it's really possible to do that. But this certainly is an unusual magic. By the way, how long am I going to lay down on your lap, Aeon? Kaito-kun can lay there as long as you like. It's fine if you want to take some nap, you know? It's a very tempting proposition. Or rather, to be honest, it may have something to do with the fact that I woke up early this morning. But this pleasant sensation has made me doze off. I don't know if it's because of that magic intoxication that she mentioned. Even though my head is no longer spinning, I'm still feeling tired. So I'm going to indulge myself here. Dear Mom, Dad, I was a loner. But it seems that I'm better at reading other people's emotions in the other world. Moreover, as far as from what I heard from Kuro's explanation, it might even be a cheat ability in some way. Chapter 39. They're totally not getting along though? On the 13th day of the month of fire, it has been 2 weeks since I arrived in this world. The first week was filled with surprises and confusion, and I feel like that week had passed in the blink of an eye. However, humans really are creatures that adapt to their environment, and I'm gradually getting used to living in this unknown world. Nevertheless, I have also changed. The biggest change is that I can now use my magic, although it's still a simple one. After receiving guidance from Kuro, I became able to use magic faster than Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, and I'm currently working on the basics of non-transmutation magic that uses magic power as it is. And with my current abilities, I can now do things like make a palm-sized object float. Incidentally, both Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san are still practicing how to become aware of their own magic power while looking at the introduction to magic created by Kuro. From what Lilia-san can tell, it will be ready for use in another week. According to Lilia-san, this introduction to magic that was written by Kuro is at the level where, if it was brought to the Magic Academy, it would cause a revolution. And because of that, the three of us are advancing at an extraordinary speed in learning magic. It's a good thing that the rest of the world is relatively peaceful. However, since Kuro's visit, Lilia-san has been very busy, so I'm a little concerned. I've already told Lunamaria-san about Kuro's suggestion of attending a festival for Lilia-san to have a change of pace, as well as for us to do some sightseeing, in which she agreed. And the other big event that's about to come to Lilia-san. I can't say that I'm unrelated to this matter, but the talks with the goddess of time is coming up tomorrow. The designated place is in the temple where we visited to receive our blessings before, and we've already received a call from the other party, and as if they have expected it, they've also permitted my participation. By the way, I also asked Yuzuki-san and Kusunoki-san if they would like to participate, but they vigorously answered that they absolutely don't want to. So Lilia-san and I are going to be the only ones participating. Even though I said that, there's still some anxiousness in me. Yeah? You said something? As I muttered to myself while making an empty teacup float in front of me to practice my magic, Kuro, who was laying on the sofa, asked me as she raised her upper body. No, it's just we were going to talk with the goddess of time tomorrow, and I'm just wondering what's going to happen with Kronois-chan, T/N, Kuronoa. I didn't know her name though. Amazing. I guess that's to be expected from the underworld king. She knows the name of a supreme god, which is supposed to be unknown to most people, as if it were normal. Moreover, she even calls her with chan attached to her name. Isn't it all right? Kronois-chan may sound self-important when she speaks, but she's very generous to the humans. So I don't think that there would be anything strange that would happen though. I see. No, well, we're still meeting someone important, and this time, it's not like someone I know from the beginning like when Kuro visited us, so I'm quite nervous. Fomu. Then, do you want to take Ein with you? Yeah? Why Ein-san? Yes. The biggest difference between these talks and Kuro's visit to Lilia-san's mansion is that I don't know much about the goddess of time. I still have lots of composure in my mind when it was at that time with Kuro, but I don't really know what's going to happen this time. When I mentioned such concerns, Kuro replied with something I didn't expect. If I remember correctly, I was close with Kronois-chan, so it would be easier to talk with her if you brought her with you, right? Really? Indeed, if that's the case, it would be really reassuring, but it's really sudden. So I wonder if it would be convenient for Ein-san to come. It'll probably be all right. Wait for a sec. Okay. Ein, will you go to the temple with Kaito-kun tomorrow? I respectfully obey. Yuwawa. Right after Kuro muttered in empty space, before I knew it, Ein-san was right next to me and answered back to her. What the heck? Do all high-ranked demons have to appear in a way that's bad for my heart? In response to the surprised me, Ein-san bows at a beautiful angle without seeming to be particularly bothered by what she did. Kaito-sama, it's been a while. Ein-san, when did you? Responding immediately to her master's call is basic knowledge for a maid. As I thought, the maids she's talking about are somehow different from the maids I know. But, well, Ein-san is a very dependable person for some reason, and since she's on good terms with the goddess of time, I'm really grateful that she's going to accompany me. I was worried about tomorrow, but with her, I guess I could feel relieved, right? Yes, that's what I thought at that time. However, I should have made sure when we were planning on bringing her a little more properly. I should have made sure about the relationship between Ein-san and the goddess of time. Early in the morning, when the sun had just risen, Lilia-san and I were once again in front of the luxurious temple. The goddess of time seemed to have paid attention to the schedule of this interview, and since it was still quite early, There were hardly any people around the temple, and at the entrance, I met up with Ain-san who had arrived earlier than us. I have heard from Kuro sama. We will be in your care today, Ain-sama. I will also be in your care. Lilia-sama, Kaito-sama. After exchanging a brief greeting with Ain-san, we walked to the reception desk of the temple. It seems that they have already been told of our talks in advance, and as soon as Lilia-san named herself, the priest began to lead us. Nevertheless, I'm really thankful. It's reassuring to have Ain-san here. It would be my honor if I could be of any use, but why am I told to accompany you here? I heard from Kuro that you were quite close with the goddess of time. When I spoke with her as we walked, Ain-san tilted her head like she's really wondering about it, and looking at her response, I somehow felt some uneasiness. We're quite close? Me and that? Dear me. I wasn't really aware that we were like that, but if Kuro-sama said it, then it must be so. Era? It's somehow different from the reaction I was expecting. Ain-san seems to be really wondering if she's really close to her. Just as my anxiety was growing because of Ain-san's response, we reached the largest door in front of us. The priest held out his hand toward the door, and after bowing, he moved away. After a little while later, the huge door standing several meters in length quietly opened. Inside is a very large, cathedral-like hall, with the goddess of time standing in the center, clad in a presence that a goddess would definitely have. You've arrived, huh? I'm sorry to have called you out on this, When the door opens, the goddess of time turns her red and blue heterochromatic eyes towards us and speaks with a faint smile on her face. But her expression stiffened while she's in the middle of speaking. Silence fell as the tall, model-like figure of the goddess of time looked down towards us, and we waited for her next words, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. The goddess of time has a surprised look on her face for a while. Then her expression somehow changed to one that looked like she just bit down on a bitter bug and muttered, "Why the heck are you?" For a moment, I was freaked out thinking that she was talking to me, but I realized that the goddess of time's gaze wasn't on me, but towards Ain-san next to me. Then, she glared with eyes that were clearly filled with anger and disgust. A midget of a woman walked in, so I thought some trash slipped in. But it's you of all people, huh? Ain, oh yeah? Please excuse me. I had seen something standing without any curves at all. So I unconsciously thought that the people had weirdly placed a stone pillar in the center of the room. So it was just you, huh? Chronoise. Era? I feel like there's something weird in the atmosphere, though. I thought they were close friends. They don't feel like that at all, though. Just as Ain-san quietly stepped forward, the goddess of time also went towards Ain-san at the same time, and the two confronted each other near the center of the room, staring at each other. To be honest, I couldn't understand the situation, so I hurriedly turned to Lilia-san, but she seemed to be in exactly the same state, shaking her head while looking pale. Considering that it's been a long time since we've seen each other, I see that you're still as annoying as ever. You don't mind settling the past that we haven't before right here, right? Oh, it seems like gods are suicidal these days, huh? I don't really mind, though. If that really is your wish, I guess I can help you prepare for your journey to your death. After they quietly announced those words, I thought I saw something like sparks clashing between them. No, doesn't this look dangerous? The heck, Kuro? What's going on here? This is totally different from what you said, isn't it? In the midst of that atmosphere where the words explosive situation perfectly fits, immediately afterwards, the positions in which both Ain-san and the goddess of time were standing were swapped. It's not that I blinked, but as if the frames were completely switched, the two changed from facing each other to facing away from each other, and for some reason, the goddess of time seems like she's shaking in anger. Like I said, you be asterisk teach. Why the heck can you calmly move through my suspended time? Do you even freaking care about the laws of time? It shouldn't be unusual, for I am a maid. A maid is always in struggles with the constantly moving time, making sure that every moment is spent to serve my master. Something like this is something every maid can do. Stop saying foolish things. There's no way every maid can do that. How can such a nonsensical theory lead to the mass production of monsters like you? Only her master can bind her maid, and a true maid cannot be bound by anything but her master. Following this rule, even manipulating time at will is only natural for a maid to do. There's no freaking way that's the case. Stop with that ridiculous all maids are omnipotent theory. To be honest, even if it's just one argument, I'm in total agreement with the goddess of time. In fact, I'd rather applaud her for saying it so well to her. But seriously, this situation? How did it come to this? This poor-breasted goddess is just lacking in understanding that she's really envious of my prowess. How the heck is the size of my breast related to this? Or rather, you're not that different either. No, mine is certainly larger than yours. This maid's eyes can't be deceived. It looks like it's as midget as your height, though. Die. Worthless goddess. Rotten maid. Dear Mom, Dad, Kuro recommended that I bring Ain-san with me, but Ain-san and the goddess of time. They're totally not getting along, though? Chapter 40. I probably climbed the stairs to becoming a Ryaju. How should I describe this scene that's unfolding in front of me right now? No, I doubt I can describe it if I can't even see a thing. Hi. Kaiwa. A few minutes after Ain-san and the goddess of time started their fight, both of them completely disappeared from sight, and the entire temple shook with some kind of bursting sounds resounding from time to time. The shockwave around us was probably supposed to be great, but it doesn't seem like they're hitting the walls and floors of the reception hall. That also includes Lilia-san and I. So I guess they're just keeping it in moderation. My impression is that it would be like how there are intermittent earthquakes occurring. What did we come here for again? Hey, how can you be that calm, Kaito-san? No. It's just that I've gotten used to things that I don't understand happening out of the blue, so don't just go unpleasantly turning into a philosopher on me. Hi. Along with the pale expression on her face, Lilia-san's appearance, who is screaming from time to time, is repeatedly trembling like a small animal. Looks really cute. The huge gap between her usual calmness and her appearance as she experiences this abnormal situation. No. It's just that I feel like I've also had such moments when I'm losing my composure nowadays. No, but in a way, this is probably a normal reaction to what we're seeing. In fact, the strange one might have been me, who has grown accustomed to abnormal situations like this, though most of them, including this one, are 90% Kuro's fault. How did this happen? It should be me who's asking it. Hi. Kaito-san, please do something. Grabbing my clothes with her trembling hands, Lilia-san looked like she's relying on me as her eyes turned towards me. Apparently, Lilia-san seems to be in quite a state of panic, as she desperately wants me to help her, but please don't ask me for the impossible. In this battle that looks like it's the decisive battle between monsters, what could an average what can I, a slightly weaker than average adult male, do? No. As expected, this situation is kinda impossible for me. How about we just wait until the storm passes by? However, if it's Kaito-san, I think you should be able to stop them. Strange. Something strange. Apparently, Lilia-san seriously thinks that if it's me, I can stop those too. How high is Lilia-san's evaluation of me in her mind? Having a beauty asking for your help with eyes quivering in tears is a very exciting situation for a healthy man to be in. If I were to respond to her request and show her my cool side, her affection ratings might go up a notch. However, the difficulty level required for that affection point is beyond demonic and is way impossible for me. It's like she's asking me to storm into a place where the last boss and the hidden boss are fighting while I'm still level 1 and still wearing my beginner equipment. If this had been such a game, I'd be smashing my scene as hard as I could right now. However, unfortunately, this is reality and impossible things are impossible. No, wait, it's impossible for me to barge into their fight, nor is it possible for me to stop both sides by force, and my words probably wouldn't reach them. But if I just want to stop their fight, I might be able to do something about it. With this move, the odds of this working might not be that high, but there's no risk for failure. To be honest, I'd like to wait for the storm to quietly pass, but the serious matter at hand is Lilia-san, whose strength she uses while clinging to me for some time now is getting stronger and stronger. And those bulges that men don't have that have been inevitably pressing against my arm. Though rather than my reason that's about to snap because of these tender fruits clinging on me, I fear that the panicking Lilia-san's brute strength would physically tear my arm off before that happened. I seriously don't know where in those slender arms is she holding onto such power, but I feel like my arm is starting to creak out unpleasant screams and its time is about to run out. Filled with determination to protect my arm from breaking like a bar of chocolate anytime soon, I closed my eyes and began to knead my magic power. The magic I'm about to use is not something that I, a novice, could originally invoke, but fortunately, being an otherworlder, I have an unusual aptitude for this type of magic. Sympathy magic. What Kuro found out is that it has an excellent ability to sense magic power, and it's capable of detecting the faint emotions contained in magic that would normally be undetectable. But its abilities aren't just that, as it could also do the opposite. Placing my emotions into my magic power, I would force others around me to become aware of these emotions. That's one of the ways Kuro taught me to use sympathy magic. It's just like forcefully connecting them by telepathy, and although it still can't convey complicated information, Kuro said that if I were able to use it well, I can even be able to communicate with people who don't have the ability to speak words. And in this kind of situation, it also works for people who had blood rushing to their head, where words weren't able to reach them. After a few seconds, my magic power filled with emotions telling them to stop fighting is released from my body, and immediately afterwards, Einsan and the goddess of time. I could finally see the both of them with their fists clenched together. That was Kaito-sama? Oh, you released your magic power while imbuing it with your emotions, huh? What an interesting magic you used. Einsan and the goddess of time turned to me almost simultaneously and muttered, but neither of them brought down their fists. My apologies, Kaito-sama. I'm quite ashamed that I let my emotions get the better of me. I almost forgot my purpose for coming here. You mentioned that your name's Mayama, right? I'm sorry, please accept my apologies. No. Einsan bowed her head first and returned behind my back, followed by the goddess of time, who gave her apologies while straightening her posture. It seems that it had successfully worked. If this move didn't make them stop, I thought that it wouldn't matter anymore, but I had managed to protect my arm. I did protect it, right? My arm is kind of numb, and I can barely feel anything in that arm anymore, but it should be okay, right? Lilia-san. I somehow managed to do it. Kaito-san? What in the world is that just now? It's hard to describe, but how should I say this? It's like I suddenly felt Kaito-san's emotions. Well, it seems to be that kind of magic. It's a spell Kuro taught me, making me able to transmit my emotions to those around me. Lilia-san was looking up at me with a surprised expression, So I replied to her while feeling a new sense of anxiousness because of the distance between us. It seems like Lilia-san understood when I said that Kuro taught me about it, nodding her head several times as if she was impressed. So Lilia-san? My arm, Huh. My apologies. When Lilia-san finally regains her composure for a bit, I tell her about various things, mainly about my arm, which was already nearing its limits in terms of endurance. She then lets go of my arm with a bright red face and bows her head. I've thought of this many times before, but Lilia-san is very beautiful. I don't know if nobility was innately in her personality, but I could feel the dignity of a noble from her. Though I say that, I could also feel friendliness appropriate for a woman of her age. Her breasts are well balanced in size, not too big or too small, and she can rightly be described as having the loveliness and beauty of a princess. I must be very fortunate to have locked arms with such a beauty, even if it's just a coincidence that I happen to be the one who ended up going with her. But anyway, after arriving in another world, I finally accomplished the feat of linking arms with a beauty that only Ryages are allowed to do. I'm sure that the men back on Earth would be blazing in envy if they saw me now. No, though seriously, I didn't know that when you link arms with them, the blood drains from your hands and some leftover traces would leave a mark. I can't even feel my arms at all, but it's still attached, right? I see. I've heard before that love is a battle, and falling in love is an act of risking one's life for it. All of the Ryages have gone through such an ordeal and won the right to be happy. They're actually awesome, those Ryages. Their arms must have been made of titanium alloy or something like that. Dear Mom, Dad, using my magic, I somehow managed to stop their fight. And I don't know if this was a reward for such a feat or not, but I probably climbed the stairs to becoming a Ryaju. Chapter 41. Shiro-san was still the same. Although things had become hectic in the beginning, the talks with the goddess of time is once again commenced. In front of us is a luxurious table made of crystal, and as soon as we are seated at the prompting of the goddess of time, tea is served in front of us. Please have some tea, Kaito-sama. Lilia-sama. Thank you very much. Era? Tea. Thank you very much. She works as quickly as always, putting me aside since I've already seen her work like that before, but seeing Lilia-san being bewildered as I expected, she looked somewhat amusing. I bet Act and the others must have had the same thoughts when they saw me reacting like that back when we had barbecue. Oi. You be *key. The heck is this? As I was thinking about this, the goddess of time raised her voice as if to suppress her anger, and when I looked over at her and saw that in front of the goddess of time is a tankard? No, it was a container that had a size that it's better to call it pitcher instead, and it was filled in white liquid. It looks like milk from the outside, but putting milk in that large container is really outrageous. In fact, it was completely just harassment now. What is it? Even though I've taken the trouble of getting you something to drink, well, I'm really doubting if that will have any effect on that cliff of yours. I'm going to crush you. You be *th. If you could do that, why don't you try? You two are going to start fighting again? Do you hate each other that much? The two of you. The talks won't advance, so please leave it at that. That's amazing, Kaito-san. How can you cut in between them within an atmosphere like that? I told them to restrain themselves as I didn't want them to start butting heads again, and it seemed like both of them seemed to understand as they turned their glares away from each other and took their seats. On the other hand, Lilia-san is looking at me like she's moved for some reason. I'm worried that this will raise the bars in a strange direction again. But anyway, the talk should advance now. You're right, my bad. Well then, once again, I thank you for accepting my invitation on such short notice and for the trouble I've caused you. Lilia Albert, Mayama Kaito. No. It's a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak with the goddess of time. You need not be so stiff. I'm the one who called you out, so you are, in a way, my guests. Make yourself comfortable. Why, yes, despite her haughtiness, the goddess of time's voice has no sharpness in it and sounds somewhat gentle. However, that's only when she's talking to others aside from Ein-san. In contrast to her, Lilia-san is already so stiff to the point that it was quite clear to see, as her back is stretched out and her shoulders are slightly trembling. It's similar to when she first met Kuro. Well, though I said that, I've already solved most of the questions I've wanted to ask you lot though. The reason why I called out to you lot before was, Mayama, I felt an unordinary pressure from you. A pressure? A pressure that shows indications of surpassing mine. As for its identity, I found out when that arrived. I see. They're fragments of the Underworld King's magic power, If that's the case, I can understand why I felt that pressure. The reason why the goddess of time was interested in me is that she sensed Kuro's magic power from me when we encountered each other before. However, what did she mean when she mentioned that fragment of Kuro's magic power? What came to my mind was that necklace with the magic crystal that Kuro gave me before, but I temporarily left that necklace with Lilia-san, and it wasn't returned until after Kuro formally visited Lilia-san's mansion. I at least don't think I have it in my possession at that point. However, that fellow really doesn't change, I could see that she's still wandering around the world. Well, that's just the way Kuromu-sama is. She didn't change. It seems like they remembered Kuro, who really fits the words free-spirited, as not to mention Lilia-san and Ein-san and the goddess of time lightly chuckled, and the air in the place became a little calmer. The conversation continues, as the goddess of time asked Lilia-san about several things regarding the summoning of the heroes this time. while discussing with her about how this irregularity occurred. As I thought, the reason for this is because a large amount of residual magic has accumulated in the magic circle that has been used for 1,000 years, and that's why it went out of control. Well, I don't see any problem. We'll make the necessary adjustments as we originally anticipated, and repatriation shouldn't be a problem. So that's why, huh? In that case, that's a relief. I found myself getting lost in their conversation right around the middle, but it seems that Lilia-san and the Goddess of Time's conversation has been settled, and both of them seem to have a relieved expression on their faces. As Lilia-san and the Goddess of Time continued with their conversation, probably about the small details regarding the arrangements for the future or something like that, as I could only hear a conversation between them that's filled with technical terms flying out one after another. Einsan occasionally interjects, and before I knew it, I'm completely left out of the conversation, or rather, I didn't know what they're talking about anymore, leaving me completely left behind. The atmosphere around is that, that state where students were excited as they made their group work, while one of them could only just look lonely as he could only look at them. What I'm feeling isn't just half as lonely as that. However, even if I tried to participate in their conversation, unfortunately, I can say that it's impossible for me with just the meager things I know. I don't even know what this magical performance of the magic circle and all these jargon they're talking about right now. I'm begging you, can someone please tell me what they're talking about? The summoning magic circle we're taking in magic power from the air over time, but since we may need to send home several people this time, they would need to replenish the magic power that they would need to use from other means, and they were concerned about that. I see. Gay, wait. What is that just now? Why is some voice answering that question I've been pondering in my mind? Don't tell me I am that lonely, that I have awakened some kind of new power? No, but that voice I just heard sounds very familiar. Do people in other worlds awaken their abilities through loneliness? If that's the case, all the loners in the world would have gained supernatural powers. Anyway, as I thought, that voice really sounds familiar. I mean, this unique way of speaking without any intonation. Could it be? Is that you, Shiro-san? That's right, you and in. It's just as I thought, huh? Putting that aside, what's with you talking directly into my mind as if it's obvious? Or rather, you can do something like that? I can. Seriously, you can do anything if you want it, huh? Well, anyway, I can't really say it's been a while, so I guess it should be hello, Shiro-san. Thank you for the very expensive tea you gave me before. I'm glad to see that you're doing well too, Kaito-san. I remembered the word loner, which you taught me before when I saw your sorrowful back. Why did you have to unnecessarily add in your thoughts? I mean, how come you're talking with me at this time? No, it's just that something that has been supposed to be their subject that they're talking about right from the start, and for some reason, before you knew it, you weren't able to follow what they're talking about. And since I saw that you were just drinking your tea while giving responses that you understand, sometimes you look like you got time to spare, so I thought of telling you a story. This absurd goddess is gouging out a hole in my heart even though we just met again. I don't want to hear that kind of objective information. Well anyway, if Shiro-san can explain it to me, then I think I can follow this incomprehensible conversation for a bit. It seems that you're planning to attend a festival. If we're talking about a festival around this time, I guess it would be the Festival of the Elves, huh? I knew it. I already knew that Shiro-san was a person who acts as she pleases differently from Kuro, and I would get sick if I keep on talking about things I knew from the past. I felt like I had already deviated from the supposed conversation by the speed of light, and I've already given up following it, so I just continued talking with Shiro-san, huh? Let's just keep on it. Dear Mom, Dad. I'm certainly having trouble keeping up with the conversation, but despite that, Shiro-san was still the same. Chapter 42. She is the god of creation. A very serious conversation is going on in front of me right now, especially regarding the means to send me, Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san. They must have been carefully talking about it to make sure that no danger would befall us in the worst-case scenario. This shows that Lilia-san is sincerely concerned about us, and the firmness of her tone as she's talking with the goddess, it was completely different from the frightened look she had a few moments ago, which is very encouraging. But in the midst of all this, one of the subjects of their concerns, was chatting with someone who wasn't even here. Even though I can't participate, nor could I even follow the conversation, I feel terribly sorry for them. Truly, since I came to this world, the people I met have all been kind to me. And while I am grateful for that, I also feel apologetic for the constant inconvenience I've caused them. It might make me feel better if someone else called me out for being a douchebag, but thankfully, no person would say such a, "You're a douchebag." Shut up there, airhead goddess. Why is it that you're throwing a counterpunch just when people were being solemn to themselves? Please don't shatter the words I just said about everyone I met being kind. Well, the only reason Shiro-san said that was because she thought it might make me feel better if someone else cursed me, and she just complied. I know that she's actually just unusual, but a kind person. You just pushed me down, then raised me up. It must have been some kind of trick to accumulate affection points, isn't it? That is to say, I'm also Kaito-san's capture target too. You've already messed up lots of things. Or rather, you said affection and capture target. Could it be that you're the one who taught Kuro all those strange information? Well, let's just leave it at that and change the subject. Or rather, go back to our previous subject. There's an elven festival around this time of the year, the Sacred Tree Festival. A festival that is also large in its own right. Sacred Tree Festival? It sounds like a great festival, but it's kind of difficult for me to imagine what kind of festival it is. Since it was called Sacred Tree, I guess it's a festival about trees, huh? This is the time of the year when the sacred trees worshipped by the elves bear fruit. Therefore, at this time of the year, hunting and harvesting are the main events of the elves. And although it's not very flashy, it's a festival that many people visit. FOMO. So it's something like Harvest Festival, huh? It's almost like a village festival where everyone eats the fruit they've harvested and the prey they've hunted. However, if it's going to be a festival about a tree worshipped by the elves, it might be a pretty big one. From what I've heard, it sounds like a pretty good festival. And the fact that there are a lot of humans visiting means that it isn't a festival that only elves are allowed to participate. However, the problem is the location. The place where the Sacred Tree Festival will be held in. Is it close to Lilia-san's home? Or perhaps, is it even in the Symphonia Kingdom? If it's too far away, it might be difficult for us to attend. The forest where the elves live is within the territory of the Kingdom of Symphonia. Shiro-san gives me an immediate response to the question that popped in my head. Is that so? Then, is it at least within a reachable distance? It's in this location. The moment Shiro-san told me that, a map of the human realm appeared in my mind, and a red mark was blinking a little distance away from the royal capital. The heck is this? An ability like that is disgusting. Should I describe it as images directly flowing in my head? Shiro-san really can do anything, huh? I mean, this is already some kind of mental attack to me. Forcing images to appear in the other person's mind. Depending on how it's used, it can do some terrible things. I can even show you some sensual images. I never asked for something like that though. Because Shiro-san said something so unexpected that I couldn't help but say it out loud instead of just thinking about it in my head. And the three people that were talking with each other looked at me as if they're asking me what was going on. Hey, Kaito-kun? What's with you all of a sudden? No. Is there something you have a problem with? No, that's not the case. I responded to Lilia-san, who looked worried as she looked at me, while the goddess of time tilted her head while asking me who was breaking out in cold sweat. Chronoise. Kaito-sama might be tired. Fomu. We've certainly been talking for a while, haven't we? Mayama. Should we take some break? Kaito-san, I know it's not something I should say since I forced you to come with me, but if it's difficult for you, please don't force yourself and take some break. They're absurdly worrying about me? What the heck do you do in this kind of situation? Shiro-san, please don't stay silent there and say something. Something too crazy might be impossible, but if it's an adult video that Kaito-san remembers, I can jog your memory and show it to you. This goddess still hasn't understood a single thing about the situation. Why the heck are you adding information even though no one's asking that? And one more thing. As for that suggestion you just said, please tell me in full details later. After firing my Tsukomis at Shiro-san like a human machine gun, I hurriedly explained to Lilia-san and the others who were looking at me with puzzled looks. And no, just now, Shiro-sa. Goddess-sama was speaking directly to my head, and I just mixed up my replies. Era? Something about everyone's eyes seemed to be chillier than before. Why? Kaito-san? As expected, that's not something. Mayama. Seriously, are you okay? There doesn't seem to be any abnormalities in your pulse or temperature. Wah. The three of them have clear concerns towards me, as they throw words of concern, worrying about my condition. What's going on? Aren't all gods able to speak directly to other people's heads like Shiro-san? No, not all gods can. Why didn't you tell me that kind of important information earlier? I finally figured out why these three are looking at me with expressions that say, what the heck is this guy talking about? Apparently, normal goddesses can't do things that Shiro-san can. By the way, Shiro-san, does that mean a lower-ranked goddess can't do that? Were they able to do that when they became a high-ranked god or something like that? There are only some that can do that. I see. In other words, this method of conversation is something only a few high-ranked gods can do. And since what I said implies that I was talking to a high-ranked god right now, that's why I'm in this situation. The fact that Ain-san is also puzzled means that she hasn't heard from Kuro about how I received Shiro-san's blessing. Anyway, this situation isn't good. I have to quickly explain this to them and clear up the misunderstanding, as I was thinking about how I was going to explain Shiro-san to them while I was also checking some things with her. Lilia-san spoke to me while holding my hand with a gentle smile on her face. It's all right. Of course, I believe in Kaito-san's words. So please feel at ease and calm down. The figure of me, who was apparently looking down and thinking about how to respond, seemed to look depressed to Lilia-san and the others, and that's why Lilia-san tried to gently tell me words of encouragement. However, this way of talking to me is, that's right. Maybe the god of thoughts has been playing a prank on you. I'll have to go visit him and give him a warning. Kaito-sama, I have prepared a relaxing herb tea for you. If you wouldn't mind, they've completely shifted their thoughts and are now treating me with great caution. It's like they're already treating me like a wounded child. Wait, Shiro-san. Shiro-san, what's the matter? What's the matter? Your head. Who do you think is responsible for this situation? I don't know. This useless goddess. If I don't do something fast. Anyway, my priority right now is to clear up everyone's misunderstandings. However, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Lilia-san, Ain-san, and the goddess of time all have compassionate expressions on their faces, like they're completely appeasing a child. I think that whatever I say to them in this situation will only be met with a gentle affirmation and comfort. Shiro-san, I'm begging you, please help me here. Seriously, my spirit is already in shambles, so please do something about this situation. I understand. In response to my plea, which could be described as the scream of my soul, Shiro-san replied with a simple acknowledgement. And immediately after, the guest room became filled with light for a moment, and Shiro-san appeared as if it was natural. In this way, there wouldn't be any problem if we just directly talk with each other, right? Indeed. It's difficult to prove to others that I'm mentally talking with someone, but it will be easier to explain if Shiro-san, the root of this problem, comes out. I don't know if this is a fine play on my side though. Era? Why do I feel like Lilia-san and the others stiffen where they stand? Shallow Vernal-sama? W? Why are you in this place? It was the goddess of time who moved away from her shock the fastest. She was clearly shaken when she saw Shiro-san's appearance, but the goddess of time immediately put kneels on the ground and bowed her head. I somehow feel like this flow is turning strange. To be specific, it's as if I've attracted an even more troublesome situation than my attempt to escape from the troublesome situation I was in before. I mean, the goddess of time, a supreme god, is clearly talking to her like Shiro-san's her superior. Her acting this way could mean that it's that, isn't it? What I mean is that Shiro-san is the truth that's coming into my mind amid all these agitated thoughts is starting to make my head hurt. As if to affirm it, Lilia-san, who looked like she was about to pass out while holding my hand, murmured with her trembling voice, Go, God of creation. Shallow Vernal-sama. Dear Mom, Dad. To be honest, I had a hunch that this is the case, but Shiro-san really is the god of creation. Comment 1 comment. Chapter 43. I'm really tired. Appearing in the place where we're having talks with the goddess of time is Shiro, and with her appearance, the atmosphere of the place looked like they've seen something unbelievable. I guess that's to be expected, for Shiro-san is the god of creation, the head of the god realm. With the sudden appearance of such an existence, the area was completely frozen. Shallow Vernal-sama. W? Why are you suddenly in the human realm? With her head hanging down, her voice slightly trembles as the goddess of time asked. I had heard that the god realm was a completely vertical society, but it became clearer to me as I looked at the goddess of time. Even for the goddess of time, who has the status of being the supreme god, second only to the god of creation, it seems that Shiro-san, the god of creation, is a completely extraordinary entity for the goddess of time. And while the goddess of time is kneeling like that, Shiro-san didn't seem to be particularly bothered, and before long, she sat down in a chair that appeared before I knew it and began to drink her tea. It looks like she's completely ignoring the goddess of time though. Shiro-sa. Insolent. I was about to unintentionally Tsukomi Shiro-san's behavior of acting as she pleases just like she always does, but was interrupted by the goddess of time's sharp voice. Sage *T. I've completely *ket up. I spoke to her the same way I've been doing just a few moments ago, but the other part is the top of the god realm, the god of creation, and she is supposed to be an existence that shouldn't be spoken to so casually. Without even having time to apologize for my blunder, the goddess of time turned her sharp eyes towards me. You bast *RD. Who the heck do you think you are to speak so casually to Shallow Vernal-sama? I'm sore. I myself allowed him. Does he need to get permission from some other people? Shallow Vernal-sama. I was about to hurriedly apologize to the goddess of time, but my words were interrupted by Shiro-san. Then, Shiro-san turned to the astonished goddess of time with the expression she usually has, and repeated in a voice with no inflection at all. Does he need to get permission from some other people? No, my apologies. Receiving these words that don't have any inflection at all, words that may feel frighteningly cold when said at this timing, the goddess of time turns pale and deeply bowed her head to apologize. Yes, I can understand how the goddess of time is feeling very well. When she repeats something with that inflectionless voice of hers, it's terribly intimidating. It's been a while. Shallow Vernal-sama. Kuro's attendant. It's been a long time. At that moment, Ain-san also greets Shiro-san while kneeling on the ground and deeply bowing her head. The greeting she did isn't the usual greeting that Ain-san usually does, but with an etiquette of the highest level, as if she were before a king, and that shows how high Shiro-san's position is. For even that Ain-san is showing that much respect to her. Perhaps sensing my emotions, Ain-san, who came over my way after giving Shiro-san a simple greeting, silently mutters, "That should be obvious. Shallow Vernal-sama is the one who comes closest to the word omnipotent in this world. She isn't someone I can ever oppose." Apparently, Shiro-san is seriously the real thing among the gods. She's almost omnipotent and isn't at a level that something like a cheat could ever reach. I see. I could now understand why Kuro laughed so hard when I told her about my conversation with Shiro-san before. That is to say, I just said, that's impossible for you, to an omnipotent god. Ignorance is a scary thing. And then, that's when I suddenly remembered. The person who was here, but remained silent until now, Lilia-san. When I moved my gaze to the side, Lilia-san had fainted on the ground with bubbles frothing out of her mouth. Wah. Lilia-san? Are you alright? Please get a grip. Kaito-san? I'm sorry. It's just that I had a strange dream. How is it possible that the god of creation would suddenly appear in front of me? Are you talking about me? The god of creation? It isn't just a dream? Yes. Awa. My apologies. I've been impolite Lilia-san? Somehow the situation seems to be far beyond Lilia-san's tolerance, as when Shiro-san spoke to her, Lilia-san's eyes moved around in circles before she fainted again. This is no good. For the time being, let's just leave Lilia-san like that. She'd just probably pass out if I wake her up again, so let's go to Shiro-san's side first to restore the tension in the air. Shiro. No. Shallow Vernal-sama. You can just call me Shiro like you always do. No. As expected, that is, you can just call me Shiro like you always do. However, you can just call me Shiro like you always do. Yes. You're that firm that you won't even concede to that? The glances of the goddess of time that seems like she's asking, who the heck is this guy? Really hurts, and I wish she'd stop looking at me like that. Anyway, an explanation. Yes, we need to explain it to them. Or rather, I'd appreciate it if you could explain it to them. Kaito-san is a human I've granted my blessing to. I was the one who was talking to Kaito-san earlier. And I came here because I heard his request to clear up the misunderstanding. Thank you very much for your terribly concise speech that sounds like you're dropping a bomb towards them. Both the goddess of time and Ein-san are completely surprised, frozen in their places. However, Ein-san is Kuro's maid, and after a little while, she nodded her head in agreement, as if she somehow figured out the situation. The problem is the goddess of time, and with an expression that looks like she completely doesn't understand, she flusteredly spoke to Shiro-san. Shallow Vernal-sama granted your blessing to a mere mortal? Who the heck is this Mayama? Kaito-san is an otherworlder. No, I don't think that's what she's trying to ask. It seems to be a shock to the goddess of time that the god of creation has blessed me, a mere mortal, as she asked if I'm some kind of extraordinary being. But as expected of the airhead goddess, she doesn't read between the lines at all, just as usual. Look, Shiro-san, the goddess of time wants to know why Shiro-san gave me your blessing, and what kind of relationship I have with you. If you just tell them that you were asked by Kuro to bless me, they should be able to understand. Then we can just throw this whole situation to Kuro, settling this matter here. I tried telling Shiro-san, who can read my mind, what I want her to explain in my mind. It seems like Shiro-san understood as she nodded once. She then turns to the goddess of time and opens her mouth. Initially, I performed the blessing non-committally at Kuro's request, but since I was interested in Kaito-san, I removed my previous blessing and seriously granted him my blessing. Shallow Vernal-sama is interested in him? Could you wait a second there, Shiro-san? We had tea together afterwards. Right now, we're still in a relationship where my affection rises and falls, and it seems like I'm Kaito-san's capture target. Affection? Capture target? That is. What kind of relationship is that? It's a relationship where we save up affection points and eventually develops into a sexual relationship. Wow. Why the heck are you throwing nuclear bombs here, you stupid goddess? Instead of settling the matter here, you just made things far more troublesome than before? Even just your explanation to what affection and capture target just blew everything up. In the first place, doesn't that knowledge of yours come from an adult game? Seriously, where is this person getting all her information? It seems that relying on Shiro-san was a mistake, as the goddess of time stiffened with a face that looks like a Hanwa, and I could only hold my head in my hands. And since then, I've spent a long time, a really long time trying to desperately gather the words of excuses just to clear up this misunderstanding between the goddess of time and Shiro-san. Dear Mom, Dad. The place was in turmoil with Shiro-san's appearance, and it didn't just bring half-hearted worries to our hearts. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm just really tired.